darkness can never till you're empty. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put him in a trance. Arch your back with it, arch your back with it, arch your back with it, put him in a trance. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give them what they came for. Give them what they came, give them what they came for. Give them what they came, give them what they came for. There ain't no stopping this groove. Let the groove get into you. Put your hands up, look back at it, make them stand up, stand up. Shake it. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Drop, 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 drop. Shake it. Shake, 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 get low. Shake, shake, give them what they came. Shake it. Give them what they came. Give them what they came for. Give them what they came. Give them what they came. Shake it.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know I feel unbreakable. The stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed, I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Raise my game, I will raise my chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Against the grain. Against the grain.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip.
Tell of a dragon, you'll never get it
Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
Taking aim.
ここから再出発だ。あとは結果で見せる。
Chúng tôi đã từng gục ngã, nhưng mùa này chúng tôi sẽ bứt phá.
我们曾站上巅峰，如今正走在重返荣耀的路上。
Đội tuyển này có một vị thế nhất định và chúng tôi ở đây để đưa Gam về vị trí vốn có.
我们这里都是零，再都是等。
俺らの実力が証明した。あと勝ち続けるだけだ。
我们一路奋战至此，现在需要把这趟征途彻底完成。
DCG
Chúng tôi biết cái giá của người dẫn đầu và giờ là lúc chứng minh điều đó cho cả thế giới.
And welcome back to the LCP. It is week 3, Pike, and I'm so pumped for tonight's games. Yeah, that's right. And I mean, we have some really awesome games here tonight. We kind of have like CFO lined up. We've got Relove DCG lined up here as well, followed up by another series, DFM and MVK, which should be really, really good. We've got a fair few teams and some changes that we get to talk about a little later as well. Yeah, so as we move to the standings here for week 2, this is where we left off at week 2. We have SHG at the top of the ladder, the team from the LJL. So they must be super pumped with that. 2 wins, 0 losses, and plus 4 points right now. Team Secret Wales is tied in second with the same stats. Ground Zero and MVK find themselves 3rd and 4th. But let's look at these play of the matches, the player of the match standings. standings, Ejung, D-Ray, Drakthar, Eddie, Haki, Marvel, Shadow, and Van One are all contesting, all trying to make a name for themselves here in the LCP and carry their teams across that victory line here. And these are some of the best names we have in the LCP. Eddie in that AD role, who will be playing, as we can see here, in tonight's Week 3 Day 1 matchups. We have CFO finding themselves in that unusual 1-1 in a BO3 against Relove DCG, who are currently on the bottom of the ladder. Not a place they're used to being, but that will then be followed up by the LJL's Detonation Focus Me into the VCS's MVK Esports. And let's take a look at CFO's lineup with some changes that we're going to be able to talk about a little bit later there, Pike. But rest,
Logan,
Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. It's all sorts of things. But yes, CFO, it's definitely a big change in that mid and support. We will talk about it just a smidge later on, though, too. But wow, we got to be very, very careful with what this team's going to be bringing, because a roster change Week 3 means so much. But this is what we have to be worried about is Pout, is Kino going to be able to bring the goods? We got a rookie, we got a absolute veteran who's seen the world stage. Let's see if they can bring back some goods. But DCG, they're rivals for tonight, Logan. It's going to be a big one, because this team's had a bit of an unlucky streak so far, but this is their chance to turn it around.
Yeah, look, Pike, finger on the pulse right now. I honestly don't know which way either of these games in tonight are going to go. Relove DCG, they finished second in Split 1, only losing out to Team Secret Wales, and they have brought the same roster. I love Pop9's little greeting here, like, what? It's a smiley face. But these guys ended second in Split 1 and took it to every single team, only losing out to Team Secret Wales. But here they find themselves currently in a 0-2 situation. And, I mean, this is their second split, and they've gone downhill from Split 1, so they will absolutely be looking for redemption here tonight. Now, we would be thinking, oh, CFO, they're not looking great, they probably stand a really good chance, but with two new, relatively unknown, pieces of maths in this formula, Pike, it could be anybody's game here. I mean... Yeah.
Logan, I'm not that great at math, if I'm being perfectly honest, but if we look at the math, we can deduct that 1 + 1 = 2, and that CFO versus DCG's gonna be a banger. That's all I can tell you. That's the math we need to know. Because, you're right, and you said it just before, that DCG, maybe so far, like I mentioned, they haven't had the greatest run up until this point. They've been up against some damn good teams. So that's where I think it's maybe that little bit of a change, a little bit of a free shake-up. These members have started to level up themselves. DCG needs to rise to that occasion. Now, CFO had that good win, but they're also not doing the same too. So it's a bit of an interesting sort of talking point, is which team will come out on top. And I think DCG still have the goods, is what I'm trying to say, Logan.
100% they do, though. This is the same team that ended second seed in Split 1, and they are a good team. It just feels like they just need to re-find their footing. But speaking of finding their footing, we are taking a look at CFO here on that sort of footage, and there are two new members to the CFO roster here, Pike, and they are debuting here with us in the LCP for this split. In the mid lane, we have the newbie, the rookie. His name is Pout. Now, Pout has bounced around in a couple of challenger leagues before as well. He's played in Turkey, the LPL, even the LCKCL. So he's kind of got that experience for a rookie, if you know what I mean, over the past couple of years, but hasn't been quite able to crack that tier 1 just yet.
Yeah, I think it's one of those players, right, that yes, you're a rookie and you can only bounce around like the academy level scene for so long before you do start to get picked up. And we're better placed than the LCP, where you can jump into a well-established team like CFO, where they're going to be able to give you a little bit of love, maybe a little bit more training, which brings us into our other new roster pickup, which is Kino in that support role. Now, this is no rookie, and why it's so important to have Pout and Kino play together is Kino's bringing a wealth of experience. They have been playing for a long, long time, Logan.
Yeah, they've been playing since 2018, so that's 8 years, which is a decent career in Tier 1 League of Legends. A lot of that time spent in the PCS, and then they have actually played with Doggo a couple of times as well. I think about 3 or 4 times, has qualified for Worlds previously. So yeah, Kino, a fantastic pickup here. And to answer the question that's probably on everybody's lips, 2274 has been sent back to CFO Academy. So Kino will be the starting support for the rest of the split here, Pike. But I love Kino's style. He's all about those engaged supports.
Yes. Look, and what better sort of champions to sort of master when, especially when you're in that support role, when you do have someone like Doggo who is so hungry for kills. Like, this is going to be a dynamic duo in this bot lane. This is where you want to be looking if you are a CFO supporter. So it absolutely makes sense they bring in someone with a wealth of knowledge and experience. But like you said, those engaged supports are going to be crucial purely because if you get a good person who can pull the trigger and communicate with your team really on point and shot call well, that is the difference in a game. If you get Kino to do this and really spread their wings with that experience and say, guys, we shouldn't be taking this fight, we need to wait, or saying, guys, pull the trigger, go, 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 that is what will turn a fight. And like I said, with Doggo next to them, I'm expecting some Dravens, I'm expecting some Kaisers, I'm expecting some big dives and a lot of damage.
I think a lot of people would love to see that Draven hit the Rift one more time, and I think Kino is definitely going to be that support to make it happen. He spent at least a year in CFO Academy leading a bunch of sort of rookies and new up-and-comers as well. So he'll be able to bring that, you know, management, that shot calling, senior experience along with him. So I cannot wait to get into this game one here tonight, Pike, because we'll get to see the impact these two changes will make. Pout in that mid lane, who actually lost out to Pungyong in the tryouts for mid lane and has now stepped up. So Pungyong still a part of the CFO Tier 1 team, just subbed out for tonight.
Yep.
And there will be less communications issues as well, Pike, which has definitely been the biggest weakness of CFO right now.
Yeah, look, I think that's a big thing, right? Especially when you're dealing with a league that has so many different nationalities and languages as well across the board. It really is hard to find the right amount of talent that can actually move together and actually progress further. So I'm really keen on that. I think it's a nice change of pace for these teams starting to realize, okay, if we get everyone on the same level, everyone's talking the same, everyone's moving the same, it's all about bringing it together. So Logan, I'm pretty keen to see what CFO is going to do, but DCG, Relove, they are looking very feisty. Like, I'm excited to see how they're going to get it. Florin's my #1 samurai that I'm looking up in that top lane who's going to get it done. So, look, who knows who's going to win tonight, but I'll let you take it here, Logan.
Yeah, look, I've definitely got my numbers over with Relove DCG over CFO, but we can find out right after this Riot Fist Bump, which is coming up for your enjoyment now.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
And we were just talking about it before we went to that Riot Fist Bump, Pike, that I think that this is going to be a Relove DCG 2-0 win, even with the CFO changes there, Pike. But what about yourself, mate? What are your thoughts on this one?
Look, I also put a Relove DCG win. I think that the teams just had a bit of a rough start, but going up against some of the better teams at the start of the whole regular split, it makes it a little bit easier because later on you can stack a little bit more of those points in the middle and late. So I think now is this time for Relove to say, okay, enough's enough, no more losses, we're taking the win to the boys, and we're going to walk with our heads held high, because that's exactly what they're going to do as we get our walkout here of CFO here, Logan. Look, they're primed and ready. Like, that was a very close shot, but they're ready to go.
That was a serious face, but as you did say, strength of schedule was against Relove DCG, but no more. As you know, the couple of first timers coming to this stage, there was that kind of like awkward turn. Do we go now? And the boys are getting ready to sit down at their computers. And one more time, Pike, and I'll probably say it a million more times to the rest of the split, I absolutely love these player walk-ons. I love the engagement. Yeah. I love the ability to connect with the fans, and it really humanizes the players back, right? Like, they're real, they're there. They're human. You can touch them with a fist bump, you know?
And I think that's the nice difference that we sort of get, right? Is before they'd be walking out from back of stage, like they're not really interacting with the guys. Florin here leading the charge, giving those right fist bumps out, but it's a Relove DCG fist bump instead. It's just nice to see that they go, and you know what? Nice to see Arena's looking real full. I love those artworks. Did you see all those artworks that were coming out as well, Logan, that all the audience have been doing? They have been on point.
That's absolutely one of my favorite things about sort of like Riot Games in general, and definitely some of these like castings in these tier 1 teams, is that they really embrace the community, and these artworks are something that Riot has been known to sort of accumulate. They actually have in their headquarters over in California. You can like message them and be like, hey, if I send you artwork, can I just get a couple of RP to buy the last skin I need? And they're willing to do that trade. Now, it's not a guaranteed thing. I think you've got to like actually request and be approved, but they'll take your artwork for RP, and they have a whole hallway set up in the HQ, which I think is just the coolest sort of showcase of appreciation for the community. But appreciating the community and playing League are two entirely different things, because we're getting ready for the 2v2. We've got Florin and Xiaoxi from Relove DCG here tonight, Pike, and we also in the 2v2 have
Rest in Power.
Yeah.
They're bringing in Power.
Yeah,
First time debuting on the day, coming in for the 2v2 too. You know what? I'm here for it. This is like one of the best ways to have a look at a player and see how they sort of move, how they click, how they sort of get their feel in. Like, this is exciting stuff. This is like glorify the ground that we're standing on. It's holy water, you might even say. The debut of Pout in their pro scene, looking to make their moves. I'm keen for it. Like, what would you like to see? Because they like those mages. They like a little bit of that sort of assassin-y sort of vibes too. What are your thoughts? Like, could they bring something like that out?
Well, I mean, here in this 2v2, obviously pairing up with Rest, so it's going to be a top-mid duo. I have to imagine that we're going to see Rest on maybe Gwen, something a bit more aggressive, able to trade a little more heavily early on. And I would absolutely love to see Pout come out swinging and grab that Akali, that AP assassin monster in the mid lane. Because, like, we've already got a couple of really good Akali mid laners in the region. Can you imagine if Pout makes such a statement in like their game 1 or even this 2v2 that people are like, all right, we've been put on notice, we have to show up here?
Look, I would love that. Honestly, I'm looking at his sort of match history, and he's a Syndra lover, so I'd love to see that popping up in this 2v2 too. Just like, come in looking real fine, be like, I'm going to just whip out my favorite champion and just throw hands. But like I said, I like the Akali too. I think it's about sending a message at this point. CFO, they've brought Pout on for a reason. Let's see what they're going to do with it, as we do see final bans coming through. Anivia Varus and Rumble Varus, so no one wants to burst that Varus. It's clearly too strong. That is a singed for Rest, most likely. And there's the Cassiopeia as well. It's a staple right now. You flick them back, you get the miasma down, and you're laughing. But a Tahm Kench is a tall order to get through. And Xiaoxi, it's gorgeous. Yep. Pantheon.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to run into that Pantheon there, Pike. That's going to be rough. Obviously, Sin's able to flick him back, as you said, into that miasma of the Cassiopeia. So there's going to be all sorts of slows. There's going to be that CC. But look, I don't know if you want to throw a Pantheon or a Tahm Kench closer to your Cassiopeia. It's almost like they've thrown the gauntlet down and said, we dare you to run at us because we're going to engage and annihilate you. But hey, we've seen stranger things happen. This this is a 2v2 in the LCP, and the winner will get first selection. So first selection here in the LCP, you get the right to choose either red or blue first, or if you will go first or second pick first, and then your opponents get to pick what is left over, Pike.
Look, and I'm so keen for that because both these teams have very unique styles. They both like blue side. They both like to get those first picks as well. Oh, it's the new Tahm Kench skin. April Fool's Kench. That is awesome. And it's the pink one. That is fire, Logan. But okay, both sides looking very concerned. They're not really running up this time. You know how last time when we saw these matchups, they were over in what I think like 30 seconds? They're definitely thinking about this one.
Yeah, look, I think we had a banger that lasted less than 10 seconds. There was a very, very quick 2v2, but we don't keep stats on these. These are all for fun from our perspective here. CFO, they are hesitant to walk up. They have to know Florin is hiding in one of those brushes as he exposes himself here. But it will be interesting to see how this one plays out. It already feels like it's a much slower tempo. We take a look at the runes. Florin has grasp, so he's going to want to try and hit you as much as he can to gain all of that health, but we do see Xiaoxi and Rest with Ignite, so they're the ones who are like going in for the kill.
These are actually, you know what? I love casting League of Legends, but this might be one of my favorite things in the whole of the LCP to cast, purely because I just love watching their faces as they do it. Look at Florin right now. He is just laughing. He's having some giggles every once in a while. He's like throwing up emotes. They're just throwing it all out. There's not a care in the world. Obviously, they want to win, but they're just enjoying it. Like, it's not taken super seriously to some degree. So I'm a big fan of this, and I'm super keen. Look, even Xiaoxi's like, yeah, let's get in there. Come on, let's go for a ride. But still, I think these two sort of matchups, it's going to be a bit of a slow burn. I was expecting them to go out of the gate fast, but the second Florin missed that initial tongue lash, it wasn't going to result in all too much.
Yeah, this is definitely a slower sort of 2v2 than what we're used to seeing here. There's lots of like the little wiggling, you know, they're just clicking left and right of their champs, left, right, because, you know, just in case a skill shot comes through, they want to be able to dodge it. And Rest just getting a little bit of poke damage here, but Xiaoxi almost 50% forced to crack that pot there. And one of the win conditions here as well, Pike, which you CFOs so far are leveraging a little bit better, is that turret. If they are the first ones to break a turret, then they win the game. As we do, oh, I thought Xiaoxi was actually recalling. But one thing I enjoy here as well in these 2v2s is we see people on champions we're not used to seeing them on, right? Xiaoxi, he's the support hook god. What's he doing on Pantheon? That's not a hook, he goes into you.
Look, he's a god killer. That's the difference. That is the Pantheon specialty. Just jump on them, get some damage off. I don't think Xiaoxi's too unfamiliar to a Pantheon support. I know I've versed it a lot in my solo queue, and yeah, let's not delve too deep into that because it does hurt my soul just a little bit. But that's okay because, oh, there's the flash, there's the flick. It's a lot. The grounding's nice. The shield is even better. Ignite goes down. Ooh, oh, they went all the way for it and they got the kill. But no, they're getting eaten up. The Gobble is good. Now Rest trying to hold on a little bit longer. Gets knocked up too. This could be a 1-for-1 trade, but now they're full committing. No, Pouch, you got to be careful. Take up those towers. 1-for-1 here. All they need is a final kill either side. The score is 50-50 here, Logan.
Yeah, Florin looking a lot worse for wear than Pout, though. The health bar Diffie is very, very strong. Florin low on that mana, doing his best to defend against this wave that is chipping that turret down. He's less than 50%. Oh, comes through Pike.
Oh, Xiaoxi was like, yeah, like, let's jump on them. I've got the ulti. I can do it. Just a little bit too late. CFO read it like a book.
That's it. So obviously the wave has been defended. Florin was able to prevent a lot of that damage coming through on the turret to buy Xiaoxi time. Xiaoxi ults in, trying to catch Pout out, but Pout's recall timed to perfection, able to get out of that way. So now Xiaoxi, no ult. He did walk over that healing pack that you get there, just to deny that away from CFO when they need it crucially. So we have our recalls. We have two champions back at 100% health here, and either team only need one kill here, Pike. So very tense at the moment as we see Xiaoxi recall. Oh, spotted
Cancel
out.
it. Oh, I love it. Not spotted out. I think just well predicted. Rest is like, I know they're going to be here. Now they've gone back to the next bush, but this is a big thing. There's another TP. Look at that Hex Drinker being picked up. The magic resist is actually crazy. And it makes so much sense. You got double mages on the other side. Singe Cass getting those masks on board though. So the burn damage here, Logan, is going to be so critical. Florin is full magic resist. So they're saying we just got to stay defensively because Pout and Rest have the advantage in this. It now just comes down to execution.
They definitely have the damage advantage, but I would argue that Relove DCG has the CC advantage. They've got kind of the hard stun, the knock up, the ability to mitigate or negate your damage entirely. So I understand why they've gone that defensive build. It really plays into their strengths. As Florin has an angle, it's not
no
gonna
angle.
result in much though.
The angle was a tongue. And that's not the angle most people want, but there's the double knock-up. It's looking good. The flash stun, but no! Cancels it out, but eaten up again just to stay alive a little bit longer. Ignite is good. Double shields is even better, but oh, Xiaoxi is low. And a huge play for CFO as they might be looking to take the win right here, right now, Logan. Very low. There's the next engage. It does hit one. They're looking at Xiaoxi. The damage is good, and it's CFO taking the 2v2 win.
Yeah, and like you said, the player cams, absolutely love how we cut to the player cams and we get to see the good times and the smiles. And I know it was only a 2v2, but it probably has the CFO boys feeling a little better as CFO pick the blue side and Relove DCG go for first pick. So putting priority on getting the #1 champion that they really, really want to build this draft round here, Pike. And frankly, I love a good 2v2. I love watching the LCP. This was one of the slower, more methodical 2v2s, but I really think it was well played by Rest and Pout there, just to combo and take Relove DCG down.
It's like we're watching like a revolutionary army war. And the way I'm going to describe that is it takes about 10 minutes to load a cannon. But once you load the cannon, it explodes out and blasts full AoE damage. So that's exactly what we saw. Is it was just a long slog. They were waiting. They were putting the ball in the cannon, trying to get the gunpowder, and then boom! They threw it down, and it was just a poison gas explosion from the CFO. Now they've got first side pick. We're going to have to see what they lock in with that, Logan, because yes, we've got some good priority picks. The Rumble's looking good. Varus is another strong champion, but we know the counter picks to a lot of those, and we have seen a lot of Ashe and Seraphine rise in priority. We'll have to see if that's going to be another one in this game. So is there any champion you think is going to be taken off the board straight away? Does CFO give Pout the reassurance of maybe picking a Rise or maybe even a Talia with a Pantheon too? Like, there are options here.
I think they need to give Pout and Kino priority on some champion picks here tonight. They need to get good picks. They need to put on a good show, if for no other reason than their own mentals, right? Because part of this challenge is, we all go through it, imposter syndrome. Do I belong here? If you're able to say yes to that question, good on you. You've got the confidence, but then you need to prove it to the rest of us as well. So giving them the good champs that they feel comfortable on, that they can make plays on, would be, I have to imagine, a high priority for CFO. And look, if I'm Doggo and I've got Kino as my support, I would be like, let Kino get that comfort. Let me play around that engaged support legend and we will make magic happen in this bot side. So I would have to think Relove DCG are going to ban away almost potentially what they would perceive as the biggest weaknesses being Pout and Kino, right? You don't want them getting strong picks. You want to target their champion pools so that they have that weaker first game, and God forbid they have a bad game and their mentals go down and then they just don't perform, you know?
Look, and that's another way to look at it. It's the psychology warfare of gameplay. We've seen it before. We even saw that awesome clip this morning that came out, and he's just on the ground, and you can see he was disappointed. He takes a big swig of a little bottle he had hidden, and then he's just screaming at his desk. But still, it now comes down to what is the priority? What is Relove DCG thinking in this matchup about where they're going to put that priority? Because you're right, Kino is bloody good at this game. Their engaged supports are off of the charts. They have been to Worlds. You've got to think that might be the priority. Pout might not be too much of a concern, but you're right. It's those comfort picks that they're like, oh, is this going to be a concern? Do we want to give them the Syndra? Do we want to give them these high priority? LeBlanc is another option out there. Florin is Zen Master, locked in and ready to go there on our screen. But still, what would you like to see in this draft that's about to come up on your screen here? Like, do you have a thought on what would you like to see?
I would love to see rest on Gwen. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. I think rest on Gwen is absolutely team carry potential. Give him that aggro backline top laner and he will carry the team to victory, in my opinion. He's very, very competent, very, very powerful like that. But we don't know their scrims. We don't know their team compositions and their synergies, right? Because yes, Pout is fantastic, is very powerful on those AP assassins. I mean, Silas and Akali, they're famous for getting onto backlines. So a dive comp, there you go. That's my answer, Pike. I want to see CFO go on a heavy dive comp. I think they could pull it off. I think Doggo would run right in there with them and scrim with the best.
Okay, let me cook here then with the draft that we're going to see. I'm going to predict it right now with what it's going to be. I'm suspecting maybe potentially a Malphite top with a Nefiri in the jungle. Then we're going to have a Ryze in the mid lane. And then we're going to have a Kai'Sa Nautilus for Doggo and Guido in that bot lane. You know what? I'm hard cooking. If I saw that, that's a dive comp and a half. And I'm here for it. What do you think?
I love it. And the one thing that I think we won't see, even though it is a dive comp, is a Nocturne, right? We're not going to see that come out of the jungle. Oh, yeah. Because if they already... Yeah, right? Because it's a VCS staple. But the LJL and the PCS, they don't play Nocturne over... Oh, look at that! Look
that is awesome. Throw that boomerang. Is that magnets? Man, I love magnets.
Oh, that's so creative. I love the LCP and their fans. Oh my goodness. That was the best fan sign, Pike.
Oh, that was actually so cool. Anything that's interactive, I am down for. Can we get one of those? Someone needs to do one of those little pop-out ones with the paper, how you fold it open and things like pop out. I just want to see like Doggo popping out or something. That maybe I'll do that. Maybe that's a job for me on the weekend. Who knows? But that was really cool. I don't know how they did that, but we need to ask them. We need to hit them up. So if you are out there, please share with us your technology because we are severely underrated here at the English broadcast.
Yeah, we do not understand, and what we do not understand is therefore magic. Please teach us your way, magic person. Please. But another thing that I actually noticed behind those fan signs, and you pointed out a little earlier, is just how packed this LCP arena is. You can kind of see it in the back. Look at my eyes, 2-0 CFO. But look how packed it is back there. That's almost like a sold out LCP arena. And that's the benefits of having moved the start of these games 3 hours back, Pike, is that the local community, the gamers who live near the LCP arena, they're actually able to make the trip. They're actually able to attend and get bums in seats. And I don't know, it would just make the atmosphere something else, Pike. It would be phenomenal.
One day, Logan, you and I, we're going to be at that arena and they'll be like, what are you guys doing? And we're like, oh, we're just here to watch. We're not even there to cast. We'll be in that audience. I'm going to try and get my own Sivir Boomerang working on my own fly out thing there. Maybe I'll do a different one. How can I do like Kai'Sa's Acanthian Rain? Maybe that would be pretty cool. But no, you know what? Let's not worry. But you're right. It's nice to see the community coming back in. Like you said, that pushback time. It's basically said, guys, finish your day jobs, finish your work, and then scoot on over to the LCP arena as draft has kicked off, Logan.
And draft is one of my favorite things. This is where we see the strategic minds of the coaches come into play. As Rumble banned away, there will not be a Cassante Rumble matchup in this game one here. Karma still high priority support ban, and Pantheon ripping away that global with the ban here, followed up by Nocturne. So we could still get the draft you proposed, but no Nocturne like I suggested.
Yeah, no, look, I like the Nocturne, no worries about that, but we're starting to lose a lot more globals here, if anything, Logan, and that's what we've got to be very concerned about. But the Ryze still highly contested. Depends what CFO wants to do with that first pick, but being left open for the counter pick might mean that they're looking to get their team comp that they've already thought of drafted early. Like, it's just all on CFO to be like, this is what we're committing to. This is game one. We know what we're trying to do. Let's see if Relove DCG can throw a spanner in the works and say, oh, we can see what you're trying to do there. We're going to flip it on you. So we'll have to see, as Varus is the final ban for Relove. Not bad. It's very staple bans so far.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely
Nautilus.
nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, well, that's the respect to Kino, right? We were even talking about it in the lead up to the match. Kino has such a strong relationship with these engaged supports. Absolutely, the most played champion is Nautilus, followed up closely by Alistair, Leona, and then Rel as they sort of start to drop off from there. So obviously, Relove DCG have done their homework. They've gone, Kino, let's look him up. Let's see what he's best on. Let's ban that away immediately. And we were talking about it, right? You obviously want to give him priority. You want to get him on a comfort champion. And Relove DCG, I don't know, they heard us, they did their research, and they went, nope, not tonight. As Azir being hovered for CFO, maybe they give Powder Carl. We called it! Powder Carly, there it is. Let's go.
I like it, mate. And it's funny that CFO banned Kino themselves out of the game, not Relove. That's the flip of the script, though, which is always fun to see. Shadow now looking at that beautiful J4. This is high damage, high velocity moves, but an Orianna with a ball delivery system of Pop 9 on a Lee Sin scares me.
You are so right. If they slam that Lee Sin, that Orianna is going to do some damage. But it looks like they might be going to Xin Zhao. Okay, so they've gone the more defensive. I think they've read what CFO are doing here, because CFO's draft early already tells a story of serious dive, right? J4 flag and drag, Akali able to get onto those backlines so easily. And Relove DCG, they're like, you know what? We have to diffuse these plays. So that Crescent Guard coming out of Xin Zhao, able to sort of mess with those plans so well. And my goodness, a Bard, that Tempered Fate Pike, it's going to do some work.
I love this, right? So all I'm seeing right now is Orianna, Xin. They want to get into these fights. Bard is there to stop the reverse play. And Mbessa that hasn't been banned out is being hovered already. And rest on Mbessa? Okay, we got a game on our hands, and CFO are here to cook hard. The roster change has not swayed their opinion on how they play this game, and I'm here for it, because now it is Doggo and Kino with the final picks in the next phase of lockdowns. So now it's they can go, okay, what's going to fit this comp? Because Mbessa is a bit of a dive. I think both these teams just want to look to scrap it out.
Yeah, CFO are definitely drafting themselves a heavy dive comp. Relove DCG are looking to counter that dive comp. And just a correction on something I said earlier, it was CFO that banned out that Nautilus, not Relove DCG, as I was saying. So an interesting decision there. But CFO, they've gone ahead and banned Renekton. They definitely don't want that coming into the Ambessa. They think it could be a good counter dive option, and I like that ban. I think it's a good matchup into that Ambessa. Definitely has that sort of mobility, and that lockdown with the stun can help as well, defuse those engages. Nico, that's a really good support to ban away for a heavy dive comp. But what will Doggo and Kino pick here for dive? I mean, Rel can dive for sure, not the biggest, but definitely is that sort of engaged support that Kino likes.
Leona could be good.
Could do.
Like that, there's some options that the Nautilus is gone, like you said, so it's going to be interesting what they're going to lock down. But obviously, we're looking at a very different flavor. As Ezreal's been banned out now too, so they're saying we don't want to give anything to Fang and give them that sort of priority in the lane too, because Ezreal being a highly sought after champion. I'd like to see them play something a little bit more front to back in this instance, because yes, you do have this Mbessa, you do have Pout on the Akali. They can get to the backline fairly comfortably, but I think there's not much tankiness on this roster. So I feel like we are going to see Kino on something like Leona, something with like you said, rest as well, something that's going to take a lot of that sort of dive potential out. But they need CC too, because right now it's only flag and drag, and that's all they sort of got. So they need to be able to stop something. So we'll have to see what's going to lock down, as it is the Lucian taken off the board too.
Yeah, look, I think the writing's on the wall. It's definitely going to be a Leona, Brawl, maybe Rel. It's going to be one of those three tanky supports that bring CC. Yunara picked up though, but that could mean a Lulu Pike.
Could be.
That's so interesting. They need tank, they need CC. So this last pick for Kino is going to be so important to round out this draft for CFO. As Relove DCG, they see the Yunara slammed, and they will pick the classic counter pick here in Corki, who is absolutely able to take it to the best Yunaras we've seen.
Yeah, look, I love a good Corki gameplay too. It's going to be very comfortable with that Bard because Corki can solo lane fairly easy, do great wave clear. It's going to be really good. And as the game goes on, they get that Triforce under their belt, they're going to be absolutely cheering. But a Yanara, it's a ticking clock. There's a lot of damage Yanara can do late into the game. There's a Jace being hovered for this top side. Florin might be wanting to go for it. We've seen a lot of priority on this in the LCK and other big regions. And there's the lock-in. I'm excited for this Jace matchup because it's going to be big with this Mbessa.
Yeah, Jace has definitely... It's interesting. We obviously had Jungle Jace have massive priority. And there's a Lulu, as I called it. So yep. I feel like the tankiness is going to be coming out of this Mbessa. I feel like J4 has to build Bruiser. But we were talking about Jace in that top lane, right? He had his time, he had his period where he was Jungle Jace, and now he's kind of come back up in that priority, and he's being picked up a lot for that top lane because he has that range and melee, so he can kind of play around whatever is brought against him. I do like that pick, but it leaves both teams without true tank spike. This is going to be explosive.
It's going to be a whole lot of damage. It's going to be a lot of fast pace, but I think the first like maybe 5-10 minutes won't really result in too much. I think both these teams want to get to level 6. Jace doesn't really need to, but it's all about flipping between, like you said, that range and melee. But I'm excited to see what's going to go down because right now it is... Sorry, I have to do it, man. Is it melee or is it melee?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you come from, right? Is it melee? Is it melee? Is it melee? I mean, who knows? People know what we're trying to say, though. Yeah.
Milady might know that if I ask her later on, but who knows? But no, like you said, it's explosive. It's a lot going on here, Logan. Like, it's both these teams not really saying, okay, we're going front to back. They're just saying, we're going to kill you. There is no stopping them. The madness will be thick, fast, and dangerous, but I think it's going to be thick, fast, and dangerous after about 10 minutes of cooking.
Oh, for sure. There's going to be, I feel like this is going to be sort of a slow burn to start, right? We're going to be in our laning phase. There might be 3 kills in the first 10 minutes, let's call it. And then after that sort of 10 to 15 minute mark, it's going to, yeah, I'm going to call 3, right? You know, just a little caster curse there for the gamers. But after that 10 minute mark, it's going to get explosive. And Pike, we are on Summoner's Rift for game 1 of tonight's best of 3 series between CFO and Relove DCG. Show me them skins.
Been there, done that is what these two teams are saying. They've been up against each other once before, but it's a whole new roster for CFO. Let's see if Pout is ready to take it to Hangzhou. It's going to be interesting because the damage is already looking good. And look, Rest, no skin. Easy does it, but Arcane Survivor Jace, very nice. Oh, there's a heal early on. Jeez, what is going on? Doggo Keto, they know their limits, and I love it. Woo.
Yeah, already some great aggression coming out of CFO here in this bot side as Xiao Si, the first Bard I've seen in a while not to run the T1 Bard skin, actually has gone with that Snow Day. Maybe that's the source that he needs in this meal to create a masterpiece. But we do expect Pout to sort of lose out on that mid lane trading early. It's that whole range versus melee difference. But currently is keeping up. Health bar looking a little worse for wear. And the junglers, well, it looks like Shadow's already invading, and Pop9, he's going to miss this one.
Look, that's not too bad. Depends if they're going to look for the diagonal camp as well. See if Pop9 realizes at the right time. Already picked up on that ward too, so they know where they are. They know where Pop9's been this whole time, and now working their way down. This is kind of disastrous for Pop9, because if we do get a good reset out of Shadow, he's going to be feeling really happy to be able to take away so many camps, especially a blue buff at this point of the game.
Yeah, not only the blue buff, but there was another camp he took away as well. So Pop9 is going to come down and see that any second. And then Shadow's just gone back to his jungle, and now he's get to clear. So this is a great start coming out of Shadow. Pop9, though, rotating down. And we do see CFO, they're pushed up. He might turn this into a gank here, Pike. They don't. Oh, the ward's going to spot them out now. They are moving forward, but nothing will result from it. CFO, respect the potential.
The great image and knowledge of Kino says, guys, if we put an early ward down, we'll see where Pop9 is going. And now he's looking for the engage down on the bot side, but he's going to walk in and just see, oh, okay, he's on the Krugs. So definitely nice to see, looking to take something back. But the rest of the team's here. Kino's looking for a nice little fight. Smite fight was good, but not too much, as drag is not going to be on, but the flag goes down. And now, okay, Pop9's like, oh, where's the rest of the jungle? It's gone.
Yeah, already so much happening in this jungle. Shadow getting the better of Pop9.
Ooh, goes straight into the Shroud. Nice evade.
The confidence of Pout to literally just sidestep that coming out of Pop 9 there, the wind becomes lightning, absolutely tells of that sort of confidence in this young rookie. The double ward. Shadow is tracking Pop 9. He's cleared half of Pop 9's jungle and he's getting his own full clearing kind. But I do want to go back to that sort of bot side scuffle that we saw earlier. And I want to note, I love the improvement coming out of CFO's bot lane. They immediately responded. They had Shadow's back. They were ready for Pop 9 to walk in.
Yeah, look, and that's the difference, right? This comes down to those good, clear communications. Kino and Xiaoxi now battling it out in this bot side jungle. Kino actually doing a lot of damage. Did get that early back, but so did Xiaoxi and has to Mystic Journey away. Like, so it's a bit of an interesting, like, both these supports just rotating around. I kind of like it, but these quests are going to get a little bit slower, but it's always been quite slow for the supports, Logan. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, for sure. As a support main, I can definitely say, because you have to roam around, it is much slower. Take it from me, the expert, as we do see Florin trade quite nicely into rest there. But yeah, one staple of a good support is to know when to roam and know when to stay. And that's what you love to see here in the Tier 1 games, right? Bards especially, they're so fast, able to rotate, get some really good invades. And speaking of invades, we see Shadow. He's already back in Pop 9's jungle. And Pop 9, I think he's going to come back to this side of the jungle and be disappointed again, Pike.
Look, that's the big thing, right? Is like we see the 2 scuttles were picked up by Pop 9, so it's just a little bit of the progression coming out, but it's a lot of CS stolen away just from one good engage, and you can see Pop 9's now making their way clearly topside, making their way downtown. You might even see, because Florin has not much mana. Rest is low, but Shadow is full health. Flag and drag, double flash is good. Let's see if they can get onto Florin just in time. There's the little bit more engagement. First blood over to Shadow. 1 kill on the board now, Logan. Let's see if they can get 2 more, as your prediction suggests.
That's it. 3 in 10 minutes. We still have 4.5 minutes to go. So, yeah, you know, predictions looking pretty safe so far. As we take another look at this one, Rest obviously low, able to trade Florin down to less than half, and Shadow in the area, able to take advantage of that low health Florin. Obviously, they both had to commit their flashes, so a heavy price to pay, but it's offset by that first blood bounty. You get that extra gold. Pop 9, though, not dissuaded, goes bot side for play.
I like it. Yeah, Pop 9 already cleared out the bot side of Shadow's jungle, but now they're looking for a little bit more as Doggo and Kino, they've got anger in their hearts. They say, how dare you Mystical Journey on my head, because they got some flashes out.
Yeah, they did get a couple of... They got the Kino flash, Xiaoxi flash. So it was just a trade of flashes there. But what I really liked was seeing both Doggo and Kino, they both popped the same emotes in response as Rest here, losing out on this trade to Florin. As we were saying, that Jace pick, being able to flex the range in melee, so powerful in these trades.
Look, and Jace is going to win these matchups for maybe 8 times out of 10, unless there's a little bit of gold given at the start of the game, which we have got a little bit. The assist is looking good on Rest, but Florin's going to have full control. It is only going to be once you're level 6 and have maybe an item, maybe item and a half, that you can jump back onto it. So it's going to be interesting because now we see Pout is looking topside. Ooh. There's the engage. The public execution's nice. Florin already half health. Pout wants to jump in, and the damage can be good. There's another execution coming in. Jumps forward, and Pout first kill in the LCP.
Well done, Pout. Welcome to the LCP. Florin, you got to get used to it, mate, because that is a mid laner that is not stuck in lane. They will rotate and they will make plays. I'm loving this energy coming out of Pout already. Confidence to walk up. They obviously knew Florin didn't have the flash. They knew Rest didn't have the flash, so Rest initiated with that ult, which kept Florin around long enough for Pout to make that roam, and Pout uses that ultimate, gets the job done, puts Florin down 0-2. As we go to this replay here, so Pout just finishes clearing this wave, right? So no one's there to contest, and straight walks up that river with no vision except this control ward towards the top, but by then, it's too late. The fight has already started. Rest engages, kicks it off, and then retreats, right? Doesn't want to risk giving a kill back over to Florin, knows that Pout is able to get the job done. However, because CFO sent 2 members topside, now Relove DCG, they have that priority here on the first Drake of the game, which Pop 9 handily secures on top of a CFO ward. So they knew it was happening, but I would fully expect them to go for the grubs next, Pike.
Yeah, I love an early drag. It's only 8 minutes. It's not too shabby. And Chelsea looking to roam up top side. They've been CFO's been putting a lot of pressure onto Florin. I feel like they know that if they shut this Jace down, it's going to alleviate a little bit more pressure as they head into the mid game, because Jace, like we said, has that early priority. So why not just bully him into submission? Which can see Chelsea now looking around mid. Pout is pretty low, but doing a good job of just holding their own. Yes, they're down in CS, but they're definitely still just up in gold with that kill. So really nice to see that Pout's making their moves around the map.
Yeah, definitely that confidence, that proactivity speaks to his desire and skill here to showcase it as...
Cataclysm. Ooh, through the magical journey. Not too bad, but getting him caught out. That's a champion off the map here, Logan.
Yeah, no, really well played there. Obviously got the ult out of Shadow, but you take that every day of the week to send the support packing. You're still 5v4 for a little while, and Shadow does look to be taking advantage of that, has roamed up to the grubs, but Pike, we're 9 minutes 15 in, Shadow going for these grubs, and it is still 2 kills, so, you know, they've still got a chance to get that 3rd or 4th kill here, but the gold differential is next to nothing as DCG, they're roaming down, and Shadow in retreat.
Oh, look, taking 1 grub's not the end of the world, as they could be looking for a fight. Florin and Rest up with his topside flag and drag away. He smited it to secure it. Nice little pick up there for CFO.
I love a good smite fight, right? The tension between 2 junglers. Oh, Pout might be caught out here.
He's right in the middle of that shroud, though, so you're going to be so careful. And, oh, very nice to see Pout able to survive the 2v1. Oof, Pout's having a great time so far. Like, they're looking really good. They're looking confident. I'm excited to see this rookie doing their job. And now Pop9 in the jungle, taking away Shadow's blue buff.
Yeah, look, we look at these wards, though. They know exactly where Shadow is, so they're going to be invading quite freely. But Pout, so far, I don't even think has expended that flash. He has been absolutely fearlessly confident, even in the face of these 2v1 engages, and holds that flash, holds his nerve every single time. So for someone that is referred to as a rookie, he's definitely not playing like one. Like, this is his 4th year playing League, obviously sort of 3 years in the academies, even in the VCS, but I really think that practice, that play has served him very, very well, and it's coming through. It's shining right here, right now, at the right time, Pike. I know it's only early, but God, it looks good.
Look, sometimes we've got to give credit where credit's due, because Pout, it's a hard matchup to start with. Your debut game, Akali versus Orianna, it's already going to be a semi-struggle. Like, Orianna's going to win that most of the time. Xiaoxi is here in Kino, just trying to get them off the wards. They're popping down pinks. They're obviously looking at this drag coming up in 2 minutes. They want to get a little bit more of that priority, but they could just be looking for a fight. Pop9's waiting in the wings. Magical Journey is out of the park and back to the tower, but it's all about getting those little hot cocos back in there, because like you said, when you are trying to eat, you don't want to eat the yellow snow if you're playing on the winter skin. But now it's all about how do you extend this lead that is only 500 for CFO. Let's see if they can get it done.
Absolutely, and we do hit that nearly 12-minute mark, and it's only 2 kills, so we were right there, Pike. It's going to be a bit of a slower game, this one. They are farming up. They're getting that vision control down. There's some pokes, there's some engages, but it seems to take a roam, an unexpected engage from, you know, downtown to get these kills across the line. As these mid laners, they are trading Pop9 in the area, but I definitely think he would have been seen on vision there, so Pout backs away, respecting the potential 2v1, even though Pout does have that flash. As top laners, they're just doing the usual thing we would expect them to do.
Yeah, well, it's already items starting to be completed across the board. We can see them up in the top side. Eclipse into a Serpent's Fang early. So they're here to pop those shields as much as possible as Florin. So I really like this early pickup. I think it does slow them down a little bit, but they're probably most likely going to go that lethality where they can get that jump. But there is 2. They're looking at Rest, who's a little bit overextended. Might have been caught sleeping on those wards, as it did get cleared out by the pink. Just holding off into this bush. It is a 3v1. Public Execution does go forward. Let's see if Rest can hold out, but might not be too long for the Warders. They do get out. The flash is good. Flag and drag. Shadow's just here to support, and they survive, Logan.
I don't think CFO should have gotten away from that. I really think that's a misplay from Relove DCG. 3v1, unable to take Rest out. Obviously, Rest altered and flashed, so resources burned. But to not die, you'll take that every day of the week, Pike. Rest is 20 CS down. Rest is, being kept at bay, is being stopped from getting large by Florin. Florin even has the shield shredding item, so Rest is even less effective.
Oh, taking the tunnel as well through the shuriken, but no, Pout picks up the solo kill, is able to get out of dodge, has to flash, but the rest of CFO are looking to make their way downtown. Flashes over the Wild Crows, Hongshu's low, Cataclysm over the wall. That's a good shockwave, but they're looking at Doggo, who's getting jumped on again. Fang's able to pick it up. It is a trade once again. Flag and Drag not ready available as it does just come through, waiting on those cooldowns. They might have to give the Dragon, Logan.
I definitely think that was a step of over-aggression from Doggo there, going in for that fight. Had the Lulu ult, had his ult, probably felt he had to commit to that, but Relove DCG able to turn around and take Doggo out very, very quickly. Shadow lucky to not go down there as well. Obviously able to flag and drag over the back of the Dragon Pit, but the timing on that fight, unfortunate too. Handing that second Drake of the game back over to Relove DCG, as we have a replay here. So Shao C was just roaming to get the ward down. Oh, didn't go through the mystical journey. It was the Akali skill that followed them down. So here's the longer fight, right? It was a good ult coming out of Lulu onto Doggo, a great Cataclysm, but Doggo was too far forward, and that Crescent Guard did so much work to protect Fang that Doggo's attack was just effectively useless. I really think they should have called that fight off despite the ultimate commit and just spent, you know what? You have this Drake, we'll fight the third Drake. But right now, Relove DCG, they find themselves dead even in gold. They have 2 Drakes to CFO's none. They're not in a bad position, Mike.
No, it's not too bad, as now they're looking up the top side. Rift Herald is most likely going to be picked up by CFO. Not too much contention, even if they have the vision on top of it, so Shadow should be able to pick this up, but they might be losing their bot tier 1 for the troubles, as, again, we talked about shutting Florin down. It's actually really hard to shut this champion down when they have a good lead. As the shockwave is good, Hongshu picks up Kino. A slight misstep as they're looking topside.
Yeah, look, if you've got to sacrifice your support for the play, I don't think CFO is going to feel too bad about that one. Getting the Rift Herald, it's good, but now they find themselves at a 1.3k gold deficit. Less than a minute ago, Pike, I was saying it was dead even, and that gold has just ballooned. So Kino here, clearing out that ward, steps a little too far forward, probably not expecting Xiaoxi and Hongshu to be there, despite Hongshu being on that vision. So maybe didn't quite see it with all the vision control, maybe a little disrespectful. Either way, Kino does go down in that 2v1 as Relove DCG, they're here to make a play topside.
Kino getting focused again. Public execution is good. It is going to land as one. They need to get through the magical journey, and they do get out of dodge again. But a wild growth and a public execution used, but they still get out, is pretty big.
Yeah, for sure. And you know the saying, you do not follow a Bard on those magical journeys. You will get stunned on the other side and taken out by the rest of the team that is there. So it really heads up from CFO, but they're turning that priority on the top side from Relove DCG into their own push into this mid lane. Doggo does get that crystalline growth, and the Rift Herald will charge and take a significant chunk of health. Also, with no Tempered Fate there from Xiaoxi, having just used it on that top side play, unable to protect that turret. So just soaks the entire Rift Herald charge. But on the other side, Relove DCG, they get the topside turret, Pike. They're everywhere right now.
Look, and this is it. Like, Shadow's done a really good job of trying to keep Pop9 out of this game, but they're still kind of inevitable, as it is just the rest of the team just getting it done. Xiaoxi is everywhere. He's working the map. Fang doing a really good job just sitting in the sidelines. 2 items up now with a Triforce completed. This is where a Corki can be unleashed, especially at level 11. Yes, it's 300 gold up for Doggo right now, but we just got to wait. One more item over for Doggo could start to spell disaster, but the gold has flipped. It's a bit of a roller coaster this game, and we sort of called it, Logan. Is CFO ready with this new lineup, as there's another shockwave coming in, but Pout's not too phased.
Yeah, that shockwave didn't do too much damage to Pout. Pout trading confidently into Hongshu. He does have that Dark Seal at 4 stacks, so if he's able to find his way onto that back line, he will do so much work as an engage comes through.
Oh, yeah, Florin's not going to be able to do too much. He's trying to hold on for a little bit more. Rest doesn't want to use that ultimate just yet, but now going to get the kill onto this Mbessa. They are unleashed on the Rift. The 2v1 worked out in CFO's favor.
Yeah, I really do like that there from Florin. Knew he was going to go down, so he decided he will clear the wave to try and save his turret there too, just to get that CS, get that goal before he goes down. Shadow did burn the flash to make that play happen, so it wasn't like they didn't invest anything. But Florin being 0-3, we've seen him here before, and he does not crack under pressure. I have every confidence he will come back just as strong, and he will be able to hold his own in team fights. But if we do take a quick look at that CS differential here, Pike, we see a 10 between Feng and Doggo in Feng's favor. Hongshu, though, nearly 35 CS over Pout, but it doesn't feel like it. They're able to fight quite evenly into one another here, Pike, and I think that bodes well for those team fights when Pout's trying to get onto the back line.
Look, I think it bodes well for Hongshu, who's just going to be hitting them with a massive, massive shockwave that's just going to be rupturing through the enemy team. As Rest now, being the energy champion, they're doing a good job of this job. But I think you're right. I think Pout wants to be able to get a clear line of access onto the back line. Third Dragon is now being contested. Shadow is in the wings. Kino, Doggo are here. Let's see where the priority is going to go. As we're getting a TP out already. Double TP2. The teams are committing for this, Logan. They want to go all in. Florin has that big shield. Let's see if it's going to get anything done. As the Daz go down to 2,000, 1,000. Red team secured it. They're on soul point, but they've looked for the kills. They want the fight. The wild growth is on the Shadow, but is going to get enough damage. Is Pop 9 is half health. Shao C's low, but the whole team is just not able to hold on. It's too much coming out of Relove DCG. The Tempered Fate lands, but it's not going to be able to do anything. Doggo taken off the board. Rest has to flash, and it is DCG charging down the CFO roster. They may have brought some new players to the hood, but it's not going to be enough as Rest is no longer for this world, Logan, and a huge team fight from Relove DCG.
Yeah, look, there may not be true tanks on the Rift here, but Pop 9 putting in some work with that Crescent Guard. And the problem with J4 Cataclysming Feng is he can just Valkyrie out of it anyway. So Corki, not the best target as we do go to this replay. Pout almost taken out of the fight before it's even truly begun by Hongshu on this bottom side. The Drake does go over to DCG and then Shadow engages. As we saw, the Cataclysm, the Valkyrie straight out. Yes, it reduces the mobility of Feng for a moment, but Feng's safe, comfortable, happy, sitting in the back lines with the rest of his team, and then he cleans up. They see that Rest on this Mbessa has no energy, has no dashes left. They know that they can chase, get the stuns, flashing forward to finish the job here. Just a clean team fight from Relove DCG, and I really think it all started with Hongshu poking Pout and effectively preventing him from even joining that fight. Look at the damage, Pike, says it all.
That's the damage there, Logan. It's exactly what I was sort of saying is Hongshu, yes, the gold was 1k over. Now it's a whole lot more, 1.4k on an Orianna, stopping any form of like backdoor, which is what Akali needs to do in these fights, is absolutely detrimental to how CFO's trying to play. And honestly, big props, DCG are reading it like a book, and they're just saying, nah, we know what you're trying to do here. We're not going to let you, as Florin being jumped again. Wild growth onto Pout. TP's coming in. Do they hard commit for the fight, or are they going to keep fighting this one out? As there is no more. It's the execution. It's good enough. Now Hongshu is looking for this fight too. Pout has to back out. Not much energy. Oh, might have been a bit greedy. Looking to go for that cannon there. He's trying to sidestep, dodge, side swipe. No, it's not enough. Hongshu picks up the kill, and it's all she wrote.
Ultimately, a 1-for-1 flash burnt from Pout there. Florin goes down again even after he flashed as well. But I really think CFO were targeting the wrong player. They keep going for this top side, but like he's not their strength, but he's also not the weakest link in the chain. Shadow goes in.
Look, I like it. Public execution was cancelled. There's the Cataclysm too. They're looking to hard commit. The Shockwave is going to get dodged out, but no, Shadow's just gone. Fang's too big. Oh, Tempered Fate is good. Now it's Fang just punching out the damage, throwing out barrage after barrage. It's a double kill for Fang. He's baring his teeth, and it's just not enough. And it is absolute decimation from DCG. They are holding this game in the palm of their hands, and they are owning it. And it's so good to see them back in form.
They managed rest so well that he actually did no damage to the 3 members of DCG. They come out of that fight happy with a kill, and now they're going to the Baron. They have the priority. Hongshu here on the Kino.
I like that. Obviously, they knew Pout was in the region, but that was a very dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, but Relove DCG, they turned that mid fight, they turned that top fight into a Baron. It was free, it was uncontested, and now they will have 3 whole minutes. Shadow gets a good find. CFO has the numbers. Pop9 able to avoid that execution so handily. The Crescent Guard going out, the journey, the magical journey gets Pop9 so far away, and it takes Rest out of the fight when he follows them through, leaving himself in that 1v3 situation. I mean, Relove DCG, they just managed CFO so well. They kept them at arm's length, they kept Feng safe, and he was just able to poke. He finds himself at a 2.2k gold lead against Doggo alone. He's 4-0-3. Doggo yet to make an impact in this game.
Look, and this is it, right? Is Doggo on this champion really needs to be that sort of late game carry is what they're hoping for. As Pout again getting a nice kill, but they're still in the shroud. They have to get over that wall as Pop9 is here too. Fights on fights as Rest is trying to use those blast codes. Pop9, nice. When becomes lighting, doing a little bit of damage, but look at Pout, he's still there. He tried to back in a bush, but it is DCG charging down the ranks, and they're all coming to turn the fight. Shadow might be in a bit of a pickle Zantic spot as they do have to flag and drag. Cataclysm goes back in. Is the damage good? They're going back on the Kino, but no, there's no damage for the side of CFO. DCG are just mopping the floor with them, and it's an absolute disaster. Why is Pout back in this fight? You TP'd in, but at the wrong time. It was just a disjunction. The communication is not on point for the CFO roster. They get it on. Oh, but it's the Pout show tonight. He's looking, he's cooking, he's just saying, let's get the damage good, and Doggo wants a little bit more. The flashes go forward. It's the stopwatch. The Baron and Pout minions take him out. No way. Hongshu's throwing up the emote and saying, good luck, have fun.
Oh, that was such a mess. 4 members of CFO go down, 1 member from Relove DCG, and then they secure themselves the 4th Drake and the Soul Pike. Relove DCG at 25 minutes find themselves at a 9k gold lead. They have the Dragon Soul. They are driving home the lead that they have so rightfully built up for themselves here. As we take a look, it all kicks off here. Chassis on the roam gets caught out. Polymorph goes down in essentially a 2-for-1 there, and Pout, you know, cleans up, gets that kill. But Relove DCG, this is one of their strengths. They respond so quickly, and Pop9, he knows his job. He is the front line. He is the one who will be soaking the damage, preventing the damage. And then it just feels like CFO, they want, as there's more fighting in live here, but this was a great re-engage from Shadow, but they had no damage.
They're looking at Fang. He has all the gold. He has the bounty. They need to take him out, but no. They're still looking as Pop9 picks up one. It's a double kill for Hongshu. What can you do? It's the triple kill heading over. 8-0-5 for this Orianna is a disgusting gameplay. I don't think there is anything CFO can do right now to hold this line. It is the DCG show, and CFO just have no income to hold on. Hongshu's just like, yeah, let's just keep going. This is fine.
I mean, when you've got Dragon Soul and your Baron only just ended and you've only got the Nexus Turret Spike, Relove DCG, they're going to take game 1 against CFO here in tonight, our first best of 3 series, Pike. What a game. It started off slow, but it ended so strong.
I talked about the cannon here, Logan, and I'll come back to it. It's a slow slog to reload a cannon, but once it's loaded and you hit it with the fire, it will decimate everything in its path. And that is the Relove DCG power spike. They got a couple good kills. They got a couple objectives. They had good control on the bot side. I feel like it was CFO putting too much onto Rest, saying, we can give you a little bit more of a lead. Let's take Florin out of the fight. He was always inevitable. You cannot deny this Samurai in the top side. But still, it's the mid at 80 carries for Relove DCG that hold the game together. 0 deaths for Hongshu is insane.
Yeah, look, going godlike in a tier 1 game is actually kind of wild because you are fighting the best of the best here. So 8-0 is just such a fantastic statistic to be able to take away. I love that we really kind of called this right though. So before even draft, we were like, what do we want to see? And we wanted to see Dive coming out of CFO as we do take a quick look at these damage charts, right? Pout did put in a good performance here, was able to kind of contest with Hongshu sort of in the early to mid game, but then the team fighting from Relove DCG just came through too strong.
Yeah, look, and that's exactly what we talked about. It was which glass cannon comp was going to do a better job, and it was Relove DCG. They came out good. Yes, this was a nice early kill over the CFO, really good control. And honestly, we're going to see a lot of kills here from Pout, who's just like, I can do this. He was solo working for his team. The rookie on the roster, Logan, is holding their own so well. The downside is Hongshu was just cleaning up the rest of the team. So I feel like this is where CFO needs to really come back together, pull their communication into tow, because this fight in particular, you can see Pout was trying to get something done. CFO should have just backed off. They looked for the trade. You can see Shadow's like, go, 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 but Pout's gone. He was their damage at this point, and then you can see Rest trying to do something on the back line. DCG just look like they're actually forming up ranks together. And it's just CFO that's just sort of disjointed, too far away. They're not able to do anything. Like, why is Rest alone here? It's just not what we want to see from this CFO lineup.
Yeah, it's definitely that sort of phalanx of old where the team closes ranks and they become impenetrable and they are able to so easily protect one another and prevent any external forces from getting in. As that flash from Pop 9 was so fantastic. It forced Shadow to flash Cataclysm and overcommit, and Rest goes on the magical journey here, and I have to question why. Because it just leaves him so deep and separated from the rest of the team. He then ultimately just gives over a free kill here. I know he wanted to get on the Feng, but he had two other members of Relove DCG in the way, and it just, they were able to keep him out like bouncers of a nightclub, and the nightclub is Relove DCG's right now. As we do go back to this sort of skirmish that was just never ending, Pike. They were always fighting after 15 minutes.
Look, you know I like talking as much as possible, Logan. That's just a common thing for me. But still, you're right. These fights just kept going for so long. And it was CFO still trying to force things. Like this here, yeah, they had members. It was a 3v2. But the lead was just too much. And then, okay, two are dead. Pout's committed the TP. If they do anything, they have to go for this fight. They need to take Feng out of this game completely because this damage from the Corki was just way too much. And you can see, yes, Pout was able to do it. Fantastic, but Hongshu's still able to get this job done because the Shockwave pulled into Doggo flashes forward, but the Zhonyas and the minions are just too good. That's just a minion diff right there.
Yeah, if I was Doggo, I'd be very, very frustrated with this game. He had a couple of good plays, but Relove DCG just had every single answer, but especially there in that moment on the Hongshu, right? He had Hongshu dead to rights, stopwatch comes down, and the minions who are still empowered by the very much alive Hongshu in that stopwatch just finishes the job. And quite frankly, Doggo, the kill that should have been that never was right there, Pike, didn't have the greatest game, but I am looking forward to seeing what he's able to bring to the Rift here in Game 2 a little later.
Look, and I'm excited for that. Let's just go to a short break. I think we just take it easy and we'll just reset because we've got another game. CFO, let's bring it back together, boys. Let's just take a deep breath. We got the hands. Trust in Pout. Give Kino some love. Let him shot call. We'll see what's going to happen. But Logan, I think take us out.
Yeah, 100%. We will be right back after this break for Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Welcome back to the LCP, where the action is never ending, Pike. We just had a fantastic game one from tonight's best of three series between CFO and Relove DCG, and we are getting ready for game two as DCG have picked the blue side and CFO have opted for the first pick.
Oh, look, I like that. That's not too bad. It's a CFO going first pick means that they've obviously got another pick in mind that they want to secure. But blue side, we've sort of found that most teams like to go for blue side. It has a little bit more of that potential. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's a higher win rate on blue side regardless. So both these teams obviously looking a little bit more. Yeah, I can actually tell you the stats of that, especially the LCP. Blue side wins is a 54.31% rate if you go blue side, whereas it is actually 214 games in total have won on blue side against 180 on red side. So I can see why these teams, especially in all of LCP, prioritize it so heavily.
Yeah, but then at what point, right, does everyone picking blue side then start to force the loss rate, like the win rate down, right? Because if everyone's playing blue side and it's 50-50 you on blue, you're going to lose, and then the rate goes down. But then it's also like 50-50 on the win rate. So, oh man, I don't know. But it does sound like you're not too heavily disadvantaged, right? If you do the math, 54% versus 46%, it is an 8% difference, and that's a lot of maths. And we've said it here before, we cannot do the best of maths. So before my brain breaks down, we saw CFO, they built a dive comp in game one, and I felt like they had the pieces to kind of bring it together and make it happen, but they just didn't have that sort of synergy, you know? Pout was handily able to kind of 1v1. We saw Rest on that top side on the Ambessa getting those sort of deep dives, which Ambessa is so well known for. So I feel like a lot of the dive champs, they've been picked. We can't run dive back this time. I think CFO, they're going to go back to a more traditional comp as we see them ban Nautilus away again. So we're not going to see Kino on that Nautilus, but we're also not going to see Xiaoxi on Nautilus. And we know Xiaoxi loves a good hook champ, Pike.
Look, you actually said it before in the first draft. You were talking about Kino loving these hook champions. I was like, what about Xiaoxi? Like, give me that blitzcrank, baby. Let me see it unleash. Get those hooks going real hard, real loose. Let's see what's going to be possible, because Relove DCG, yeah, it was a slow game, but it felt like they had total control for a majority of that game. Yeah, there was maybe 1 or 2 kills given over. Yes, Pout is an absolute monster that we have to be watching throughout the entire series, but DCG had control, so maybe they can go for something a little bit more spicy in their pick comp and be like, all right, let's see what we can do. As they're on blue side, maybe it's going to be a little bit easier to go for those, but Pantheon first pick tells me there's a Talia in mind for the side of CFO. Let's see if it gets taken away, but it's a Rise being looked at for DCG.
Yeah, and with Relove DCG being able to collect 2 sort of first picks for other lanes, they will be able to respond to this global and have immediately with this Rise hover. I do find it interesting that Rise was not banned away and Ashe was instead, because clearly Relove DCG, they want to break up that Ashe Seraphine combo that has been on the rise of late. Rise, funnily enough, locked in for Hongshu of Relove DCG, and I have to say, after that Oriana game, I'd be quite worried to play into this Rise of Hongshu's here in game 2. But both teams, they've currently drafted a little bit of global meta for them now, Pike, and it's how they want to utilize that to the absolute maximum now. Who are we going to be sending in those Rise Realm Warps? And my goodness, Nefiri. Oh, Ezreal locked in.
Yeah, look, okay, Fang is feeling good tonight. We've seen Fang on some standout performances. Even that last game on the Corki, they were so raw in how much damage they could do. But I'm looking at CFO, like you said, they're drafting a little bit cleaner. They're picking up the Gnar, so the team fight's going to be looking really good with those Gnars coming in. But a Cassiopeia 2 into the Rise is a little bit of a change-up. I like this. Let's see how Pout's going to be able to play this one out, because we haven't actually got too much stats on Pout's Cassiopeia, so it's a bit of a new one, bit of a fresh pick for them. Let's see if they're able to pull it off.
Look, if they can pull it off, if any team could pull it off, I reckon it will be this team. As we see Cassiopeia locked in with a 0% pick, ban, and win rate. So this is her first game here in Split 2 of the LCP, and it will go over to Pout. Now, as a reminder, we did see this in the 2v2 matchup. and CFO were able to win that 2v2. So maybe that was a foretelling of things to come here, Pike, but we will have to wait and see till we hit the Rift. And there is that Nefiri that was hovered for second selection for Relove DCG, now locked in as their third pick here. And I have to imagine that's going over to Pop 9. That Nefiri, if it gets ahead early, that's a real problem, Pike.
Yeah, it's a woof woof and a bark bark as the hounds do come out. And one thing we do know, Logan, is that the hounds can kill snakes. There is a snake on the other side, but a snake can bite back, so you got to be so careful. But yes, Nefiri, we've seen it so potently used in the LCP. I love seeing it on the Rift, especially in that jungle matchup. I called it before. Maybe my 80 carries were off, and I can see chat is looking at the Kai'Sa Nautilus. Nautilus is already gone. Kai'Sa might not be the pick, but Ezreal does have a lot of damage, so the dives are still possible here for Relove DCG. So we'll have to see what they're going to be beating out on the other side, as it is a Sivir being taken off. Usually that's our answer to a Varus, but now they're looking at top side. It is CFO saying we cannot give Florin anything.
Yeah, Sivir's an interesting ban, right? Because with Varus banned away, you know, the spell shield works so effectively against that Q poke. It actually ends up healing Sivir more than damaging Sivir. But Doggo's not really the most Sivir-prone AD that you can find. And I don't think Sivir survives well into the face of a dive comp. So I dare say it would have been good of Relove DCG to not ban that away and maybe ban something else from Doggo, like that Caitlyn, maybe that deep pocket pick of the Draven. We saw it last year in internationals, but we haven't really seen it again in domestic. Maybe he's building up to it. Maybe he's going to surprise us all a couple of games down the road when he and Kino have sort of found that synergy, found that vibe. But enough about picks that won't be. Nico banned away again, this time by CFO. So they read that Relove DCG, they're the ones building that. Oh, Vayne.
What? That's a top Vayne.
Locked in.
That has to be. Oh my god, that's insane. Why would you pick that there? They don't know who's going top. Logan, what is going on?
I mean, Na's been picked. It's a pretty safe bet that that's going to go top. But Vayne into Na.
So excited.
The excitement got to you. But Vayne into Na, it almost feels like it's going to be a very Vayne, favored matchup, at least in that early game, until Na is able to kind of mega Na and ult into you. But this is going to be rough for Rest. He's going to need to bring his best as Kai'Sa locked in for CFO as well. First pick for Split 2 here in the LCP.
Yeah. Leona could be the lock-in here, even a Rel too, but you could be looking at a mage, but there's no tankiness, so maybe Alistair's on the board. Blitzcrank could be even just as spicy, but 280 carries on the side of DCG means they need to go something that can sort of weather the storm that is going to be in the face of DCG. And there's the Alistair, like I said, get the Moo Cow out here. The second this Vayne starts tumbling around and going invisible, just send him flying and say, no, get away from me and get away from my doggo, because that's not what you want. But a Shen coming in is actually, wait, is this, it can't be a Vayne support. No, it's Shen support? No. What is going on, Logan?
Yeah,
I can't read it.
Shen support, Ezreal AD, Vayne top, Nefiri jungle, Ryze mid. That's my call. Let's see if it comes through. Locked in.
Shen.
There's so many new champs. There's so many new champs, Mike. We haven't seen so many of them. This is great.
I have no idea what DCG is cooking right now, but you know what? They've got an open flame and they're ready to send it all the way. They're on series point. If they take this win, it's all over. And CFO have another loss on the board. But Relove DCG, they want to get these wins. They haven't won a series yet. And now they're saying, let's just full send. They understand CFO might not have the communication. Relove DCG have exactly that. So, wow, Florin on the Vayne in this top side is going to be a masterclass.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see how these two compositions work out against one another. Relove DCG's is very, very aggressive. Pardon me. They want to be making the plays, they want to be diving, they want to force the fights. And CFO, theirs is much more defensive, theirs is much more classic. They obviously don't want to get sort of jumped on, they don't want to get picked. They want to be the ones in control of these fights. They want to be the ones who are first to the objectives and force Relove DCG into them. So it will be interesting to see what kind of priority they put around this vision control, around these Baron pits, around these Drake pits, and if they are able to synergize and communicate, like you said, effectively to make these plays happen in the times that they need to happen. So Rest, Shadow, Pout, Doggo, and Kino are all lined up, ready to face off against Florin, Pop9, Hongshu. The camera went quick. Feng and Xiao C here in Game 2 of tonight's Best of 3 series between CFO and Relove DCG.
It is nuts, and I love seeing that Twitch chat is just saying it's a 1-1, guys. CFO have got this. They're ready to go all the way with this comp. And you know what? Their team looks really nice. Elion Na is a good one, but that Vayne, ooh.
Yeah, Firecracker Vayne skin looks fantastic. Love the Jade Fang Cassiopeia in the mid lane. IG Kai'Sa, such a classic. A lot of pro gamers go for that one. And Ashen Guardian Shen. I love that skin personally. I actually run the green chroma on that one whenever I play Shen. Just spectacular.
I do love a good green chroma. I'm a bit of a blue chroma fan, honestly. Like the turquoise always hits pretty hard. Or you go like the obsidian, like the dark one. That's always pretty good. As Florin as well, being very aggressive into rest, but now taking a half health this early. I don't know, Florin. Is that the call, my guy?
I mean, he's got to get that pressure early, right? He's probably trying to establish dominance, probably trying to say, don't come near me, but Rest is better than that, able to trade heavily back into Florin, keeping his health bar much, much higher there. Florin, though, does have a very, very slight CS and gold lead as Relove DCG, they move forward, and that's the power of this Shen pick, right? Alistair just unable to engage, is permanently going to get taunted. You know, Shen's going to put up that shield that blocks the damage and prevent a lot of what Doggo is able to do while they wait it out. And then Feng and Xiaoxi, they're just going to fire back as Pop9 already deep behind enemy lines. CFO's jungle, he's counter jungling like Shadow did in game 1.
Yeah, but Shadow saying that's fine as now as the flash goes forward, yes, gets sent flying, but I think Florin's just dead. I don't know, not the right pick if you ask me, but an early first blood to CFO on this top side could spell trouble.
Yeah, that Condemn coming out there, good to see. Obviously playing defensively here. Florin, though, doesn't get the read. Shadow flash Qs to get that stun and is trying to put as much damage as he can back into Rest, but it was 2v1 and so early, Pike. That was in under 3 minutes. So CFO, they find themselves up at 1-0, but Relove DCG, they are punishing Shadow for this. They are taking his jungle and more. We do see, though, that Kino has rotated around, just trying to make sure that Relove DCG get out of dodge. So CFO, they've started this second game the same way they started game 1, with these early proactive jungle ganks. And I'm loving seeing this come out of Shadow. They just need to keep that pick energy up. Be constant, be consistent.
Yeah, I love these pep talks from you, Logan. They sort of fire me up. It's like, yeah, don't forget, a shoe half full means you might not have your foot in it. Like that's sort of what I'm hearing from you. It's like ultimately, and Hongshu could be caught out as the miasma does go down. Still, that is only level 4, so can't get that petrifying gaze just yet. As there's a nice little taunt down to this bot side. Damage on Doggo is good. You gotta be so careful. Kino's trying to hold the line, but they're just going forward. Fang is tasting blood and is just seeing everything in the water. Oof, there's a lot going on in this game so far, Logan, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, look, in my opinion, I definitely think Relove DCG have that better. Oh, good flash.
Oh my god, Fang, you are insane.
Yep, so I was just saying, Relove DCG, it feels like they have that better early game bot duo, right? I just think Shen is such a fantastic, hard counter into anything that Alistair wants to do. He's effectively turned this bot lane into a 2v1. As we get the fast forward, sped up replay, Xiaoxi ran forward. He flash taunted right onto Kino, preventing Kino's recall finalizing and getting that kill. So obviously Feng now 1-0 is able to get that Sheen online already here at mid lane.
These miasmas are so good right now from Pout, but now Pop9 could be caught in a little bit of a predicament. 3 members onto the dogs, but going up in the air is always handy when you are a woof woof bark bark.
Wait, we gotta move.
Oh,
the fight is
no,
still
but the
going.
taunt is good. Shadow could be low. They're trying to get a little bit more damage off. Shadow just cannot do it. It's enough to hold the line. Pop9 is just gone. Yes, Fang picks up another kill, but they're no longer for this world. It's a double kill for Pout. This rookie mid laner is cleaning house, and I am here for it. One more tick will do it. Yes, it's a triple kill for their debut here in the LCP for CFO. 5 kills to 2 at 5.5 minutes.
Pout's face was stone cold that entire fight while he was hiding in the brush, while he was chasing Hongshu down. Not a single emotion crossed that man's face. He knew what he had to do. He locked in and made it happen. As we go back to this replay, and it all started here in mid. Hongshu tries to walk up, get some damage down, gets a good rune prison onto Pout, keeps him there, but that miasma just, herds Xiaoxi away. And then another fight breaks out here in the river. The CFO, they're disengaging, but Relove DCG, they wanted more. They go in to clear this ward because they have 2. They think they're in a 2v2, that Pout has rotated and he's kind of left to his own devices in the back here to just hard kite and lay 100% of his damage into the members of Relove DCG. Yes, Shadow goes down, but he still has, one of the tankiest supports in the game. And here, the flash forward aggressively, that dot ticking away. One last skill shot, and good night. Thank you very much. 3-0 with a 900 gold advantage over Hongshu in that mid lane. But
yeah, it's
do not despair.
Rough. The flash is over the wall. Okay, Pop9's just got the fancy feet. He's dashing and slashing over. Oh, is they trying to get the petrifying gaze? But wow, what do you do? Pout is just so big. He's got that blue buff in tow too. No boots needed. Actually, you can buy boots now as Cassiopeia. I just realized, I remember that. But they did pick up Pop9, got a kill. What?
Yeah, they killed Shadow on the other side of the rift. This is non-stop fighting as we get more.
Xiaoxi is going forward, but it is Kino saying, I'll hold you back. Doggo's just getting hit in the face with every mystic shot possible. Oh, we need to watch some replays here because Pout is just absolutely huge. I don't know how Shadow got taken down in that sort of skirmish. Pop9 did a really good job, so it's nice to see DCG are still in this fight now. They're 500 gold up.
Yeah, so here's some of those replays. We go to that topside jungle fight where Shadow catches Pop9 deep in his jungle and goes for him. Is starting to win that trade, but Pop9 goes over the wall and then forces the flashes out of CFO, and now they can't get back over the wall to jump onto Pop9. Florin, though, keeps this fight going. Is the vein.
Yeah.
Shadow goes in. Yep.
That's it. You talked about pick potential, Logan. You said it yourself, and that is exactly what Pop9 can do. And a kill to Florin and Pop9 makes this lane just a little bit easier. But also, can we just take a moment of silence for Shadow, who is so far down in CS?
That is almost a 30 CS difference there, 40 to 70. It is kind of rough right now because... But the thing is, though, Shadow is being so proactive on the map that he's giving up his jungle camps to do it. So Pop9 is able to keep farming, has that completed hubris already, Pike. So because of that, Pop9 now has a full item advantage over Shadow. Yes, Shadow being proactive, but the team is not finding the advantages across the rift that you would expect. Pout is the one doing all of the heavy lifting right now.
Look, and there's probably a reason they brought Pout onto this roster. They've just said, mate, we need someone to take the helm and come in and do a good job. Yes, Kino might be maybe the shot caller of this whole roster, but Pout is clearly a star-studded player. They have hands. They're really willing to send it. And like you said before, yeah, maybe they had no expression when they were going for that fight. They don't need expression. They just need to be good. And CFO will not worry about if you're looking to do anything. They want the kills. They want the players that can carry a game. And Pout might be exactly that. They're 3-0 right now. They're up a 1k gold lead. Hongshu had a fantastic game 1, but can they have a game 2?
But that's the problem, right? You can have the biggest carry in the world, but if the rest of your team doesn't meet you halfway there, Shadow caught out trying to go in for his camp.
Yeah, shields are good, but poke. Oh my god, Shadow. It's going to be grey screens in a while if they're not careful. As Pop9's in a bit of a cheeky predicament too. Blast Cone gets them out.
Yeah, and funnily enough, that was actually Pout's auto attack to try and prevent the blast cone escape, but the timing, unfortunately, not there. Pop9 able to escape after that cheeky invade. But as we were saying, right, Pout, you can try and put the world on your shoulders, but if the rest of the team is not meeting you there, whether they are unable to, whether they are zoned off, there's not much you can do in the professional scene against an entire team here. So CFO, the rest of the team, really need to kind of rise to Pout. They need to match the energy of Pout and his aggressiveness, his playmaking ability that he's so clearly displaying here, Pike. But before we carry on with that, CFO, they secured themselves the first Drake of the game, so that's good. They didn't get a Drake in game 1. They're already ahead on Drakes here in game 2.
Always good to see. You can only climb Everest so far before you need a llama and a Sherpa to guide you the rest of the way, as Shadow is here. Looking to get a little bit more poked out onto Xiaoxi, who has to slide away. Kino's just well deep here, saying, look, I'm just a cow. The stakes are on me tonight, guys. We want your red buff just in case. The burn damage will not help you today. So they're looking to steal this one over. Doggo could be picking that up, but it is Shadow going to be smiting it out. But again, nice work from CFO. They're still maintaining some level of control and getting good vision.
Yeah, they definitely still have that cohesion in these small skirmishes. Exhaust on Rest, so Florin.
Okay, Florin is just looking at Rest. No Meganar to speak of. This is the power of the Vayne. And okay, solo bolo in the top side. All right.
That just came out of nowhere, and like we saw the commitment there come out of Hongshu and Xiaoxi. They were ready, double global ults committed for this, and Florin just 1v1s Rest down, like barely takes any damage. What was that? So DCG, they are now 1,500 gold ahead. They have the 3 grubs. They're in a decent position. It's 5 kills aside. They have their jungle role quest complete because Pop9 is a savage. 40 CS ahead of Shadow here, who now has completed that Sundered Sky as well for himself, able to get that sort of healing and crit off when he engages on champs that first time around. But this gold diff, it's not getting better right now, Pike, as Fang just lets rip an ult for wave clear.
Yeah, nah, Fang just has the Triforce in tow, tier already stacking, so it's going to be so much harder for them to be able to do anything as we're still waiting for some items to be completed. Can we talk about Vayne's first item?
Ooh, yeah, the experimental hex plate. Okay, so once those faster ultimates to come through, I actually really like this item, Rest. Oh, you need to be so careful. Florin doesn't have the exhaust this time, so Rest should be able to get away, but I think Rest, okay. Shadow in the area.
Shadow playing in the shadows, but Florin was just pulling the trigger a little bit too soon as here comes Pop9. Rest is loads, a lot of damage, but Neganar's nice. Florin able to lock it down. There's a DP coming back in. They need a lockdown Shadow before anything else happens. But no, it is a double kill for Florin. Pop9's alive. They're tanking up the tower. Pout is here to hold and save the day. Flashes over the wall. They are most likely to get a Florin. It is a good pickup from Pout, who is holding the line for this CFO roster.
Yeah, great TP from Pout there to turn it into a 2-for-1. Not all is lost from the side of CFO, but that is not a good look. Florin patiently waited in that top side to take Rest out. Shadow had the read, as we see here. As Shadow goes in, Florin goes forward, condemns Rest away, preventing Rest from getting a lot of damage down. Pop9 in the area, they just had so much damage that even Meganar was not able to survive at all. Pop9 able to go in under that turret. Florin finishes the job, and because of Pop9's ability on that Nefiri to just go untargetable, able to drop any turret aggro, able to reduce any chance of death. As we go back to live, we're still fighting here, Pike, and this feels like the Shadow of game 1. It's still echoing in both teams here. It is fight, fight, fight.
Oh, I do love fight as they are looking to go to Fang. Miasma does go down. Doggo getting some good damage off. They can lock down Fang. The damage could be a little bit better as Pout is a little bit too far forward. Getting that nice little stun. And there's the flash of the emote because Dragon up in 10 seconds. You don't want to spend all that much, Logan.
Yeah, this is not great timing to be low health, no matter what team you're on. Pop9, the healthier jungler than Shadow, so he has started that Drake up. You can see it in the minimap as we're looking at this top side. And frankly, what is an unfair matchup.
Florence, just what is he doing? He's just taking huge damage, but it's actually Chelsea. It was a trade 1-for-1 in a 2v1. Logan Rest securing that kill. Absolutely huge.
I didn't even get the chance to stop talking to like throw because that just happened so fast. Florin just hard dived Rest under that tower. I was actually expecting a Condemn to put Rest into that tower to keep him stunned up and locked in that location, but fortunately it didn't come through. So Florin tanked so much tower aggro that even when Chassis arrived and got that taunt onto Rest, the tower did its job and was able to turn it around into a 1-for-1. And if you're Rest, you have to be happy with that because it just was not clean coming out of Relove DCG's top laner there. But these teams, they are constantly fighting. Shadow just got a Scuttle Crab. As we see it here again, Rest, great movement, keeps himself under that turret, and that ramped turret shot so much damage there, Pike.
Yeah, the Stand United was just not enough of a shield to hold on. I think they tanked like maybe 5 or 6 tower shots. That's just them saying we want to assert as much dominance as possible. But Florin is still very strong so far. They've picked up that Sheen, so empowered auto attacks is going to be very critical. So you can still see the Triforce slowly being worked towards for Rest. So now Rift Herald on this top side where the next big fight is. Rest is looking to back off, actually. I was going to say Shadow's looking to hover, but I think they're just going to give.
Yeah, I think Shadow's so far behind that he can't contest in a 1v1 with Pop 9 right now. Pop 9, 1.5 items, Shadow, 1.5 items, but it is that gold, it is that CS differential now, has that pickaxe on his way to an item completion. Kino, goes for it.
Engage. Kino saying, yeah, beautiful petrifying gaze. It is just clean as. It's almost like I've just done my washing because Hongshu's trying to hold on. The Realm Warp is cancelled out. It's all too much. Doggo coming in to sweep up the kill with the Killer Instinct. And now Xiaoxi is picked up again. Double kill for Doggo and Shadow here with a beautiful Starfall just for good measure. CFO are back in this game, Logan.
I have to ask why Shadow ulted. His top lane was under so much pressure, and it was clear that that bot side had that wrapped up. I mean, Florin is running Rest off the Rift. He's nearly got this tier 2 turret as well. Shadow would have been better served going to the top lane to answer the pressure of Florin in that particular situation, in my opinion there, Pike. But it is good to see proactive players coming out of CFO. They net themselves 2 kills on that bot side and give over 0, but they just had so much tempo lost as Kino flashes forward, gets the knock up, and the headbutt pulverized combo that Alistair is so famous for, gets hit by the ult. But the lack of damage here, Pike, is something that startled me. I actually thought Pout would kill him a lot earlier than that. So Doggo comes screaming in and gets a double kill here, though. I really thought Pout would have closed that one out a bit quicker.
Yeah, the big thing here, though, is Hongshu, Ryze, they are still quite a tanky champion. Like, that's the big thing with Ryze. Yes, you punch out a lot of damage, but you've got a Rod of Ages right now. You are scaling. You have got a little bit of health with that item, so it is going to be quite hard to do so. Oh, okay, I think Xiaoxi's just dead. Giving it over to Doggo, who's now 3-0 in this game, up 1.4k. It's looking a lot more like the Doggo Pout game, which is what we want to see from the CFO roster. They're doing a much better job trying to hold this control. With this tower, they should take the gold lead.
Yeah, and here's that hyper-scaling carry that we've seen Doggo on before, that he can pilot to absolute perfection, as Pout just goes in for a 1v1.
Miasma's good, and no, it is Hongshu trying to hold. Stop dancing with Death, but Xiaoxi's joining the fight. I don't think Hongshu has the damage, because honestly, Pout is just so big. Seraph and Rod of Ages. Wow, what do you really do against this Cassiopeia right now? And they've got boot. I say boot, because they've got no legs.
Because, like, where does it go, like, on the ends of their hands, or does it go, like, on the end of the tail? Like, is it one boot? Do they still get a pair? How much are they paying for the boot?
Well, like, usually it's half price if you're only getting one. We got another kill. Shadow picking up another kill in this one as Pop 9 is being jumped on too. Have to be very careful as they're contesting over those chickens. But a buck with a woof, 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 and it says we're going back to the farm.
I was going to say, because we've also got the cow with the moo, moo, moo. Like, we've got the whole, menagerie here, as we do get a replay. Xiaoxi.
With a snake.
Oh, my God. As Xiaoxi is able to jump on, like, get jumped on him. Oh, my God. He just lost half his life in one hit there. As we do see, here we go. What? You know what? I want to talk about this farm more. Why did they draft a farm Pyke? Why?
I just don't know, Logan, and it doesn't matter. As you can see, they're looking to come back in. Grand Skyfall Fang caught out instantly. The smite is what secured the kill, but now the dragon is up in 5 seconds. Hopefully they get that second charge of smite up too, but look at this top side. It is Hongshu say, guys, if they're going to take the dragon, that's fine. I'm going to take their base at the same time. But now, instead, looking to rotate back down. They do have Florin here. 2 items completed. Essence Reaver might do the damage they're hoping for. Pop9 is going to jump over that wall looking for the steal. Red Dragon looks good. The first Infernal, it's already gone. It's just taken away as now Pop9, a little bit of a late wall jump, trying to clear out this vision, but a nice pickup by CFO.
Pop9 was hanging at the back of the Dragon Pit there going, don't worry guys, I got this, and then it was
looking for more, sending them into the wall. Pat has to flash over the wall. Petrified Gaze is not enough. Florin is just absolutely flooring them as Doggo does pick up another kill. They're looking at Doggo trying to set a little bit more damage off. Kino is holding the line. Shadow very tanky. Gonna be so careful as they are trying to retreat as much as they can. But nope, stutter step, don't worry. Scared me a little bit.
They had to be so careful. Doggo just got a double kill, 5-0 and 3, 2.5 items, does have that sheen. I have to imagine he's building towards that Dusk and Dawn, which has become such an oppressive item on the likes of this Kai'Sa. Florin spotted out, Xiaoxi spotted too. Pout still goes forward, thinking he can get the better of 2 here. Flashing over the wall, Florin likewise flashes, chases Pout down, and removes half of CFO's damage. But CFO, it feels like in this play, in this moment, they were a team. They played together. They, went in that sort of defensive formation. They snowballed around, and it was hard for DCG to find a way in. Obviously, Florin got that angle, but got nothing more out of it. As the Baron is on the Rift, CFO, they're putting a little bit of priority on this. They're trying to put some more shadow goes in.
Fang is just caught once again. The damage is just too good, and Rest picking up that kill. But look at the return fighters. Pop9's on the backside, looking potentially at Shadow. Doggo does get hit, but they do just have to retreat. They don't have Fang as their damage dealer.
Yeah, taking out the primary damage dealer, CFO has to be happy with this. I'm loving what we're seeing from CFO here. This is proactive. Shadow is pulling the trigger. He's engaging. They're moving as a unit. We're getting these team fights that we need to see CFO do. And when they're playing around Pout and Kino's engages, I have to say, I feel like these two, they're already making an impact here tonight, Pyke. There's this ward war continues, this fight for vision control around that Baron Pit. It is that 22-minute mark. Either team could go for this at a moment's notice here, and the next Drake is in 2.5 minutes. But let's take a quick look at those items. We've got that Trinity Force and the boots for Rest, but Florin also 2.5 has picked up that Essence Reaver and the BF sword. Damage is massive.
Caught once again, has to jump over that wall. It could be so good. You're right. Honestly, those items are massive, and I'm looking at Doggo right now. Break it down for me because I love that static shiv pickup.
Yeah, so the new static shiv, it's actually going through a rework soon as well. Hasn't landed yet. That will be patch 26.9, but every single Kai'Sa player is looking at that new static shiv going, oh, mama. And when you can get double procs from the Dusk and Dawn, the value, the wave clear, absolutely monstrous. I have to think that Kai'Sa will absolutely rise in the meta from 26.9, but that's a patch away. Doggo looking really good at 5-0 and 4 right now. And he's just got the arm guard, so he's got that little extra bit of safety, that unkillability.
Yeah, it also means they're going a little bit more of that AP build, especially with the Dawn. It does mean that these Void Seekers are going to do a lot more damage, but you're right. It's all about survivability in the face of Pop9. If Neferi jumps on this Kai'Sa, they have a window to stay open. But now Kino as well being looked at, burning the TP out. Obviously, this is DCG pressuring out the Baron, but no, Kino's looking at the Grand Skyfall into the middle of the pit. Miasma's just too good. Doggo's getting the damage off. Xiaoxi's gone. This is CFO controlling the game. Where was Fang? Where was Florin? They were not in that fight, and is CFO just absolutely controlling the state of this game. 3k gold up, and the Baron is in their sight.
Yeah, what I really liked there was a small moment in time where Florin condemned Rest back into the wall and made the Nah ult miss. And CFO still won that fight in a landslide. It was 3 dead members from Relove DCG to 0 from CFO. And it all starts here. DCG, they've got 4 members in the area. 5 members even, and they think they can collapse, but Kino goes in. He gets 2, Shadow responds, Rest had TP'd, has that shield, Doggo ults over the top. Suddenly what was a 2v5 turns into a 5v5, and I don't think Relove DCG were ready for it. So CFO able to take the team fight, they're able to take the Baron, they find themselves 4,500 gold up with 15 seconds to the Drake here, and the damage is massive.
Yeah, look, this is the crazy thing. If the damage gets even more explosive, the more dragons get picked up. Again, this will be the second Infernal Drag for CFO. First, if it goes over to DCG, but it's about controlling the state. I think this is the big thing with this Vayne pick. Yeah, it's looking cool. We got some flashy plays, but Nah is going to be so much better in a team fight because you can just jump on with the Mega Nah and lock them down. With the Miasma on top, Pout knows when to put this down in the right place. So you have to be so careful. Look, again, getting caught out. Xiao Si is low. Oh, just where did he go? That Void Seeker melted him too. It's just looking worse and worse for DCG. They need to turn this around if they want to take the 2-0.
Xiao Si needs to stop getting caught. Xiao Si needs to play with the team and stay with the team for a little while. He's 2 levels down over Kino. He's 1, 7, and 3. He is more than 1/3 of CFO's kills onto DCG. He is 7 out of... It's just... it's kind of crazy actually how much Xiao Si is not performing in this mid to late game on this Shen pick by virtue of getting picked. And CFO, they're able to turn this pressure. They're able to convert these leads that they've got into the next Drake. This will be the 4th Drake of the game. This will be CFO's 3rd, putting them on Soul Point. And their Baron power play with a minute left is at 3,000 plus right now. The CFO, they push this bot side tier 2, and it looks like they're going to start sieging this one up here, Pike.
The big thing is, like, why is the Vayne still topside? I guess the whole point is they need to get Vayne and Florent sitting in the side lane looking for more as the TP is actually coming in, but it's right in the heart of the whole team. Look at Shadow flashes instantly over the wall, but Florent could just be caught out. Bing, bang, boom. Rest is chilling as it is just too much petrifying gaze. The damage is good. This is CFO absolutely wiping the floor with Relove DCG, and it's just Shadow going well deep into the backline too. Pop 9 cannot hold out any longer again. They're backing, they're TPing, they're looking down the mid. Wait, Fang's doing it! It's not enough as it is Doggo able to clean up with the ace for CFO. They're looking to close out this game through the mid lane, maybe through bot, and it is all she wrote, Logan. A huge performance out of CFO if they look to clean this one up. All they need to do is hit those towers, take that Nexus. Xiao Si, do not keep padding your really rough stats here. 1, 8, and 3 might not be enough, but it is CFO taking us to a game number 3, Logan.
It's a spirited CFO that brings it together and takes game 2 here tonight in our best of 3 series between CFO and Relove DCG. It was great to see them actually string this together. They had a couple of moments where we were like, oh no, please no more. But Pout and Kino making it happen. Rest was getting stomped by Florin in that top side until he was rescued by the rest of the team, and then it came together in those team fights. They were able to get that sort of Shadow engage, that Shadow turnaround, obviously with the Rise Realm Warps, obviously with the Doggo ults as well. Suddenly you weren't in that 2v5 situation, you were in that 5v5 situation, and if you weren't ready for it, there was lights out. Relove DCG, I don't think they used those Rise ults, that Realm Warp, effectively enough. It felt like every single time there was 1, maybe 2 that came through with that. But CFO, they just, toward that late game, they just knew when they needed to be there as a team. And they won the fights and they got the objectives. Yeah.
They really came together, Logan. It's exactly what I said from game number 1 is we need to see CFO get on the same page. This was a CFO roster on the same page. I could hear that you could definitely tell that Kino was saying, guys, like, we are ahead. Like, you can see the damage from Shen there. Xiao Si, yeah, has a little bit more damage than Alistair, but Alice is not there to do damage. Alice is there to disrupt. That's exactly what we saw is Kino in these fights doing a fantastic job. But again, big props to Pout. This early triple kill was actually insane to get them such a strong lead and take this Pirate Blue Smurf out of the game.
It certainly felt pivotal. It certainly gave Pout that sort of mid-lane advantage, that scaling, the item strength. As we do see here, CFO, they play so well to protect Pout. I feel like after game one, after some doubtlessly scrims, they see his consistent performance. He performed well in game one, even though they lost it, and he's performing well here in game two. I think they realize he's their win condition. I think they realize if they can protect Pout, if they can give Pout the spacing and the time he needs to get that damage down, he can carry CFO to victory. The CFO, the rest of them, they need to do their part too. They need to TP and turn up to these fights. They need to engage with Shadow on these Pantheon ults and just set him up for success, because he's able to TP in and clean up.
Yeah, it's not always about the cleanup crew. That's like you said, it's all about getting to the teams just a little bit further. It's like seeing and being proactive. But wow, again, the Pout show here, just absolutely slippery snake moves, doing so much work, canceling the robo. Again, this is what I was saying. Kino is a disruptor in these fights. No matter what, they're stopping them, they're slowing it down, they're getting themselves into a better position. And Chassis just didn't have any ticket here to be able to do anything with it. So at the same time, again, it's Kino in this fight helping out the team. It feels like Kino's just everywhere.
And that's what you need in a tanky engaged support, right? Especially in Alistair, because an Alistair, yes, is a tanky support, but is also an excellent engage tool. Like over here in this fight, he was patient. He didn't just run straight in. He waited in the brush until CFO brought Relove DCG closer to him because he was low health. He knew he couldn't run in. He'd get taken out. But when they brought him into range, he then did the pulverized headbutt combo beautifully onto two. And it felt like he never missed. He always landed at least one, sometimes more often than not two. And this TP from Florin, this was a rare fumble from Florin, I think. CFO, they saw it coming. They immediately collapsed onto Florin, and that won them the team fight because they had the numbers advantage.
That's 100% it, and it was just read like a book. And yeah, Relove DCG, they got to go back to the drawing board as we get into game number 3 very soon. But still, Fang doing a really good job holding this line as best they can. Able to pick up a kill too, but Doggo still so strong. I am worried a little bit for this Relove DCG roster, right? Like, who knows what they're really going to be able to turn around in this next series. It's Fearless at the end of the day, Logan, so it means we're going to see a whole new set of champions. Let's see what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, look, because of these Fearless bans, and we are going to that game 3, we will see a new roster of champions, which I'm such a fan of. I love that this Fearless format was adopted last year and it's been kept going through, and it gives us an opportunity to see these players with their champions and just how deep their pools go. I'm gonna so you walk.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it the same as you. I was sort of like, hey, you're nice and souped in. Maybe I should be souped in. I don't know. But no, honestly, Logan, I'm excited for game number 3. It's not often we go to a best of 3. It's going to be a big one.
That's it, and best of 3s are fantastic. But we will get to game 3 right after this break, because here in the LCP, Pike, we're made for this. Welcome back to the LCP, Pike. We find ourselves in Game 3 of a best-of-3 series between CFO and Relove DCG, and I have to say, I didn't expect we'd find ourselves here.
Oh, really? I always suspected that we'd go to 3 games because there's only ever 3 games in a series, so you never know what's going to happen, Logan. That's the beautiful thing about these series and LCP. They could just throw you for a left field, and you're just like, where did that come from? So my big thing is Shadow really needs to step up in this game. I think Shadow had a relatively okay last game, but I think he needs to be a little bit more for the team. But Pout is honestly my MVP thus far. They are absolutely coming for their debut as an actual god in the mid lane.
Yeah, Shadow is definitely scaling. He didn't have the greatest game 1. He had a decent game 2. And if he can connect with Pout in that mid lane and become like a fearsome mid-jungle duo, I fear for any team that would fall in the face of that. Kino on that boss side is definitely enabling those team fights. And Doggo had much more of a presence on that boss side on the Kai'Sa as DCG go with first pick and CFO go blue side. So interestingly, all 3 of these games, right? It's been a blue side and first pick. No one has wanted to first pick red. No one has wanted to first pick second pick, right? Which is just proving, it's testifying that priority that these teams are learning about the blue side and the value of that first pick as it leans into their selections. As Florin's just looking straight down the barrel of this camera here, we're like, oh, okay, hi Florin, how's it going? Do you perceive us through these cameras? Awkward.
Hey guys. But no, look, I agree. I think blue side, best side, Logan. That's the short and skinny of it. Blue side, best side. Usually when you ever put on red side, especially in solo queue, it's because the game wants you to lose. And if you ask me, it's unfair. That's
Look, yeah, all right. I'll let you have your opinion. You're wrong, but you can have your opinion. But we do, as you did say though, you would expect Shadow to scale up. Pout doesn't need scaling. It almost feels like Pout's already at peak levels right now. I think the rest of CFO, like I said in game 2, they need to respond to, rise up to, and play around Pout. It's clear that he's the playmaker. It's clear that if he's given the tools and the gold, like give the kills over to Pout, he could carry CFO to victory. But then, right, it's also a weakness because your opponents, Relove DCG, they can identify, okay, Pout is their hard carry, gang up, kill Pout, take the damage, take the carry, and then we clean up the team fight afterwards, right? So it's that dichotomy, it's that juxtaposition between 2 teams. How are you going to play around your strength? How are you going to protect that weakness?
So those are the big questions, Logan. It's like asking, what is the meaning of life? Or where do my socks go when I put them in the washing machine? It's all really important things that I don't know where they go, man. They just disappear. I come out, I put in a pair of socks, and then I lose a sock, and then I'm left with 1 sock. It's a nightmare. It's like I'm basically Cassiopeia, but we're in picks and bans, and we're here ready to go. We got Rumble, Nocturne already banned out, Vi, Ashe, and Karma off to the other side for DCG. I like it.
I'm always going to like these bans, right? Because these bans are from smarter people than me. So I'm going to be like, yep, no, cool, great ban. I see the vision. So Karma, such a strong support. I actually don't think we've even seen a Karma yet here in the LCP. She is just perma banned. Ashe, again, breaking up that Ashe Seraphine duo that we have seen on the rise. Interestingly though, we're not seeing any Zeri or Yuumi kind of bans to break that duo apart. Vi, that guaranteed lockdown engage, banned away. So that is a jungle ban towards Shadow because Shadow now has, no longer they have access to J4 as Lee Sin locked in for Pop. We do love Pop 9 on a Lee Sin, don't we, Pike?
Oh yeah, we do. I love to see it. Pop 9 ready to pop off on the Lee Sin. Throwing out resonating strikes and seeing what they can do with it. Those dragon kicks are going to be phenomenal, but it is a very early game champion. There's not much scaling in the Lee Sin, so it begs the question, what is going to be their late game win con as the Renekton being first picked for rest on the other side? I like the Crocodile.
Crikey, there's a crocodile on the rift here, Pike, as Renekton locked in for rest. It will be interesting to see, though, what they decide to pick into the face of the indomitable Croc from Shurima. As Lucian has been picked up for Doggo on the bot side.
Okay, well, this is an interesting one here, Logan, because I like the Lucian. It's sort of rising a little bit in priority. We've seen a ban for the last 2 games. Does that mean they're going to bring out something like the Nami, or is the Milio going to come out, like these sort of staple Lucian combos in the bot lane? I think this is very aggressive, and I'm here for it. But a Twisted Fate as well, maybe the Hongshu is very, very nice. But Jax being flipped to the hover is interesting.
Yeah, look, Jax is a top lane menace, in my opinion. I love seeing the likes of Pun on the top lane in Jax. I also love seeing Pun in Volibear, but he's not here playing tonight. Jax is a strong pick. I love the counter that he brings, that sort of... I've seen Annie rise in priority, right? Yes. I don't like the Annie pick. Yes, it can... Well, it can like nuke someone from 0 to 100 if you hit with everything. But if your opponent has faster hands than you, if they have spell shields, they're able to flash away and avoid the combo. You've got to be perfect with Annie.
Oh, look, do you have to be perfect with Annie? Because I feel like it's one of those champions that you can, like you said, flash Tibbers, and it usually gets the job pretty good. So I feel like it's more about, are you referring more to like the early laning phase where you're sort of maybe not as potent as you should be? Like you're sort of playing for, I'm waiting to get the flash ulti available so I can make some plays. Because I think it is kind of telegraphed, but if you find a good bush, you can hide well, let the Jax maybe take the lead. You don't really hear that said very often, but still, it's possible that Annie can really rise up. The damage is always very consistent with an Annie, especially with a Lucian Nami. It's a very volatile and squishy bot lane.
Yeah, you do say it's consistent, but it's extremely bursty. Annie pulls off her combo, then she has nothing left to contribute to these team fights, right? So it will be interesting to see how they do it. CFO, they've locked in that classic bot side duo, that Lucian Nami for Doggo and Kino, and having revealed their entire bot lane, I'm interested to see what Relove DCG counter it with, right? It will be a hard matchup, but counter to that, Relove DCG have revealed their top jungle and mid, allowing Shadow and Pout to be able to respond with their picks as well. I just want to call out, CFO have banned Nautilus every single game.
Yeah.
And there it is, Blitzcrank. Yep, chassis, not allowed to have Blitzcrank, no thank you.
To be fair, when you're playing Lucian Nami, you don't want to be versing a hook champion. You want to put them into something that's maybe like another type of mage, because it's just going to suck if this Nami gets hooked. You have to burn flash.
We do see that Poppy banned away here too, but Leona is still up. And I know we had this conversation before. I think she's a hook champ. You went and wikied it. She's absolutely definitely not a hook champ. The wiki is wrong, but she can still engage like a hook champ, right? Whether it is or it isn't. Yep. Ooh.
Kha'Zix?
They saw it at the LCK. They liked it. They want to bring it here into the LCP. Oh.
Okay.
Going
that makes more sense.
Tanky comp here.
I like
it. Does.
Okay. I like the Sejuani here. I think it makes a lot of sense. Zyra Khan is another bot lane you could be so clean with. The Featherstorm will keep you alive just that little bit longer. It's also so strong if they do lock in the Rakan too, because that's your ticket. That's the easy knockups into a very strong Annie that can just hit you with the CC, and it makes the most sense to go Zyra Rakan because your team comp's looking very well rounded as DCG right now.
I do like this. We've got two very classic bottom lane matchups. That Zyra Khan duo into that Lucian Nami duo. I really can't tell you which pair of these are better. I can't help but feel like Lucian Nami has more sustain, but Zyra Khan has more survivability as Syndra being hovered. Potentially Pout goes for this?
Oh, mother. Okay, we're in for a treat. This is one of Pout's favorite champions. He's played it so much. 15 games. He's had 8 wins, 7 losses, 53% win rate on this champion. So that doesn't sound like much, but he is aggressive. He's got damage and he scales so well, especially into an Annie where you can get that extra range and that poke off. As long as you're not getting stunned up permanently, Syndra should have a pretty good time into this matchup.
Yeah, with that serious range advantage over Annie, I would absolutely expect Pout to have this lane under wraps in the early game. It's his favorite champion. It's one of his best performing champions. So this is the definition of comfort for Pout here on this Syndra. Both teams, they've locked these drafts. Rest having a good time. He's having a bop. Is there tunes coming through those headsets? Can we listen?
Nah, he's not resting. He is pumped up, and that is the difference. That is what what's going to take them in this game. Can CFO claw their way back once again? Remember, Relove took game 1. CFO took game 2 quite convincingly. Let's see if they can go. Stop moving banners. These are too cool. That one's in like a cool ramen. The other one's climbing a mountain. God damn it, I want that badly.
Like, I just want the LCP Arena to like ask these fans if they can grab the fan signs and be like, can we create a wall of amazing fan signs? Because I don't know about you, but LCP, we have the best fan signs in the entire esports world here, Pike. But enough about fan signs. We are on Summoner's Rift for game 3 of tonight's best of 3 series between CFO and Relove DCG as wards go down. Vision control war. It's already started.
Saucy. That was saucy, Logan. Damn, like it's almost like you're serenading me a little bit. Let's do it with these skins. God Stuff Jax, Pug Trainer Sejuani,
Red
Riding
Annie.
That feels wrong to say it like that. Let's go move on. Project Lucian,
Normal Syndra.
It's just a Syndra base. It's like you can't do that. Cool. It's boring. Sunken Shadows Nami. Yeah, honestly, Pat on one of their favorite champions, they're coming out with no skin. That's just disrespectful to the champion right there, if anything. But Pop9 getting a nice little early invade. They do have the aggression early on to make some moves and steal away some jungle.
Yeah, but I want to go back to Pout and not being skinless and, you know, the tribute to the role, the tribute to the lane. Who is one of the most famous, who is one of the best mid laners in all of League history? It's Faker. What does Faker do? Never plays a skin. Pout, he's just playing like his idol, my guy. He's emulating Faker for extra success. We all know you get that sort of 1% increased win rate there in that mid lane if you don't run a skin.
Well, yeah, that's true. It does make sense. The math adds up. We know exactly what's going on. Kino, taking away a couple of those little rocks. It's we're just pebble collecting at this point. It's nothing too bad. But again, Shadow doing a good job. What do you think about this pug skin? It's got a red chroma. It's pretty cool.
Pike, the dogs are back on the rift.
Woof woof, baby.
Like,
woof woof.
They didn't have enough of the farm in game 2, so they decided to bring it here in game 3. We got the crocodile, we got the doggo, we got the mermaid, we got the birds as well in Zyra Khan. Did you know League of Legends is actually a zoo? As we just take a quick look at the rift here. Shadow roaming around that top side just in case Florin decides to go in on Renekton the crocodile. What sound do you reckon a crocodile makes?
Actually, I can do a pretty good crocodile. I can do it's like a sort of like a cow, but it's like a deep rumble because what they do, fun fact for all you cool kids out there who love science, crocodiles like to vibrate the water, and that's actually how they talk to each other. So when you see them talking to each other, they actually vibrate the water and it actually sends out these like tremors. So it's actually this really cool way that they talk, and it's always like an aggression sort of thing. So they'll vibrate the water so intensely that you can hear it from ages away. Fun fact, but let's get back to League of Legends where the zoo is still cooking because these players are animals.
Yeah, look, you can tell we're from Australia, talking about crocodiles, the farm, animals, etc. You had me lost at Rumble, though. You were like, oh, they're going to Rumble. I'm like, what? Rumble's not on the Rift? What are you talking about? He was banned away, and then he wasn't even played. But that's actually something. We haven't seen Rumble or Cassante as Shadow does punch Pop9 low, is forced to pot and walk out of that jungle. It's going to be cheeky, though, here, and stick around in CFO's jungle.
Now, Kino's in a bit of a dangerous spot too. He's going to get knocked up. Pop9 is available off to the side. You're going to be so careful. Doggo's actually dashing forward. That's kind of insane. But Pop9, be very careful. Yes, you have a little bit of energy, but is it going to be enough as you're taking a lot of damage? Wardhop's out of danger. And nice little play, just asserting dominance.
Yeah, he was like, I'm going to go in under that turret anyway. Shadow did see the numbers, rotates down, immediately backs away when Pop9 tags him. So it's just like, you know what? Nah, I've shown face. You don't need to do anything more. I'm going to back away and clear my camps. And that's what a good jungler does. He repels the opposing jungler and then keeps clearing his camps here. As we see this trading that we were talking about in that mid lane, that ranged advantage from Syndra, proving so strong into this Annie in the early game. That said, both of our mid laners are both level 5, so only 1 or 2 more waves. They'll hit that level 6, and we'll start to see that sort of Flash Tippers combo come online. I would love to see Shadow make a play and get Hongshu to burn that flash, but Sejuani, not the most sort of early game ganking jungler, on Summoner's Rift.
No. You're sort of more trying to scale up a little bit. Like we said, Lee Sin's going to have the priority early on, but the scaling is not going to be there, whereas Shadow is going to be nigh unkillable as the game goes on. But Shadow, again, like I said, doing a good job starting to invade on these camps and trying to stop Pop 9 as they were trying to get that reset. Now another little fight's going to come out as they're just trying to contest, as it is going to go over. Pop 9 still taking the camp just for good measure, saying, look, it's okay, I didn't get the full back, that's fine, I'll go clear it out. But Florin, again, having a much better time into Rest, who is now actually proxying the wave, just trying to pull it back so it's in a little bit of a better landing position. Not too bad, if you ask me.
Well, good thing. We're actually going to ask you, what are your thoughts on that? Not too bad. Great. We heard it here from the great man Pike himself. As we do go back to this bot side lane, we just get some cheeky trading, just trying to push them off that wave. So Kino and Doggo able to get the CS. Great dash away from Chassis, trying to engage. The damage back onto Feng, though.
It could be good, but it might not be enough as they don't really have the mana or the health. It was just really good trades. You could see they got the nice Rakan knockup, but they also landed the bubble. So it was a bit of like a both 80 carries and a stalemate. It was who can get out of it faster. So really nice to see as Dragon's already been started up by DCG. Remember, early drags win games as now Kino has to flash.
Yeah, really good job there to force the flash out of Kino. The heal did come out of Chassis in that early trade, but mid lane,
looking for a little bit more. Hongshu is low. No level 6 for Shadow, so can't get too much off. But that is the unstoppable power coming out of Pout. So ultimate is burnt.
Yeah, so interestingly, right, the ultimate from Hongshu was burnt, but it wasn't like a Flash Tibbers combo because Hongshu still had the flash to get away when Shadow showed up. Speaking of Shadow, we're back in the jungle. Ult goes out onto Chassis, but I have to imagine that's just a get out of my jungle because he didn't have the damage or the numbers in the area to seriously contest that one. But that first dragon has been picked up by Relove DCG. Chassis, hello? Ooh, that was close.
It's a little bit of a bait, if you ask me. They're like, maybe it's just limit testing at this point. We'll have to see what's going to be going on. But still, nice little return there. Chassis able to get out of dodge. But gold is still fairly even, only 500 gold lead for CFO right now. But no real objectives other than the dragon being taken. Void Grubs are about to come up in 45 seconds here, Logan. But what do you actually see? It's interesting that I'm seeing early Merc treads coming out of Hongshu on this Annie.
Yeah, I think that's respect to the CC, the stun that Syndra can bring, as well as that high damage output. I think this is a really good call from Hongshu. It's not going to get much value in terms of damage mitigation from anyone else, but it will prevent the length, the duration of those stuns coming out of that Renekton, the Syndra CC, the Sejuani. There's so much CC on the side of CFO. Merctrans just makes sense. This is a really smart early pickup. The damage mitigation and the CC mitigation, absolute value there as the Grubs on the Rift in 5 seconds. Gold advantage only just in favor of CFO. This is the slowest game out of all three so far, Pike. It's currently 0 apiece, 8-minute mark, and Relove DCG, they have the wards in place. They know if Shadow goes for these Grubs. Florin also spots Shadow and makes a hasty retreat so as not to give first blood over, because that's still ready and waiting for whomsoever wants to pick it up here, Pike.
When did that pug get sunglasses? Look at this pug. They're gone. What? Yeah. They're gone. No way. Oh, okay. Looking for a bit of a trade, as it is going to still go over to CFO. Looking for that extra smite. It's a 1-for-1, as it's just the battle of the brawn. Let's see if Shadow has enough damage. Oh, nice little sidestep there, stopping Pop 9 from really trying to secure anything. It actually is Pop 9, I think, taking a lot of the damage from these minions, but the Void Grub taken away. Nice secure by Shadow. The rest of the team have to back off, as Tibbers was out for a bit of a play.
Yeah, just Tibbers rocked up. Was like, oh, the Grubs, I want to get them. Oh, as the Aqua Prison just misses Relove DCG there. So they go in for an engage of their own. They know that the CC tools aren't available to repel them. And I really like what I'm seeing out of Doggo and Kino. It's not the most aggressive bot lane, but it is definitely a synergistic bot lane. These two are playing together like they've played together before. And as we covered off at the start of the broadcast, they have. This is, I think, about the third time these two have been paired up together. Back in 2019, back with BYG in 2021, Beyond Gaming, which was that emote that they flashed earlier too. So yes. I think this is that old experience, that old synergy that they had together coming online quite nicely.
Oh, Pout. No
Oh.
no pouting. As they are trying to spot out Pop9 as well, who's stealing away some chickens. Not really good when your doggo needs to feed on as much protein as possible. But Xiaoxi's up in this top side, so Shadow, they're looking at the first blood, already secured for rest. Getting the Crocodile, that nice little lead, is always handy. A good 2 for 1. 2 in 1. But hold on, Keenan might be taken out too. Nope, don't worry about it. We're all good.
That's the thing that really impresses me about these tier 1 players, right? Like, if I'm a support main, and if I'm playing an army and I see a Lee Sin, I basically know I'm dead if that Lee Sin decides to go me. But here in pro play, they're like, no, I got the hands. I can dodge anything you want to give to me. So it's like, the only time you got to worry is if Lee Sin lands that sort of Sonic like wave there. So they're chilling. Keenan's like, no, get out of this jungle. This is Shadow's jungle, not yours. And that's one thing that, good turnaround there from Pout. That's one thing that's kind of been, I want to say, like, the story of these 3 games is the junglers, right? Shadow has been invading Pop9. Pop9 has been counter invading onto Shadow. Pout, though.
Unleashed power is good, but not enough, as Pout is dangerously low. Fun fact, you can pick up Tibbers as far as I'm aware. So it is always interesting if you do decide to take it away. But now Grand Entrance is good, but no, the Glacial Prince is even better. Trouble Bubble on top is just too much. Featherstorm's use has to flash. Can they secure the kill? Doggo has locked it down, and a kill for the dog himself. Woof, woof, woof.
Who let the
There's
dogs
too many
out?
dogs.
CFO. No. We got the pug dog. We got Doggo the dog. We have so many farm animals here on the Rift. It's almost comical. But CFO make an excellent play. They get a fantastic gank on that bot side, get priority for themselves, and start up the Drake. DCG, though, they don't want to let this go quietly.
Done. It's not enough. Pop9 is able to pick up Kino. It's going to be a smite off, as it is still going to go over to CFO. They get the kill. Now they're looking at Xiaoxi, who is able to just dash out of the way. Pout is still very strong. We actually are going to see it's a Hex Tech Soul logo. Nice little one. Get those early tunnels on the board. Always good to see at 12 minutes.
Yeah, definitely getting that hyper mobility onto the Rift as well. You're able to get out onto the Rift so much faster. DCG, though, they're looking to extend this play. They're still in the area. CFO, they smell something's up. Hongshu moving forward.
Yeah, look, smells are good when you're a dog because you can't see everything, but they get the return fight. Pout is able to pick up Xiaoxi, a little bit too aggressive, but look at Shadow. They are so low. Stealing away the red buff is the way to do it. Really good re-engage from DCG after they lost the dragon fight.
Yeah, I don't know if you're happy with that, though. Xiaoxi does go down, and all they get for that is that red buff. So well played by CFO there. As we get this replay, Shadow played the vision spectacularly. Nails that ultimate straight on the Fung. Full stun, forces the flashes from both of them, and is able to kind of take that AD down on the back end of the fight there. CFO, they're putting up a good case for this game 3. It is only 13 minutes. It is only a 2K gold lead. But if there's signs of hope, they're there right now, Pike. Xiaoxi, though, on the roam mid. But look at the vision control. Relove DCG have so much vision around that Drake. They knew exactly where CFO was at all times for that Drake fight.
Yeah, no, and that's the big thing, right? Vision is power, and that is what DCG are trying to control as much as possible, as it could be caught out. Doggo's still going to get stunned up a little bit, but is able to cleanse it away. But now you're going to be so careful to re-engage. No cleanse now means Doggo is a prime target for any more CC.
Yeah, we do go back to that bot side fight, though, where they extended that play, and Shadow so tanky, able to absorb that engage from Hongshu without enough damage to shut him down. They get Xiaoxi. Yes, they give over the red buff, but I'd have to think that they're happy with getting that kill onto the sport for the cost of the red buff. And I think if we take a quick look at those items, look at the ADs, right? Doggo has a 1,500 gold lead, which has him a full half an item ahead of his counterpart there. Fang, they both have Storm Razor, so that, you know, they're both coming online. They have that aggression.
But they're looking low, Grims. They're looking for another dive, trying to take Florin out. It's just CC on CC. Ooh. Doggo getting another kill. Shadow barely taken to half health, with tanking the tower as well. And this is the power of this CFO roster right now. As look at Pout, they looked at 2, Pop9. Oh, it's a lot of damage turning it around though, so good recovery for Pout to stay alive just a little bit longer, but the tunnels are back online. Let's see if they can turn it roughly through. You do see Rest has secured the tower top, but now Shadow going a little bit too deep, but might be caught Got to be careful, but they do reset nicely.
Yeah, really nice from Flash Shadow there. Flash Shadow, that sounds like a great team name. A really great flash from Shadow there to go over the pit to try and get that fight. But there were 3 members of Relove DCG there. So Shadow did have to back away, had to respect the potential outplay. Doggo, though, in fine form, finds himself 20 CS up over Fung, is 2-0. Fight breaks out. DCG able to escape.
Yeah, nothing too bad about that, as now they're looking at the Rift Herald. It is up and ready to go, and CFO just first to the objective once again. But now the rest of the team of DCG is looking to recover. Pop9 getting that early ward. They want to look for a steal. Into the pit he goes. You've got to be so careful. No pushback for the Syndra, so it could be an easy steal as the TP now coming back out. It's Jax. There's the stun. There's the big tidal wave. It's enough damage. It's enough CC. Hongshu survives the fight and is able to clutch it up a little bit more, but Fang is doing the damage. Kino is gone. It's just too much. Florin with that TP play gets it done. How did Hongshu survive?
3-0. Relove DCG, TP in, they take the fight, they take the Herald, and CFO are left running with their tails tucked between their legs. They get nothing, Pike. As we do go to this replay, it starts off well. They're able to keep Pop9 in the back of that pit, but the TP comes through. Shadow does get that ult onto Hongshu. All of the CC in the world, and you know what? It's the Merc Treads. It reduced that damage. It minimized that CC time. It is an inspired choice to run that into this composition that CFO has drafted. It's getting absolute maximum value, and he tanked the world. CFO had no ultimates left for the rest of Relove DCG. They knew it, and they cleaned up that fight fantastically there, Pike, as Fang topped the damage and is now on the board 1-1 and 2.
Oh, it's looking good, and I'm excited to see how they're going to push it further a little bit more. DCG just clearing out. Next dragon has just spawned. CFO really need to get some priority of vision control over on this bot side, which they're starting to do. They're clearing out the wards. Now they're looking at the dragon.
And you know what? It's such a pretty dragon. It belongs on this farm. It's a blue and grey dragon. It's nice and shiny. And they started up. There's 5 members of CFO in the area. Yeah. Oh,
I love this.
Pop9's going to place the...
Oh, he stole it! Absolutely insane! It was one thing, it was 50 HP! Pop9 might lose his life for that trouble, but a great steal as they're trying to walk out. It's all too much. CFO are now getting absolutely blasted through. Hongshu is getting it done. Fang picks up Shadow. Look at Florin, it's just too much damage. Kino's gone. Powder's trying to hold a line as best they can, but a huge steal, and the Rift Herald still gets the charge off. DCG are running this game even further. They were down 1,000 gold. Now they're up 1.5.
What a crazy turnaround. What a crazy sequence of events. Relove DCG were down 4-1, and now they're up 5-8 in terms of kills. They just got a 2-charge Rift Herald, which is insane value here in this split. As we go to this replay, CFO, they don't have the vision control. They don't know where it is. Look at that. 51 health, Pike. He stole it at 51 health. You can't early smite like that. Doggo, he does escape over the backside of the pit though, and Hongshu flashes after him. He knows he can take Doggo out. There it is. On the backside of the fight. And then they followed up, right? So the Rift Herald was played, which turns out to be an inspired play by Pop9 as he goes in for that seal. And the Rift Herald walks to bot and applies that pressure. They win the team fight, so then they can follow up the bot side push. CFO, they just lost so much, and now they're going for the top side.
Yeah, Rest is in a bit of a bad spot. Pop9 picking up another kill. 3-1 and 5 with a fantastic dive. They might lose their tier 1 bot tower over to Pout down here, but still, it was a lot of damage, and they were just pushing their weight across the map here, Logan. That's what you want to do when you have a slight lead. You just got to run with it.
Look, when you get a slight lead, what's that saying? They say, give an inch, take a mile. These guys have been given 1 millimeter, and they've taken the moon right now. It was 4-1. They're 2,500 gold. You can see at around the 17-minute mark, everything changed. CFO, they lost the fight at 16, and then they lost the fight at 18, and now everything is in DCG's control, right? It's 30 seconds till the Baron. They have 2 Drakes, 1 Grub right now, and their mid lane, Hongshu, is on a tear. He's 2-0. Feng, 2-1. It's like Relove DCG from game 1 decided to turn up 15 minutes through this game 3 here, and they are applying the pressure. But we do take a quick look at that sort of vision control, which Relove DCG... That's it. Relove DCG are so effective at this vision control as well. They have it through the middle of that river at all the entry and exit points, so they will know if CFO is advancing forward. Pout, though, he fancies himself here. He keeps sort of skirmishing with Hongshu.
Look, it's a lot of damage, but Shadow just soaked an ultimate and a bit more CC, so now it's about resetting. You can't really commit to these big fights, but with the Nami in tow, Kino doing a good job just keeping the... Oh, look at we're getting a view of the fans mid-game. They're like the rubbing their hands like, oh, they're cooking. Come on, CFO, let's see if you can get it done. The reverse sweep is possible, but still, DCG looking good. 3k gold up, Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, but Baron is live, Logan. It's where these teams might be looking.
Yeah, I really like Baron fights, especially when SHG is on the Rift, but the rest of the LCP, I think they're learning. I think they're taking notes, not only from the LCP, but other regions. As Relove DCG, they've started it. CFO, they don't know. There's no visions. There's no wards here for CFO. As Shadow goes in, is poked away. Doggo pops at ult, just gets a little bit of damage down, but nothing else. It does dissuade the Baron, which is value in and of itself. But
it's a lot. If they can take out Sejuani here, it could make it a little bit easier. It's going over the walls, not where you want to be, Pop9. You're going to be so careful with that one fight. Rest off to the side, being looked at. Let's see if they can get the damage off. The feathers are going wide. No way to get the blade caller back. Let's see if there's Hongshu looking at it. Let's see if they can lock it down. Feng picking up Sejuani. Now they're looking at Rest. The Crocodile could be Crocodile meat in just a second if they're not careful, but still, they lock down the jungler. Baron is back on the cards for DCG.
That was really unusual from Shadow, right? So we had a sequence of plays where Relove DCG were there. They were in that brush. They were in the mid. They were fighting for control over that Baron brush. Shadow went in. He soaked a bunch of damage. He went below 50%, and then he went back forward for more. CFO had showed up. Yeah, it was a 5v5, but the jungle was already less than 50%. I have to think that maybe CFO thought of an aggressive play here, right? As we see it all again, just soaks so much damage. He's able to get to safety over the wall. This is where CFO should have disengaged, right? Shadow less than 50, but walks up again into the face of 3 known members of Relove DCG and a blind brush. And he saw Hongshu in the area earlier. I just think that's a misplay. That has to be a one-off mistake. You can't do that again. Otherwise, this game will absolutely go over to Relove DCG. And they've started up the Drake. Hongshu, though, deep flank here.
I love a good deep flank. It's always where you see these mid laners go, but it looks like they're just not even going to be able to contest it. Dragon is gone sole point now, as Hongshu is still here. Could be looking for a stun. Here's the re-engage from Xiaoxi, trying to hold on a little bit more. Big tidal wave is going to hit 3 members, but it's not going to be enough damage as Shadow takes out Xiaoxi. That's the support god, but can Shadow be taken out a little bit more? It looks like they don't have the follow-up damage, Logan. Yes, they get the drag, but they lose their support.
Yeah, but it looked like they were still winning that fight in the extended play as well, Pike. They were able to drive CFO back even after they lost their support. So Relove DCG, they are 3 Drakes. They're on Drake's sole point here. Florin and Hongshu just nail home that, final nail in the coffin for that bot side tier 2. As we see this here again, Hongshu belts forward, is able to get some lockdown onto Rest, but that is a Renekton, is quite tanky, and Shadow comes over the wall, ults onto Xiaoxi in the face of 4 members of Relove DCG. And then DCG, they're on the hunt. They're trying to get this deep vision control down. Pop9 with the flank angle. CFO, they don't see it. They've started a fight.
Xiaoxi, very careful. Although the heal goes out. Double heal too. Feng is low. You're going to be so careful. Hongshu just picked him up. Where did Feng go? The damage is just too good. They're looking at Powder to double kill for Hongshu. Let's try and make it a triple. It's just too good. This mid laner is absolutely on fire. DCG is on it. Florida's 2v1ing under the tier 2 tower. Lolly's just having a blast over here. Xiaoxi looking to return just to see if he can help out, but the Baron has been started. Let's try and make taking an ace, boys, because Rest is no longer world for this world. He has to flash to survive, and the Baron is the prize, Logan. DCG are on fire.
And that was all off the back of Pop 9, that Lee Sin getting that deep flank angle as we see it here, right? So Doggo goes in, he thinks he's fine, they've got a bit of vision control, they see them in front of them, but they don't see them behind, and that Dragon's Rage kick straight into 3 members of Real Love DCG. Doggo never stood a chance. And then the team fight, it's already over. Hongshu getting the stun onto Pout, Rest just getting driven away here, and the moment Lee got so far deep behind enemy lines and kicked Doggo into 3 members of Reload DCG, it was done. It was over. That fight was just fantastic. And it gets them a free Baron, right? So now there's 5 members of Real Love DCG, all Baron empowered, already at 1,500 gold in under a minute. And they are going to push home this advantage. We see pings on the top side. We see pings in that mid side. So I have to imagine they're going to do that 1-4 split to try and apply as much pressure as they possibly can. Pop 9.
Culling is good. It's going back in, but no, it is the shutdown still. Heading over to Rest. They've taken out 1, but now that's a Glacial Prison. It's going to be enough damage, but the Grand Entrance is nice. Look at Florin on the backline. He's insane. He's picked up Fang. It's not enough. He wants more blood. Florin is absolutely insane. Hongshu picks up Rest as well. And huge damage. This could be a victory match right here, right now, Logan, because they are looking down this top side. And the re-engage, they had Pop 9. It was the freest kill. He went back in. It was a slice and dice that was not enough. And still, they are pushing hard. They might not be able to end now. The siege is good, but it's not enough. Logan, what a fight.
They still have to be happy, really happy with that. It was a 1 for 2, so in their favor. They only lost 1 Baron-empowered teammate. It's not that big of a loss. They're able to drive home that advantage. They take the topside tier 2. As we go back to that replay, Pop 9 is just caught uncharacteristically walking past that Hextet sort of gateway as well. And CFO, if they got that kill and got out of dodge, it would have been clean. But Xiao Si finds a way into the backline. Florin finds a way into that backline, and they are weak, they are exposed, and they crumble in the face of that Jax. And Rest, he tried to go into the backline of Real Love DCG, but they had all of the answers here. 30 seconds left. Baron power play, 3,000 plus gold. And look, I was saying that Annie was, very bursty, didn't have much more damage to contribute to the fight, and Hongshu is just proving me wrong every which way. But Florin on that Jax is trying his best to outdo Hongshu in the damage stakes. Hongshu, he's having a tear. It wouldn't surprise me if he is player of the match for this best of 3 series here tonight, Pike.
It depends who's going to take the win. That's the big question as well. Look at Hongshu on this flank. This is the biggest flank I think I've ever seen. Vision is good. They know there's pink wards down. They have to be so careful of where they might just pop up as Rest is waiting in the wings. A little girl made of fire versus a crocodile with a knife. You know what? You say that sentence out loud and the crocodile should win that, but the way this little girl's playing, it's very scary. 609, the dragon's been started. Pop 9 in the wings wants this fight. Hongshu's taking the tunnel, looking to re-engage on this fight from a different angle. Look at Florin, he's down in the bot side of the bot. He goes for a nice flank here himself. Tidal Wave goes out. It's stolen away with a Tidal Wave here, Logan. It's too much. Now they're looking at Rest. They want to re-engage back onto Shadow. The damage is good. The knockback's even better. The re-engage over. Fang, you're insane. You're flushing over walls to secure the pug. Woof, woof, woof. They're gone packing. They're going back to the kennel where they belong. Now they're chasing them down. They don't have the Baron, but they have the gold. They could look for something here, Logan, as the inhib still is just holding on.
I thought surely Fang would go for that inhibitor, but with 4 members and just Fang, he respects it, backs away. I love that the Nami ult stole that Drake though. So CFO find themselves at, as we go to this replay here, and the whole time Florin was coming from, 51 again. 51 again. Yeah. Pop 9's Rift Herald play into a steal was 51 health. The Nami ult, can you even call it a play? Can you even call it like a premeditated steal? It just goes in and, I'm going to slowly, and then I take the Drake. That Aqua Prison, though, did a lot to defuse Relove DCG's follow-up as well. It did land onto 2 and zone to 3rd, so they weren't able to keep chasing. So Fantastic Aqua Prison there from Kino. Obviously, credit for the ult to get that Drake. Pop 9 is trying to clear these jungles out. CFO, they're still very much under the pump, but did well to get out there, grab that Drake, and prevent Relove DCG getting that Hextech Soul, because that is something Feng would have absolutely loved to have been able to apply onto CFO. But the next Baron up in 50 seconds time, with Relove DCG's vision control, with every single deep, there's the sunglasses, with every single deep, yeah, see, you went crazy. With every flanking angle that they go for, you just don't know where they're going to come from. You have to get more vision control. And honestly, CFO, they've been caught lacking too many times this game.
Yeah, no, that's 100% it. They're down 7.5k gold health, and it's a 7 to 17 kill scoreline. Almost every member on the side of DCG is almost a 1k gold up. The smallest difference there is actually Doggo and Fang, our 80 carries, where they're quite close, only at 800. So it's now about who gets this Baron. This Baron's going to turn the game on its head. Does it keep CFO in the game, or does it put the nail in the coffin for DCG to take this series? That is what it all is going to come down to today.
Tonight, the rest of the split, every single team, they need to work towards winning these series, and it is not over until that final Nexus falls. Rest rises to meet the pressure, the indomitable spirit of Florin. Fight.
Nah, he's bad. I got a little excited there, Logan, but we didn't have to get too excited. That's two members down on the bot side. It's a 3v4 most likely up here. They have to be very careful. They're dodging out. Pop 9 is still hitting the Baron. That might not be the right idea, as now they're looking to turn it around. Pop 9 still chunking. Takes the tunnel over, and they go back to it.
Yeah. They're forcing CFO to come into them. They're spending their resources. The TP is committed from Rest. Florin goes down to that bot side. He saw the TP. So DCG, they see the TP, they pull away. Rest has been drawn to that mid side, and Florin is just going to get so much alone time on that bot lane, get so much priority and pressure, force CFO to answer his push, and then he has his TP up. So Relove DCG are likely going to start the Baron up, and then he'll be able to answer it, and it will be almost a guaranteed 5v4. I love the strategy. I love the slow play here now, because Rest doesn't have a TP for a long time. Though,
no, but Logan, the difference is Pout has TP, so sending Pout down to this bot side to respond makes the most sense. They do have someone to turn it into a 5v5. The big question is, when do they commit to the fight? They should have committed right now, because Sejuani's just left. Shadow's gone from the map. They've just picked up a Randuin's as well, so the tankiness is really online. They're not going to be able to blow this Sejuani up that fast. But now that Florin's shown on the top side, it begs the question, who's going to start the fight? Who kicks it off?
Quite frankly, it does feel weird that they recalled after kind of getting those resources out of CFO, and then like, all right, cool, we're going to go back to base and refresh and spend our gold, because they're definitely preparing for this Baron fight, but now they're forced into the classic choice. The next Drake is up in 20 seconds as well. Relove DCG, they want the Drake for the Soul or the Baron. Either way, they win here, and CFO, they're going to meet them at the Baron.
Good. Rest is there, but Doggo's already picked up Xiaoxi. Tidal Wave's good, but look at Hongshu, the backline, he's just gone! The shutdown's too big. Pout is inevitable as this Syndra. We called it out, and now the culling's looking good. Florin is just so goddamn tanky, and it's still a 2-for-1 trade that has gone in the favor of CFO.
But CFO are on the run. They're the ones retreating. They're the ones with the low health bars. Two members of DCG, nearly full health. So this will be a fight. They have to contest this Drake. Yep. Can we get another one, Pike?
We can get it. We believe in Shadow. That we know they never disappoint us. They're looking to go for it. As it goes so low, it still goes over to red side. DCG secure the dragon. Soul is secured. Shadow has to run away. And now they're looking at the Baron 2. The reset was too much. And I actually don't think that was a smite off. That was Jax picking it up. Florin secured the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Jax is definitely not a bad option in, jungle smite fight there, a little extra damage. And Relove DCG, they go in on the Baron because CFO, they were forced to go back to base and answer the waves of crashing into them. They have no vision. They're walking in blind except that one.
It's already picked up. Rest is already still in the back line. Now you've got to be so careful. Shadow is here, throws out the Glacial Prism, but it's not going to be enough. As Fang trying to get the damage off, no mana. Rest holding on, but it looks like DCG needs to disengage. Do not force this fight. You've already taken 2 objectives off the board. You're so strong. Now Florin has picked up the Crocodile too. 1.6k gold lead for Florin, and they have just taken everything off the board, Logan.
And we take a look at their boots as well when we get out of this replay. Nearly every member of Relove DCG has Merc Treads. They know that CC is the overlapping combination that CFO are able to bring. As we go back to this replay here, Hongshu gets melted in the face of 4, but did so much damage to every single member of CFO that his job was done. It was fine for him to get taken out there. But Relove DCG, you have a look at this. Nearly every single member except Fang has Merc Treads or upgraded Merc Treads. They know their opponents and they have built successfully around them. Pop 9, Guardian Angel, going to be so impossible to kill. Florin has a stopwatch, impossible to kill. Spell Shield on Hongshu. Good luck killing this team from here on out. With that Hextech Soul, with that Baron Empowered Minion, it feels like this is Relove DCG's game to win right here, right now, Pike.
Look, and they're going to send it down this bot lane. Hongshu wants to just stay calm, breathe deep, because this is where you're just slowly pushing it in and see if Florin can get to that mid lane to get that side wave being pushed again. Now it's about, again, who pulls that trigger. CFO have been pulling the trigger a little bit early and then not be able to hold on too much. So it's all about who can get these inhibs, and it feels like DCG are just playing the slow, methodical game of let the super cannon minions do their job, as they are getting a lot of damage onto Shadow. Glacial Prism does hit, but is the Trouble Bubble not going to hit? The Aqua Prism's good, but now Doggo has already picked up Xiaoxi. Secured, locked down. Shadow is low, but not low enough as they send them packing, and it is still the tip is being picked up and shot through once again. They've taken the tower. They've already secured mid inhibitor. Florin is now saying we can back out. We've got what we needed. The gold was good.
I'm yet to see an answer to Florin, quite frankly. The only answer that I've seen in the LCP to Florin is pun, and that's like, you know, at minimum kind of an equal thing. But like CFO, it doesn't feel like they can do anything here in the face of Florin. He's just able to dive in the back line. He's so tanky, but he's able to also deliver so much damage. It's like he's the triple threat. He's not even trying to sort of, you know, side lane here. He's just team fighting and brute forcing his way into CFO. Relove DCG, they're looking down the barrel of their first series win here in the LCP for Split 2. If they can keep it together a little bit longer, get that one big convincing team fight, they might just be able to bring this one home, Pike. But CFO, I mean, it feels like they've got the tankiness. It feels like they've got the tools. If they can layer that Pout ult into that sort of Shadow ult as well, I think they could find something.
Anything's possible if you believe, Logan. That is the difference.
I believe. Yeah.
I believe. I have belief. And Pop 9 hits with Aqua Prism, but that's the GA now. Pop, they've spent a lot there. Tidal Wave is down. It's just a lot as now. Look at Doggo, they're so low. Timbers is looking for a walk. Now Rest is being charged at. Oh, goes for the flash, but it's not going to be enough as the grand entrance is good. They're trying to get the damage off. Xiaoxi is low. Florin goes back in, so does Pop 9. Trying to get anything else they can. Shadow is low, but they're jumping back in. Pop 9, kick is going to be enough. They're just looking to just take some of the base. Fangs flashing forward. They want blood. There's the Feather Storm. Tries to get the Blade Caller, but it's not going to be enough. As now they're looking at that inhibitor. It's almost like they're just pressuring a little bit too hard. They have to back out. They didn't even get the inhib here, Logan.
Yeah, CFO played that really well. They were able to back away. Shadow, though, spotted as he takes that gate out. He's keen to try and close in on these 3 low DCGs.
They're so low, but oh my lord, Shadow's just been picked up. They would look to turn the fight, but they just couldn't do it. That's their front line. All they have now is a Crocodile, and I don't think that's going to be enough. It is Renekton looking to maybe hold this line a little bit more, but now this inhib finally going to be going over. Can they continue the fight a little bit more? Florin going back on a rest, has to go Dominus, but it's going to be enough damage as they're trying to hold it a little bit longer. Tidal Wave does hit Fang. The damage is going in. The grand entrance is all the way Shiro. It is Kino who's been taken out. Yes, Doggo picks up one. 1, but it is DCG looking to end this game right now. They had the moves, they had the skills, and now they're finally picking up their first series in the LCP. Week 3, we knew they could get it done.
Relove DCG in the face of a reinvigorated CFO are able to take tonight's best of 3 series 2-1 here, Pike, and they finally, as you said, get a series win here in the LCP. They have to be happy with that result. And quite frankly, I think we were talking about player of the match a little earlier, or at least I was, and now I'm kind of struggling. I'm like, is it Florin? Is it Hongshu? I just feel like they both did so well across this entire series tonight. But whomsoever does get it absolutely deserves it. That said, CFO, I think they performed well. I think they have performed better than they did in their first few matches out here in the LCP. It feels like these changes that they've made, they could pay dividends in a few more games' time.
Look, I totally agree. And on that note of like who I think is going to be the MVP, I'm putting it on Hongshu because, yeah, Pat had such amazing performances game 1 and 2. Even game 3 still played so well on that Syndra. Now at a clean 50-50% win rate right now on that Syndra. I have to add notes to. But Hongshu held their own. They controlled every state of the game as best as they could. And honestly, I think they really showed up this evening into a formidable opponent. So they're going to be my MVP, but I think Relove DCG, this is definitely a better series we sort of saw out of them. I think that second game was a little bit roughed. I've put that down to maybe a draft diff, potentially. I think they just were trying a little bit too many things. They tried to experiment, and I love that, but LCP might not be the place to do it. Take that back to scrims and come back with some more staple, secure drafts that are going to be able to give you that lead. But then, damn, Hongshu's damage almost double. Almost double.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, actually, that 3 members of Relove DCG out-damaged Doggo, the highest damage dealer from CFO in that game. Florin absolutely put in so much work with 47k damage, but this was the story of the series, right? Relove DCG just had it in the team fights. They were able to bring it back so much, and there it is. Hongshu in the mid lane gets that player of the match here, and rightfully so. Obviously, like game 2, that was a blip on the radar. We won't talk about game 2, right?
Yeah,
but that kill participation in exactly. What game 2? This was the best of 2. But look at the game 3 damage, 95 kill participation percentage, 1,300 damage per minute. And to think I was like, Annie just does burst and then has nothing. Hongshu diff on that Annie. My goodness.
Look, and that is just a bit of a... You sort of were snuffing the Annie at the start of the game. You were like, Annie's all burst champion, not going to do much. Yeah, I'm going to call you out on that, Logan. This Annie in the right hands does not care about burst damage. It cares about damage. And I had faith in it. But again, I was looking at the Syndra too, being like, damn, like a Syndra on Pat, it's going to be awesome. I'm excited for a very spicy pick. And they still played well. They just didn't get that early acceleration lead that they were probably hoping for. And I think it might have been on how the junglers were interacting with the mid lane. It's mostly because Hongshu was able to get around with this Lee Sin and get those early burst fights, get that early lead, and then it just went from there. But it still means Syndra had great knockbacks, was able to get some damage done, was able to disrupt these fights in a great way. So it came down to just who was performing a little bit better, and it was Hongshu. So that's why I think they got this win, but still, these smites, we have to talk about these junglers a little bit, these smites were just insane.
Yeah, the fact that 2 Drakes were like lost at 51 HP either way is just like an awesome coincidence, if you will, because obviously we did see one get stolen away at 51, and then we saw the Nami ult from Kino also take one at 51 health, which is just so uncanny that it was the same value here. Kino, I think, played fantastically on that Nami, had some great Nami ults, had some great Aqua Prisons to slow the advance of Relove DCG, but when you play great in the face of greater, there's not much you can do. More of Relove DCG just played better than more of CFO. Even when CFO looked to put things together, Relove DCG, they just found the angles. They had fantastic flanks this game. They had fantastic, I don't know, split fights where they came at you from so many directions, you got confused and you didn't know which way to go, and you just lost the fight from the moment it started. And here again, Hongshu goes down, but damage done, you know. CFO, they're on the run. Florin, send in the cleanup crew, mate. This job is done.
Oh man, it was a really great series out of Relove DCG. Honestly, a fantastic performance. Again, that second game, we won't even talk about it, but still, we might have to talk about it because CFO, they're showing signs of life, Logan. I think that's a big prompt to them is, yes, we're only in week 3. This roster shakeup, I have really high hopes for. I think there's a lot we can talk about with these guys, but still, wow. Relove DCG, I think they're back. They're going to have it a little bit smoother coming through to the next series to come. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, look, this will be the LJL's DFM as Citrus puts up a fantastic... I love these live action, like, player profiles. Like, that's so animated. You love to see that so much. But yes, we do have DFM from the LJL versus MVK Esports from the VCS. Now, this is the MVK Esports that has been reinvigorated, revitalized. They promoted their entire VCS Split 1 winning academy team up, but Detonation Focus Me, they brought in some big guns. They brought in Fisher and Woody, previously of PSG talent and fame, and they are looking to make a name for themselves here in the LCP in Split 2 Pike. So I'm hoping to see them piece it together. And I mean, Detonation Focus Me, they're yet to take a series win. Tonight might be that night.
It could, rightly so, as they are up against a formidable opponent. It is MVK Esports. Again, look at those love hearts as well. They're not here to fight. They're here to just share the love. And then you got Sulong down the bottom like, I'm just going to hit you. But still, was looking good as this team is definitely one of those opponents that we have really high hopes for. I think this is one of the teams that they had a couple roster shake-up as well, but they've been looking really good on the Rift.
Yeah, they have. They came out swinging, I think surprising quite a few people with how well they performed in their initial appearances. MVK Esports, they currently have at least one series win right now, so obviously you do have to be happy with that one, and they will be looking to take some more here tonight. They won their first series against Relove DCG, no less, and then they did lose to GARM Esports in a sort of a 2v1, so it wasn't a clean sweep. This team has really been impressing me so far, Pike, and I look forward to be able to talk about it when we get into that second best of 3 series. VCS versus LJL, always going to be fantastic. And mate, I predict it's going to be a 2-0 for MVK, and so did you.
Yeah, look, we have both very similar thoughts. We'll have to see if they're going to do it though, Logan, because it's going to be a good series on our hands.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? About the LCP, they're always good series. I'm always ready to cast these games, watch these series, and get excited about them with the fans as well. You know, we engage with everyone on socials and be like, oh my God, how good was that? And it's one of my favorite things. But with enough talk about what will happen, we're going to go straight to a break. And when we get back, it's our second best of 3 series of the night, because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Don't you feel those words they say? We stand together.
lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fast. And can you imagine, tell of a dragon, you'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud, catching a buzz now. This a high with no come down, tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me, come find me, come find me. Ooh, if you want the work, then come find me, come find me, come find me. can never kill.
v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
And welcome back to the LCP. We had a fantastic best of three series here tonight between CFO and Relove DCG, where Relove DCG were able to take their first series win of the split. Ike, those flank angles in game 3, spectacular.
Oh, look, both mid laners were just looking so good with those flanks. Like, they were undeniably looking for those picks, and it was just Hongshu getting the better of Pout, unfortunately. But Pout on a debut had a fantastic running, definitely going to be a key player to keep an eye on in CFO. But we've got a new series coming right up now, Logan. Let's talk about these two teams because they're looking fierce. Let's have a look at them.
Yeah, as we go to these player walkouts for tonight's second best of three series here between MVK Esports and Detonation Focus Me from the LJL. Now, both of these teams are very, very exciting at the moment as we sort of come to grips, as we start to learn the new dynamics here. DFM having picked up Fisher and Woody there, so just this exciting new dynamic coming through. And MVK Esports, as we were saying before we went to break, they've picked up, as look at them, they're loving it, as MVK Esports have picked up their VCS Split 1 winning Academy roster and just chucked them straight in the Split 1, and they've already made a splash, winning their first series here against Relove DCG.
Yeah, no, it's honestly so good. Like, it's nice to see these two teams getting ready to face it out. I think we've got a lot of high hopes for this series. You and I obviously both said that it's going to be a 2-0 for the Vikings, which I think, looking at their stats, they've definitely got it in the cards. This team has definitely looked a little bit better. They're putting a little bit more focus into these dragons, which is where we want to see these fights being mostly done around. It's going to be an interesting series. Now, the picks as well are very unique. Like, this team likes to play a little bit more misfortune, so they like to look for these really strong team fights and good positioning. It's going to be a big one. So I guess, Logan, do you have any big thoughts or hopes for this series?
I hope that we start to see unique team identities start to come through. Obviously, the MVK of Split 1, that was very unusual, unorthodox. They were very, very comfortable picking abnormal champions in lanes. We saw them cook with Sion in mid lane. We saw them pick some other champs as we go. Fisher and Karkun in mid and bot will take up for the 2v2 for DFM. So I want to see this new MVK Academy roster find their identity, and I want to be able to pick their playstyle, right? Like SHG, they play around the Barons fantastically. What does MVK do here and now? And I think the more we see them, the more we're going to get that kind of identity. As we see Chica and Haki picked up for mid and bot. And DFM, I think we need to see them less of an identity here. They need to strengthen up the top side. I feel like they're able to shore it up with Woody and Fisher in that sort of mid to bot, but Momo unfortunately still does prove to be a point of weakness. And I would love to see them kind of help him out a bit. Maybe start their jungler in the bot side and work their way up to the top side in that early game, just in case of that sort of early pressure into Momo. I think that could work nicely. But Pipe, do you have any thoughts about both of these teams?
Yeah, look, honestly, I want to talk about that real quick. You talked about Momo versus Stella, which is definitely going to be a bit of an interesting one. It seems to be like our top laners seem to be these big stars. Usually, whenever you're playing solo queue, and I'll use solo queue as the main example, if you go to support your losing lane the most, you actually sacrifice your win more because you need to be keeping the lanes that are ahead. You got to give them those wins. So I feel like if Momo is going to be that weak side and that contention for the team, maybe they just need to let Momo scale, put him on something that's going to be relevant in team fights like a tank, and see what he's going to do. In saying that, I think it's all about these two teams really coming together. It's the mid-jungle sort of synergies that we want to see. Fisher and Citrus versus Chica and Guri. That's where I'm actually going to see a lot of the action because, like I said, Vikings want to play around these dragons so much. I know the bot lane's going to be able to get there. Haki and Sulong are going to be at these dragons no matter what, but you got Cocoon and Woody they're going to be up against, so that's where I think Guri's going to be spending most of their time is bot lane. But we're in our 2v2s here now, Logan. Let's get ready and rearing for it as Varus and Heimerdinger are off the board.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they ban Varus away as well, counted as we saw in the first best of 3 series where they both banned Varus. But it will be Shen and Cassiopeia banned away from MVK. And the thing with the series bans as well, if you are curious, is if you pick a champion, they are perma-banned away for the rest of the split in these 2v2s. It is a sort of permanent feelers ban for the split, if you will. But Singed picked up again here, Pike. We've had 2 Singed tonight.
I like it. Well, it's just the burn, and then you got a Samira on it, so you get those nice little procs the second they go in the air. You get the empowered autos, so the Samira here is going to be absolutely fun as to watch. But oh my lord, a Gwen-Zoe matchup is actually insane. The range is really good for Haki in this, but Zoe's just going to paddle star their way to victory, in my opinion. I think DFM might have this.
I mean, obviously these are spicy 2v2s, and I really do like to see that Gwen-Zoe combo. It's not something you actually get to see pair up often. As I gotta say, this monitor being off angle is absolutely tilting me. I'm like, is the camera offset? Is the monitor offset? But the monitors, they are in the angles that work best for these players here. And I will be very, very keen to see how these 2v2 matchups play out. As a reminder to the viewers at home, if you win this 2v2, you get the right of first selection, which means you either get first pick or second pick, you get to choose first, or you get red or blue side, you get to choose first because you have that first selection, and your opponent is left to pick up what you didn't choose. Yeah, look at Karkun's monitor. Look at Karkun's monitor. It's so off angle. What the heck?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. They probably can't fix it though, but that's at least we can see them. At least we can see them. That's all it needs to be, Logan. As long as we can see their face, it's fine. Look, Harky's isn't even any better. He's half off the screen too. You know what? Let's not judge too hard. Maybe we focus on the gameplays because Paddle Stars are going out. Fisher and Cocoon. Well, firstly, let's look at skins because these are either super explosive or they're slow. Skins. We got Pool Party Zoe. I think what is that? Space Groove
it's like a beach.
Gwen. Yeah, nice little Sleepy Trouble bubble hits, but whoo, Fisher doing a good job. Yeah, that's definitely Space Groove Gwen there.
Yeah. Very nice. And we do see the summoners as well. Chica has opted for that cleanse just to minimize the impact that Karkun can have.
Oh, flash is stunned straight into it. Cocoon is low, already steals away the flash, and now they're looking back on a Haki as Chica is taken very low. Flashes go forward. Is the damage going to be good enough? No, they're flashing away. Haki's trying to hold on. It could be a 2-for-1 if Fisher can get this done. It's looking so good, and DFM lock it down. Look at the cams, and they're feeling happy with that one.
Yeah, that unusual combo, that Gwen-Zoe pays off, and they are loving it. They're vibing, they're having a great time as DFM opt for that first pick, and MVK, bucking the trend of blue side, have instead opted for that red side here tonight, Pike. What do you make of that one, mate? I think that's a VCS staple to go red.
I literally have already hinted at it already this entire time. Is the Vikings love dragons, man. They love dragons. If they're not playing dragons, they're taking dragons. They have a 100% win rate if they get sold. I think it's actually something close to that. They might have like a 70% win rate if they have 2 or 3 dragons. Like the math is crazy. So red side, like you said, VCS special is if they get dragons early and on the board, the chances of them winning is so much higher. Now, especially against that into DFM, their dragon control isn't great. Their objective control isn't as good as Vikings, so that's why red side is so sorely picked. You get easy access to this pit, you can control the dragon, you can pull it out of the actual cave, boom, Bob's your uncle, thanks for the drag, see you later alligator, get you renected in next time because we want to verse crocodiles. It's gonna be quite a showdown in this bot side jungle.
But that's so curious as well, right? Because in the bot side of DFM with Karkun and Woody, they have such high kill participation percentages. Yes. They're both over 80% KP here, whereas Haki and Shulong, they're around the 70%. So it tells me that like Karkun and Woody, they get more involved with team fights more often than MVKs. So if DFM, they're able to get that priority, if they're able to move into these objectives first, that tells the story that they should be able to win the team fight because they'll have the numbers advantage early. But as you say, MVK, they place such high priority on these jungle objectives, it is going to be unlikely. part of the key role of supports here in League of Legends in this tier 1 scene is vision control, right? You need to get to those objectives so early, get the vision control around. Even if it's so early, all it does is it spots out the opposing support moving in to put their wards. It's that information, it's that knowledge that you gain and you are able to respond, right? It's half the battle with League of Legends is knowing what your opponent is doing, and supports are critical to that.
Yeah, the other half of that is being inside of the enemy's head, or at least being inside your duo lane or other laner's head and trying to mind control them, because League of Legends is all about some make-believe things. So still, we're seeing some good bans coming out. Ryze, Nocturne, Ezreal, Xin Zhao, Orianna, final ban about to kick off on the other side of Vikings, but a different ban phase coming in here, Logan, and you know what? I'm in your head.
I was literally about to say Karma and they slammed that Karma down. I was actually thinking maybe we might see a Bard ban, but no, Karma just too strong at the moment. And we do see Pantheon being hovered for DFM here, which speaks to me of a proactive draft. They want to get this globaler for Citrus. They want to pair him up with Fisher, make plays happen through that sort of mid to top side, I would suspect. And we did see Shadow, even though that game 2 didn't go so well, it was a good game for Shadow. He used that Pantheon so effectively to get those sort of deep starfalls, to get those fight engages, turn them around, and we would love to see that here today. But that Ashe picked up. Surely that means Seraphine's going to be locked in here.
What? Aatrox has 1 win on the board. It was top, I believe. But okay, Aatrox being locked in very early. What? I like it.
So it was
what?
actually Guri in the jungle. Guri won in the jungle on this Aatrox. So he's feeling himself. He's liking what this Aatrox is able to bring to these team comps.
Oh my lord.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I like it. Okay, we'll have to see, but that's a Rumble being picked up too. It has that 100% participation in bans and picks, and Varus as well. Like, are we kind of giving them Exodia?
Yeah, it's kind of strong. I mean, if I'm Coach Paz here and I'm saying, lock in Varus, and you're doing it, which is like, we saw that animated hand coming through, like, pick Varus, we've got it, right? Because if Pantheon dives the back line, locks you down, and just Varus is able to land that Chains of Corruption, able to get that Q poke through, that is so much damage. Rumble does that equalizer over the top, but enough about those combos. Seraphine on the other side for MVK has been picked up. That is that bot side duo that has been rising, that Ashe Seraphine combo. So DFM, they have to ask themselves, what kind of support are we going to play into this sort of double range bot side? But before we can even get to that, Nautilus, stand away.
Yeah, get it out of there. It's definitely rising in that priority that we're seeing in the ban phase. I think it has a 100% ban rate right now, today at least, Logan, which is pretty impressive. Not many champions make it that far. But still, you're right. It is about what's the next support that's going to be on the list, because Varus needs something to stay a little bit safe, because one ability hits from Ashe and Seraphine, they're going to get slowed into oblivion, and as soon as they hit level 6, you are an immobile AD carry. You will not be able to go too far. So the cleanse is definitely being picked up. There's the Cassante ban, the known pick into the Rumble. But remember, Galio does exist.
Yeah, look, Galio does exist. Galio is very handsome, especially when Galio has that Aegis frame skin. Have you seen it? My goodness, that is the only skin I will ever play on Galio anymore. But a fun little fact about Nautilus, already the 3rd most banned champion before tonight. So with those extra 4 bans, we'll tidily move up to the 2nd most banned champ here in the LCP split 2. But they read your mind. It's the Caster Curse. Galio banned away, and Bard, the final lock-in.
It just makes sense. Get rid of it, as the Ambassador does get locked in as well. Up against this Rumble, it's a bit more of a bruiser fight, so I feel like we're going to see a very similar situation of this Ambassador struggling like we saw tonight in Game 1 against the Jace. Rumble's just going to burn them out, but the Aurora being picked up here is a nice little solution. It's a definitely good team fight. You get a lot of AP damage as well, but AoE, trapping them in that between two worlds. I like it here. It's got to do some damage. It needs an early lead, so we will be able to get the counter pick on the other side for Vikings.
counter schmounter, just hard force whatever you want. It'll work, I'm sure. Said nobody ever. There is so much into Pike. Ooh, come on. You watched Carrier, you know it's good. Bring it to the LCP. Yeah, exactly. Pick me, Pike. Pick me, Pike.
Pick me, Pike.
Working with Varus as well. Okay.
Boring.
I mean, it makes sense. It's a smart pick, Pike. They use their brains, not their hearts.
Yeah, well, I'm a by the heart caster, you know. Like there's the Annie as well. We did see a great show of it just before, and that's the little bit of AP damage you want to be picking up too. Just the one-stop shop that you might have been able to. But Hui as well being hovered. Is it already locked in? First time being picked up in the LCP this split, Logan. I kind of like to see it. The range is phenomenal. The amount of things you can do with your kit is huge. Let's see if they can pull it off. MVK, they kind of cook it a little bit.
Yeah, this is the first time we will be seeing Hui in the LCP for Split 2 here. And yeah, that long-range artillery mage brings so much potency to that mid lane sort of fight, that matchup. But I really like the gap that it fills here, right? So you've got Ambessa, you've got Aatrox, they're your frontline sort of Ambessa dives backline. You've got your Ashe, Seraphine, who are sort of your mid-range. And Hui is just going to soften up DFM before you go in. They're going to finish off DFM as they're retreating with that long-range bombardment, but the all-in explosive potential of DFM here, I mean, I don't think MVK will get the chance if DFM are in kind of able to pull off their combos and just wipe you off the map, you know, and fight you 5v3 extremely quickly. As we do see the coaches, they do that respectful little fist bump that we do love here in League of Legends. It's a hat nod to your opponent, and Pike, these two drafts, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, they are. I like the Hui. I think Guri needs to have another standout performance on this Aatrox if it's going to work. I think the other side, I think what DFM have sort of drafted here is pretty on point. It looks dangerous, and if you get caught out by one or two things, it will spell disaster. You have almost like the perfect combos. Every champion and every player synergizes so well with each other. I think it's going to be a lot of work for Vikings if they don't get a lead early. So if there's no lead, I'm a little scared.
Yeah, they won't be able to sort of snowball and keep it rolling. I think they would kind of, as we get some respectful emoting going on here in the mid lane. The dabbing cat emote. All right.
Yeah, that's sick.
I do love to see
get a dab. I love a good dab. I've got the dabbing the penguin. That's a good one. Chosen of the Wolf. Okay, hold on. We're going to do it again. Baker Pantheon.
Lunar Eclipse Aatrox Rainbow Chroma.
Spirit Blossom Hui.
Ooh, T1 Varus Elite.
KDA All Out Seraphine Rising Star. That was fun.
With Battle Queen Rel. Yeah. News delivered differently, but it's skins and chromas delivered, I don't know, soothingly here in the LCP.
Yeah, it's like we're doing like a cool going to sleep, like a ASMR sort of thing for you all at home, guys. Don't fret. We'll look after you here at LCP, especially the English broadcast. You won't get anything else like this in the world, in fact, because you know what? We're the only ones here.
We're made for this. Yeah, I was going to say, we're made for this. It's the LCP.
Yeah.
Look at the taco remote, the flexing taco.
I love that taco. I've got that one set, and it is demoralizing to see. When someone throws a big, tanky, beefy taco at you, man, life's a little bit harder.
Life's not breezy? Goodness gracious me. But enough about emotes and soothing skins and ASMR on official broadcasts. Our junglers, they're clearing through the jungle. We have Guri on his bot side. We have Citrus on his top side. I fully expect them to do their full clear into the Scuttle Crab before recalling. And there's... we
should do the whole early game. We should do the whole early game in like a high tea, like sort of like could we do British almost? Be like, indubitably, welcome back to the game, ladies and gentlemen, as we're getting straight on in. Scuttle Crabs are looking absolutely fabulous. We'll have to see if Guri's going to make that play and work their way down, but it could just be a Scuttle Crab trade. How's that?
But the observers, Oh, I was going to carry it on as your tea and scones, what? As the observers have had enough of our shenanigans, and we see the blue buff being taken down before the scuttle crabs. The scuttle crabs are quite important to take. It does give you a significant vision advantage around those pits, those jungle objectives that we do know, MVK. Love.
I'm not going to do it in a normal fight. Still not getting jumped on by Woody. Makes a little bit of sense. It is that mechanical horse that's going to get the job done. But, like, again, it's a simple trait. You can see Guri has been spotted out on the ward on their Raptors, so makes a lot of sense. I think next time we do that, I'm going to go full David Attenborough and do like, Zulu very low. Citrus is here.
Citrus in the area. Yeah, spotted on the ward, though.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah, he knows. They back away, so he's just going to go back to his jungle camp, show his face. Like, sometimes that's all you need to do as a jungler, right? Is you show up, you go, hey, I'm here, and that is enough to alleviate the pressure on your bot lane. As Momo here is trading well into Stella on that Ambessa, is able to sort of use that small range advantage that Rumble brings. And Fisher, Stella, that is dangerous position to be in. Momo's getting the better of Stella at the moment.
Do not dive, Momo. We've seen this before. You dive, you die. We don't want to repeat. But no, okay, you're right. It is always going to be a little bit of a rougher game for Stella, especially in the early game. But the fact that they're keeping up in CS is great. Cheek is now being looked at by Citrus, so they're going to be very careful. Respect to the jungle gank. It is that early aggression, but Sulong coming down the mid lane too, so obviously looking to maybe clear out some vision, maybe look to get a little bit more in the jungle river, but still, Woody's now just being tanked out by Haki. Like, now they're looking to get a little CC. Woody is limit testing to the max.
Is it the max, though? He still had health. I reckon Woody could have pushed that one more auto further, you know? Not limit testing enough here in the LCP. I'm not impressed. But what I am impressed by is Stella is coming back to lane. He's not going to miss out on this wave. He's going to collect a full... Oh, Guri, early roam here. This could be bad for couple.
Flash is looking good. Let's see if they can just tank it up. One more hit would have done it. And it does go over to Guru, who's taking up another tower shot. And they all get out with their life. Honestly, still a successful dive.
Yeah, look, you take that every day of the week. Yes, Haki flashed. Yes, Guri took 2 ramped tower shots, but gets the kill, walks away. So love to see that proactivity, that early roaming, that pressure on the bot side. They just caught Karkun on his own because they knew that they'd pressured Woody down enough that Karkun is left. And I do like this early flash forward. He knew Sulong would be tanking that tower and pops that Q. Really takes Sulong out of being able to tank that turret up any further. So Karkun made the best of a worse situation. Nothing much you could really ask for there. Great play from MVK. They get that pressure, they get that reward, and now that Drake is on the map. So they will probably be going for this any moment. Sulong in the area, probably getting some wards down.
Yeah, look, they've got that early vision control, which is always good. A little mountain drag is never the end of the world, especially early. Just a little bit more of that buff. Keep you nice and healthy and tanky, so nice to see. But it's going to be hard with Mobo now level 7 too, so they could make their way down for those equalizer plays. Remember, it is DFM that have the fantastic team fight here. It really comes down to how well can the Vikings position is. Guru's up on this top side, looking at Momo's. The equalizer's already dropped. Momo's already quite low. There's the world ender pops. Guru might just be caught out at this point. Gets hit with the smite, looking to go underneath the tower. They're tanky enough to hold on. The flash is good. They're full committing. It's Stella. The tankiness is so good. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, though. Momo played that so exceptionally well.
You've got to be happy with that as Momo. Yeah, look, he is. He's fantastic cut to the player cams. That timing, my goodness. He was loving it. He's like, yeah, I got one back. So well done there. A 2v1. Momo gets a kill back. They commit the resources.
Sulong's here. Could be caught out as they have to back so far off their way. Fisher and Citrus down in this bot side. Wow, they really committed for that one.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what you've got to do to make these plays happen, to get these advantages. MVK currently at a 500 gold advantage, but we were still talking about that topside play, right? It was a 2v1. Momo was dead to rights, and he did so well to hold his flash so long to force MVK to go right under that turret and get that one back. So he's stoked with that one. As we do go to a replay on this top side, and here it is, right? So Momo is pushed up, and then Stella obviously ults public execution, gets that equalizer down to try and clear the wave, get some damage onto Stella. Wasn't too much. Guri is just autoing, right? He's obviously popped the ult, is autoing, thinks he's able to drag Momo back here, gets the flash, but it's the ramped turret shots, right? Guri was tanking that, and that so much damage came out of like the 3, 4, 5th turret shot that he just wasn't able to live. So nicely done here, but too long.
Sulong just being caught out, walking through a jungle that does not belong to them, and Citrus now on the board. First kill, looking pretty good.
That was, yeah, wow. Oh, Haki.
Looking for more. Haki's caught too. They said, I like the support was in the jungle. Maybe they need carry somewhere too. And they do secure it as the equalizer is being dropped on the top side. Momo being chunked out once again. Tanking up by Guri, able to flash out and survive to live another day.
Yeah, that was definitely a much cleaner 2v1 on that top side. Really great plays happening across all the Rift here. So, like, DFM gets Shulong, DFM pick up Haki, and on the top side, we see Stella and Guri team up one more time to take out Momo. Momo forced to equalize to try and clear the wave, try and get that turret aggro onto the champions of Ambessa and Aatrox, but they were just able to survive through it all. As we see the first coach comms of tonight, we see Tana of DFM call in that coach comm. It's the first of up to a maximum of 3 per team per game. And now last week we were able to get the audio for you, but this week it seems we don't have that audio coming through, so hopefully we'll get it a little bit later. But typically, I don't know, you can kind of tell the direction by the energy that they're putting out. But Pike, I have to imagine with the coach comm coming through so early, that they're going to be talking about trying to push this advantage that they're finding for themselves through Citrus, right? Play through Citrus. He's the one making things happen right now.
My definite interpretation of this is I'm hearing them say, yo, those guys are noobs, go get them. That's exactly what he's saying, and I'll take that to the bank. He's just like, nah, you guys are way better than these guys. Just take them out. But fishing out caught on the wrong side of the wall is being chunked out. It's between two worlds. Is not going to hit in the right spot. Oh, that has to flash off to the side, but oh, it's so much damage going on to this mid laner. Oh, does not get that final shot, but a nice little play there from the mid jungle duo on the side of MVK.
Yeah, interestingly, we're getting a replay here on this bot side too, is that Hawk shot does go out, and it is followed up, I believe, by that Crystal.
Oh, charge out on court lands. I'm so sorry, Haki's just gone. Citrus is just feeling good. DFM are absolutely on fire. The coach comms coming in clutch as they get the double kill in this bot side.
Oh, yeah, there was absolutely that coach comm of stomp them noobs, and it has inspired DFM to greater heights. Like, quote me, that was what was said. But they are using that priority that they are so... They're just going in on bot side, right? And they're buying that bot side priority. They read MVK's playbook. They know they want to go for those early jungle objectives, and that's what they're shutting them out from. They're going, no, you can't have them. We're going to stomp your bot lane, and then we're going to take your objectives. So it's kind of really countering MVK's playstyle here, Pike, and I'm loving the adaptation we're seeing out of them here. As we go to this replay, Chains of Corruption's just landed. Nice. Great arrival from Citrus. Just a really clean 3v2 there. Nothing MVK could have done.
Yeah, look, and that's exactly it. This is the difference, Pantheon. That's why they're so sortly picked off, especially first game for a lot of these reasons, is getting those early rotations, always nice. And then it's what you can do with it. The damage is always good, especially into an Aatrox, right? This Pantheon's 4-0. Aatrox, is 2-0, but it's now how much can they help out in team fights too. Aatrox is going to be in just those big 5v5s, but Pantheon's going to get those early leads by being able to rotate faster.
Yeah, and I have to think with a 4-0 Pantheon that we're going to see more ganks more often, right? You're going to feel comfortable, you're going to feel confident, you're going to be able to get those item spikes before your opposing jungler, and you're going to be able to make plays happen just that little bit faster, just that little bit safer, if you will. But if we do take a breather and we slow down from our junglers and take a look at the state of the game here, Pike, as Fisher just cops another ult under the tower right now.
Yes, spiraling despair does start to hurt, and once those items really come on board, it's going to be even worse. But Sugar is well coming in, but now looks like Momo's being chunked out. Stella probably just being told full send it, but right underneath the tower once again, just having to retreat. Momo's really copying the disadvantages in these fights.
Yeah, but I feel like we were talking about at the start, right? Momo has to play that weak side on the top lane, and he's not getting so savagely beaten in that top lane that it's collapsing, right? We were talking about it last week. He's losing gracefully. He's losing slowly, which means MVK aren't able to sort of convert that top side pressure into cross map pressure. That means DFM finds themselves in a position where they can play through the mid, through the jungle, through that bot side, right? They don't have to send those extra resources to defend and protect Momo. And it's working for them right now. They're invading the jungle. They're getting the picks. They're stomping the bot lane. But right now, we have a scuffle over that blue buff in MVK's bot side jungle.
Yeah, the whole team's here, and it is just going to be Citrus stealing it away. It just shows that there was a force they knew. Where was the rest of the side of DFM? They had all rotated in for this. So it really shows they're trying to win by numbers, which is what this team comp wants to do. It's hard because MVK, they do like this little bit of a pick potential, but literally it's layer upon layer. It is the DFM roster has the perfect champion pool right now that they're playing with, and it's so easy to get picks and wins here.
Yeah, I can't wait for a team fight to break out. Oh, geez, Citrus goes in.
Look at that. That's a Chains of Corruption that actually missed. So Guri's able to walk out of that unscathed. Woody goes back in, looking for that crash down. Encore hits. Is it going to be enough? As there's the World Ender 2, trying to keep the fight going. Citrus is taken very low. Got to be very careful. One more. He's going to do it. Haki locking it down. Here comes Fisher on the wrong side of the wall as Guri gets away. And it is Vikings with the upper hand in that fight.
Yeah, DFM pulled the trigger on that one there, Pike. They really wanted this. Citrus went in, and Citrus is the one who went down for it. An unfortunate whiff on that Chains of Corruption from Karkun. I have to believe if that landed, that would have been good night, Guri, but it didn't. Guri was able to escape, prolong the fight. MVK responded and brought more members to this particular area as we go to this replay here, right? Karkun in the area. Haki there too. Great ult out of Citrus lands. Bang on to Guri. That Chains of Corruption. Do you think he was trying to predict that sort of possible explosion over the wall to keep him trapped there? Yeah,
100%. 100%. He was like, if he hits it now, this will hit. But the problem is once you're mid in the air, I believe you do crash down in where you were. So that ulti missing was really the most unfortunate part of the fight. And I'm glad Observation slowed it down for us. But that is the Rift Herald now going over to the Vikings. They're just a couple cuts to the body and they're winning by miles as it is a 1.2k gold lead for Vikings. They're down in kills, but they've got control of the game. Dragon up in 30 seconds too. This means they could open up a lane if they want to draw some members out. Top lane is looking relatively low as well for the side of DFM. So I've got to beg the question, where do you drop this Rift Herald to get maximum potential?
Look, fun fact, don't know if you know this or our esteemed educated watchers at home, but the Rift Herald, awfully good at cracking open those towers. And
Whoa.
I reckon,
No way.
Right? Surprise, surprise. Shelly can take out towers.
Mind-blowing.
Yeah,
You had
welcome
me
to
there.
League, buddy. Yeah.
Where'd you learn that? In a book?
Yeah. I read it online. But
I
the
read
Rift
it on the
Herald,
patch
Shelly.
notes.
Wikipedia.
My team's never
But we do-
secured a Rift Herald. Crystalaro does go out. It's going to be a lot as it is Citrus getting charmed with every single bit of CC known to mankind. And Guri just wants more. The World Ender was nice, but damn, that was layering upon layering. And we commented on how good Citrus has been in these fights. Now they're hitting that 420 play style. But now it is Fisher looking good straight onto Haki. The electrocute's nice, but the damage is not going to be enough as Flash is burnt. Now look at Momo. No chance you're surviving this one, even with an equalizer. It is Chica who picks it up, and Guri's already secured the dragon. It's a two-player swing.
Yeah, that was a really fantastic sequence of plays for MVK. There is Tana coming in with that second coach comms for DFM, probably trying to stem the bleeding, patch it up there. As MVK, they take their gold lead and they stretch it out to over 3,500 gold here, Pike. But we go to this replay. So Stella, the top laner, is down in that bot side, was clearing that control ward and thought, oh, you know what, I can recall here. but he cancels it. So Momo walks up, thinks, oh, it's just Stella, but Chica is in the back line as well. The public execution locks Momo down, and that damage is just so much. Momo unable to escape and just gets shut down on that bot side. Great link up from MVK Esports. But now the Hawkshaw goes out. It spots DFM in the MVK topside jungle. It's a 3-on-3. If this fight were to break out, DFM, they have one Drake to MVK's Drake and Grubs. They're down 3,500 gold.
And referral.
And yep, and Shelly, it's been dropped. It's going to crack this mid lane tier 1 and open the map wide open.
Whoa!
Oh!
We did it.
I'm so proud of us. We timed that so well. We're so in sync right now. Yeah.
We know. We get it. We just understand the game, you know? Like, it's what casters should do, right? We look at the game, we watch it, they do stuff, and then we talk about it. It's really that easy.
Don't tell them it's that easy. People will come to our jobs like tomorrow. My goodness.
No one can do what we do because we are one of a kind. We are Logan and Pike. We are like PB and J. We are everything. We're Vegemite and cheese. Actually, I'm not a huge fan of that combination. Let's not worry about that part. But still, League of Legends, the game's still on. Baron up in just under a minute. Dragon is a Cloud Soul, Logan. We have to be very cautious of this one. Should be an interesting one, depending on which team wants to secure it the most.
Yeah, look, I really do enjoy food references. All I'm hearing is we're delicious and that a Cloud Soul is super duper fast. So that's what one of the benefits are, right? You get sort of that move speed bonus, but you also get that slow resist. So in every way, you are just so much faster than your opponent. So it can be pretty important. It can surprise your opponents, right? You're able to move around a lot faster. You can get those gank angles like we saw last weekend when we saw someone literally just run from the top to the mid lane and gank because no one was expecting him to be there that quick. But DFM, they're poking MVK out. They're saying, you cannot bully us. We are here to fight. We're prepared. So it is a good showing from DFM right now. But unfortunately, Citrus, he was 4-0-0, finds himself at 4-2. As MVK, they've kind of found their feet now. They're vying for vision control. Woody forced to buffer away. Arrow goes out though.
Oh, but look at Guri, they're just so low. You're going to be so careful with how much damage is going out too. All gold leads are on the side of Vikings here as they are nearing that 4K lead, Logan. It's very concerning. Like we talked about what DFM's going to be able to do in this series and really hold on. I honestly think their comp is better, but it just is the Vikings just playing spectacularly. At 20 minutes, they're looking good.
Yeah, sometimes it is just hands diff. That Baron is on the battlefield. I have to imagine MVK is going to take their recalls and spend their gold, right? They are 2 completed items in every lane except support. However, on the side of DFM, they're half an item behind. So they're going to want to convert that right as I'm saying it. I can see them. They're completing their second items now. We get the Sundered Sky and the Cleaver through for Citrus. We've got 2 items on Karkun as well. So the next big fight will be on even footing. However, Chica has just locked in an arm guard for himself as well, so that extra survivability, you're making it so much harder to shut him down and out of that fight, could be that difference maker. Also, the fact that 1,500 of the 3,500 gold lead is on Chica alone, like that's pretty impressive right now. That's
in the business we call that yucky.
Look, I don't want to yuck your yum. Well, too late because Chica did that.
No, it is actually massive as well. Stellar as well with a 1.1k gold lead too. 2 items, that Shojin and the Eclipse, means they're just going to be dashing all over. The energy is going to build up so quickly. Honestly, it's looking really good. I want to see Haki and Sulong make a big play. They've sort of been struggling in this laning phase, but the best part is Cocoon and Woody haven't really been given much of a lead either. It's gone over onto Citrus, and now here's the fight. Woody's on the back line. This is the damage we're looking for. The Crystal Arrow does hit into the back line. TP's coming in. Woody's just a little bit too far over. Chica picks up the kill, and now Citrus is not long for the world. Once again, a double kill for Chica. This mid laner is absolutely smashing it, and you know what? I was calling it that it was DFM looking very good, but now they're turning to the Baron. It is just a hands diff in this series.
Yeah, Momo nowhere to be found. Fisher and Karkun weren't even close enough when that fight broke out. MVK they committed immediately. They TP'd in. It was a 5v2 as fast as you could blink. And now they know that there's no jungler on the side of DFM, and they are going to take this Baron. DFM aren't anywhere nearby to contest this. They don't have vision, but their pro gamer sense would certainly tell them that this Baron is not long for the Rift anymore, Pike. And MVK, they are extending this lead. They're now out at nearly 6k gold. As we see this again, Guri's on vision. DFM knows he's here. They start this fight. Fisher, Car couldn't actually cleanse the arrow. He wasn't under threat, saw the TP, and they're driven away well before this fight even begins for DFM. Just a great arrow there from the Ashe too to keep them out.
Yeah, look, Citrus, who was sort of like the one name that's been keeping DFM in the game, just turned into a lemon meringue at this point. It's a little bit too sweet and too sugary as they're just getting gobbled up by the Vikings. It's just looking so much harder as the next dragon, first one of the soul, is on the board. Being spotted out with a Hawkeye as they're saying, can we just look to take this pretty quick? But they've got a Baron, so they can just wait. They can stall it out and look to go mid. They can take more towers instead.
Yeah, no, I mean, with the Baron advantage, with their grubs and that Drake, and the third Drake of the game is now on the Rift, so they could go for that at any time. But they want to capitalize on this Baron advantage. With those empowered minions, they're able to siege really, really well. But
Crystal Arrow does hit straight up to the backside. Citrus a little bit too far up, is getting caught out. Can they get the damage off? As it is Stella. Great encore is going to be enough. And now Stella gets the kill. But now look at Momo gone too. Look at Fisher on the backside, but look at Guri on the other backside. It's a flippity dip. And now it's just too much as Vikings are absolutely huge. Cocoon is trying to stay alive, but gets blasted once again. It is the Aatrox diff once more, and it is too much. Fisher, the only one left, and Stella is flashing for these kills. Fisher is able to just bob and weave a little bit more, but they're pushing in. This could just be Vikings looking to end this game right here, right now. They have the Baron, and they're looking at the Nexus. They say, guys, what are you going to do next time? We gave you such a strong team comp, but we just knew the game was in our hands. 24.5 minutes. They're looking to close it out, but no, it looks like they're trying to turn it around. DFM want a little bit more. The stopwatch does come in for Chica. Haki is looking good. Picks up Woody. Is the damage going to be enough as they could just hit the Nexus? They're choosing to pad these KDAs, and they lock down the game here, Logan. 25 minutes on the dot. They end it out and clean up game one.
11k gold lead by the end of that game. They still had the Baron buff. Game one goes over to MVK Esports against a LJL's Detonation Focus Me. And it started out as a slower game here tonight, Pike. We saw it like a little bit of back and forth, 1, 2, 3 kills kind of here and there. At one stage, DFM, it was 5 and 3. And then Citrus, he just managed to chain back-to-back deaths, unfortunately. He was the fight initiator, but it also meant he was the one who would cop the brunt of the response from MVK. And more often than not, that meant he died very quickly, and it was a 5v4, and MVK capitalized. Guri on this Aatrox is proving that Aatrox in the LCP can work. He is now the player to have played it twice, and he's won on it twice too. So props to Guri for that. And let's take a look at the damage. Whew.
Oh, look, that is pretty big. And big props again. Hui's debut in the LCP too. Haven't seen it all too much. And it did some damage as well. 5k up on this Aurora. But again, the Ashe Seraphine, really the only answer we've seen to it is the Zerayumi. But even then, that struggles into it. So the Varus Rail, I just don't think it had the chance to really be able to do anything into it. Nice to see the Aatrox, even though down in damage, got the job done and was just all about dispersing pressure.
Yeah, one of the things that you touched on actually during the middle of the broadcast as well is that Citrus coming down and trying to get his lane ahead, he actually took those kills and he took that gold out of the pockets of that bot lane. I really think he needed to give 1 or 2 kills over to the bot lane of DFM to kind of get them accelerated over their counterparts, but it just kept it at kind of like an even playing field for the both of them, Pike. So I do like the proactivity we saw out of Citrus. It would have been great if he handed some kills over. And I need them to keep that energy going in the game too, to give themselves a chance for winning this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's going to be the big question on the lips is, do we get a just as spicy game 2, or are we going to be going to game 3 as well? And Vikings might be contested, but right now Vikings are just looking head and shoulders above. And you know what? I've just washed my hair.
Yeah, I don't know if that product is actually something that's like sold globally, but I hope it is, so everybody can get that joke here as we do get the coach comms coming through. We'll give it a bit of a listen. Okay, so the coach is trying to guide the players through the next couple of minutes, I have to imagine. Not being very responsive at the moment, so it's definitely like a lot of... It's probably like advice around like tempo, right? It's probably like, hey, so we're in this position. Let's look to make these sorts of plays in the next couple of minutes. And because there's not much response, right? It's all listening. I feel like it's that kind of advice. But here, overlaid over this coach comm is unfortunately the moment Momo gets picked and dies less than gracefully in that situation because it was just such a clean pick from MVK. And that's the thing with this academy roster, right? Like, they are playing like they belong here in Tier 1 LCP already. They did win the VCS Split 1, and they've just taken that same sort of energy, taken that same sort of attitude, and brought it here into the LCP, and they've made for such an exciting and explosive start, Pike.
Yeah, no, that's so true, and it's nice to see that they're trying to level up as well. The whole region of the LCP thus far, every split that we've come through, even from the first year last year in 2025, every team is methodically leveling up their gameplay and getting better, and it is going to start showing as we enter into those world stages. But right now, we're in the cusp of where these teams are going to get to and how do they secure their spot, as MSI is the next big ticket for them, and that's where a lot of these teams get the chance to get that international experience, which is what I'm sure Vikings are trying to think about. They're trying to say, how do we get to that little next step so we can get more going? Because again, we're seeing that from Secret Wales. Yeah, might not have had the sort of the result we hoped for from first stand, but they've come back just looking as sharp, and that's what we like to see. But again, we can't ignore DFM are putting in a good amount of work here. They're trying to make moves across the map, but it is Vikings just a couple steps ahead, and that that's rough.
Yeah. Oh, cut the highlight reel. My goodness, we've seen enough. We didn't need to witness that Chains of Corruption missing again. And this is where MVK started to turn around. This is where MVK really started to bring it back and kind of shut the door on DFM. And they kept slamming the door shut in the face of Citrus. He, in that early game, was that playmaker. Through the mid to late game, he was, I would argue, the weakness. He was the one, he went for these great engages, but sometimes he was too deep and DFM went around. Sometimes he just copped every single ult and there was nothing he could do for it. And the rest of DFM, I mean, look at this. 2 of them are dead before the rest of them show up. And that feels like the story of the late game. MVK, it was 5v3, 5v2 every single time.
Yeah, no, look, and you got a big props to Guri as well, who is able to pull out these very unique picks in the jungle and is able to make them work. But Logan, we got a game 2 coming up very soon. It's looking pretty rough for DFM, but I'm excited to see Vikings really stand out and perform. They're looking really on point tonight.
And that's one thing that I really enjoy about the LCP and every single game, right, is that they're all exciting and I look forward to every single game. But enough about what was, let's talk about what will be. We'll get there straight after this break and it will take us to game 2 because here in the LCP, we're made for this. Do I point that way? No, it's that way. And we are back in the LCP here, Pike. We are getting ready for game 2 of tonight's second best of What is Momo doing?
Sorry, like that really caught me off guard. What is he using? Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Well, folks, this is the LCP. You get everything from professionals to happy fun times.
They're
we
made for
just
this.
witnessed- As DFM lock in first pick and MVK, they go for that red side again. They do love themselves that red side, and I mean they won here tonight on the red side, so you know they could be making a case to crack that blue side win percentage here tonight, Pike.
Look, and that's the big thing, right, is we know Vikings love this red side where they get those dragon controls. They can do so much with it. Like, I'm not surprised why they keep going back to it. So I think now it comes down to what sort of draft do they look to secure? They've already played such unique picks, the Hui, the Aatrox, they're off the board. There's still so many big champions still available, but this also just goes to show the depth of what the Vikings actually have to offer, which is unique picks. It's a unique champion pool where they can play things that a lot of teams can't really understand or be able to comprehend. And that's enough to throw a lot of teams for a loop where they have to second guess and they don't know what the go is. And it comes down to how well their solo queue knowledge is. So it's really nice that Vikings are throwing in a different type of gameplay. The difference is it going to be enough to carry them through a full regular split and get them the wins on the board? Because right now it's all about stacking those points so you're not in the danger zone of sitting down the bottom. And right now, if this is the performance we're expecting from Vikings moving forward, I think they've got a good chance.
I definitely think they are at least a middle of the pack contender, if not sort of fringe upper ladder here. Especially if they do keep on this upward trend, especially if they do keep throwing in these sort of unusual or chaotic picks, because a lot of the times you go into these games knowing the meta, right? It's a global meta, it's an Enchantress support meta, you know that, you play around it. But when MVK turn around and, as we've said before, they throw a spanner in the works, they make unusual picks, first of all, it's hard to counter that because you may not know where that pick is going to go. It could be a flex pick. Second of all, you may not have played into it as much as the meta that you were expecting to walk into. But enough about all of that here, Pike. As we do go to the draft, we are taking a look at these picks and bans. Ezreal banned away again. Rise, Xin Zhao, and Orient. Xin Zhao getting that priority ban is unusual. So that's absolutely a respect ban towards Citrus. Or do you think they're trying to prevent their own comp being countered here with that one?
Look, it's either or, right? Like, Vi's been taken off the board there too. Like, I think you're banning Xin because you obviously don't want to verse that champion. Wind Becomes Lightning is such an important tool for getting into anywhere in a game. So I think Vikings definitely have this idea of if we just ban out the champions we don't want to verse, we'll have a much better time. But the J4 instantly locked in for the side of DFM. It was literally what I was going to say is if you get rid of the Zhao, if you get rid of the Vi, J4 is the obvious next good engaged pick. Maybe this is where you pull something a little bit crazy out, like the Poppy, maybe the Nah, where you do have to, when they get into Cataclysm, you can throw something a little bit different at them. There it is.
Ooh, good call. Nah, locked in for MVK on that top side, ready to respond with that Nah ult into that Cataclysm if J4 does decide to lock someone down with it. And I do have to think that J4 is a good pick with Xin Zhao banned as well, because Xin Zhao is no longer able to sort of crescent guard and repel you. But as you said, with that Nah, you are able to play around it. Ooh, I love a good Nocturne. Can we please lock in the Nocturne? Please, MVK, lock it. Yeah!
Lock in.
And there's that global meta we were talking about, Pike. Gotta love it.
Oh, I do love it. That's the difference, Logan. But still, it comes down to what they're going to put into this top side. They could look at a ranged top laner, but really, all we're sort of looking at is like Teemo and Vayne, and we've already seen the Vayne tonight, and there was answers to it, and Nocturne is an answer to a Vayne, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one, depending on what they want to pick up here. I suspect they want to pick a strong mid laner to go hand in hand with this J4, but Bard being locked in.
Yeah, look, I think Bard just fits into almost every single draft Pike. He just has, well, because we don't really know that, right? So Bard just has so many options, so many answers to almost any draft that goes against it. Has that utility with the stun, has that mobility with the Magical Journey. The Mystical Journey has that ultimate, the Tempered Fate lockdown, as well as we do get teased here by DFM deciding which AD carry they're going to lock in for Karkun, and it is Jhin locked in.
I like it.
I don't know how I feel about it, Pike.
I
like Nocturne, just okay, all right, you like it. I'm going to take the opposite side. I'm going to say I don't like it. Like Nocturne is just going to look at that Jhin and go, "That why do they tease us with Garen every game?" I swear, Pike!
We did it. It's done. Look, I'm a fan of that Pike. I think it's going to be very interesting. You can use that Bone Skewer to pull anyone towards you too, especially that Bard. So it's like it's also a support that can match the roams of a Bard and have just as much impact, if not more so. So I really like the Pike here. It now comes down to what AD carry you put it with. I feel like a Corki could be quite good just because Pike wants to walk away and Corki's going to be really relevant no matter what. But the Jhin, I want to just hit you with a little fun fact. If you type out Jhin on your keyboard, it makes the number 4. Did you know that?
What?
Try it.
No, I don't want to type because I don't know what J-H-I-N. I mean, I kind of see it. I'd have to visualize it with the placement of it. It doesn't. You know what? Sure, I'll give it to you. Whatever. I don't know if that's a fun fact. I dispute it.
Trust.
Nah. It's like an ID10T error, right? Write that one down and you'll see what I'm saying.
Let's just go off the facts here, Logan. You said Leona is a hook champion. I think we trust Pike in this situation. No, and it was wrong. You're wrong about that. I'll fight you on this. I will. Like, guaranteed. Like, I will Google it again. Like, just you know what? Let's forget about it. Let's keep working on it. We've got more bands coming in. Zig's being taken out. Akali, Ari, and Kai'Sa now taken off the board.
Yeah, look, I do like a Kai'Sa ban, that hyper carry potential. I mean, late game, if you get Pike skewered into that Kai'Sa all in is just absolutely wild. But I do like a Trist pick, able to put so much damage down off the back of that skewer, the bone skewer from the Pike, right? And Mel, what a switcheroo. But, okay, so will it be, all right, Nara is top, Nocturne is jungle, Pike is support. Will it be Mel mid or Mel APC? Because we've seen her in that AP role before.
Oh, there's the Vayne, though. That's kind of interesting that we called it, that it's sort of like the pick that you pick into a Nah. It's going to dominate really early, but okay, Syndra Silas. I like the Silas a lot here. Getting a depth from below from this Pike is going to be huge in teamfights, but no, it's an Annie instead. Lockdown CC. Downside, if you go to lock down this Mel with your point and click, bummer, you're going to get rebutted very easily, and then it's just going to go right back on you because it's point and click. So I think the Mel mid into the Annie is going to be an interesting matchup. We've seen it before. Now we're going to see what sort of top laner we're going to be putting against the Nah. Vayne was hovered. Do you think it'll go through?
I really think they should have committed to that. We did see Vayne piloted to success tonight, but that could potentially be Florin diff. I also do like Yorick. He's a very heavy sustained champ, currently on a 100% win rate here too. So that will be tough for Stella to play into. But I think obviously able to trade that melee and the range. Leona is a hook champ, but Cassante lock, what? Wait, what? Hang on. What, Pike?
Wait, hold on.
And then Cassante mid?
Is it Nah mid? What? What is going on?
We know MVK cook, but have they cooked a little too much?
I think they're a bit crispy at this point. It's a 5,000 year champion, but still it's just going to build magic resist early. It's going to be a Mel AP carry.
I was right on the Mel.
You know, it's not often I'm lost for words, but I'm never lost for words. I like the Cassante. It's gonna slap. Literally.
I absolutely love it. You put a Kanik Rookern on that Cassante, GG. You're not killing him. Like,
Exactly.
Annie just has to target someone else, something else. He is going to be able to... He's not going to win his lane, but he's going to survive his lane. He's not going to lose his lane. And, I mean, in the face of an Annie Tibbers combo, I think that's all you can really ask for. So I actually like that. I really think MVK have read it. I think MVK have cooked here. They've got a great composition. I like their draft. It's up to DFM to sort of have to kind of play around this Cassante. They've got a double tank comp now.
Look, and that's not the end of the world, right? Like, even with a Mel, like, you can build a little bit of magic resist, but you still have so much to get through. So the Cassante Nah is actually such an interesting combo too, because the all-out still goes through the Cataclysm. You can take them through that wall if you want to, so you do sort of have a get-out-of-jail-free card. But it now comes down to, do they have the DPS? Do they have the damage to make it work? Because right now, it's really only Mel and Nocturne. But the more that I look at it is, Nocturne wants to get in there, burst you as much as possible. If it's not a kill confirmed, Sulong's going to come in with a death from below, and it's just going to blow you up.
Look, I would like to point out, you're like, where's the damage coming from? It's only Mel Nocturne. It's Mel. You don't need more damage than a Mel. If you can project the Oh, the skins. Sorry,
Okay.
it's the skins.
Meowric.
It's Meowric.
Ooh, Darkforge Jarvan 4. Ooh,
Oh, but I'm a fan of
Frostfire
that
Annie.
Empyrean Pensante Neon
Ooh,
Flare.
Arcane Counselor Mel, Ruby Edition.
T1 Bard Elite.
All right, just going to say though, Empyrean Pike, awesome skin, just because if he gets a Penta, it changes the map.
What, really?
Yep, full legit. Look it up. It's really cool. I've gotten a Penta on it in ARAM once, and it was the coolest thing that's ever happened to me. And I got married. It was still the coolest thing that ever happened to me.
I'm going to talk to your wife. Does she know about this?
Nope. Let's not worry about that. We'll just keep moving right past. But look, there's the level 2 down to the spot sides as well. So we do know Woody and Cocoon are going to have a bit of an easier time, especially laning phase, because Jin can just farm it out. Haki has to be a bit more careful, but the slows are good. Hooks are even better. It's now about survivability and seeing how much damage they can do. Because Jin is that very front-to-back AD carry, wants to sit behind a team. There's not really a huge front line that I could really see on DFM. It's Yorick, who's pretty keen to sit in a split push and really never interact with anyone. So I'm not sure how the Jin's really going to work in this.
Look, I really think it's going to be the Yorick, Jarvan, Bard frontline here. That Jin's going to have to hide behind. Annie is going to be range, absolute point blank. So I feel like it's going to be the pressure of the rest of the DFM team in your face that is going to distract and prevent MVK from going in on Karkun on this Jin. But Mel is quite a long range AP herself. Cassante can all out, get onto the back line. Pike, extreme mobility. Hooks will just drag you in. It is a tall order, and I mean, we've got the ultimate dive of all dive champs in Nocturne. If Nocturne spots Jin at 75% or less health, you can almost guarantee it's going to be lights out, all in, wipe out Karkun, and win the rest of the fight. As we do see Sulong land that sort of little cheeky hook, but Woody gets the better of that trade. He's kind of chasing after Pike, like, what? I'll fight you, let's go.
Yeah, look, that's it, right? Pike needs level 6 to be able to make any sort of impact. But I keep looking at Vikings comp, and I'm like trying to make more sense of it. And the more I look at it, the more sense it actually makes. Is here comes Guri looking up into this top side. Momo is getting looked at. Stella did just go from Mega Gnar into Mini Gnar, which honestly is a little bit better for Stella. But so what I was getting to from my point is Mel has the execute as well. So it's like, no matter what happens, you're gonna get executed. So it's almost like an inevitable thing. Like, you can call the fight before it even happens. Is like, if they get taken low enough, yeah, Nocturne's gonna start that fight. One attack from Mel's gonna be able to finish the job too. But if they're not low enough and it does the damage, Sulong's gonna come along and just finish it again. So it's like, what do you do is the big question.
Well, what you do is not get taken this low in mid here. I mean, obviously Cassante is taking so much damage from this Annie, but it doesn't feel like Annie is having to work for it overly hard. Obviously still more than 50% health here. Chica takes the recall, TP's back out to mid, hasn't even gone back to full health, full mana yet, so probably could have waited another second there, but does get a serious amount of MR, which is going to prevent a lot of what that Annie wants to do in the early game. That is going to reduce that pressure quite significantly. But Citrus in his top side jungle. We do see Guri on his bot side jungle. Both junglers now level 5, and the first Drake has just hit Summoner's Rift as Chica level 6 goes in.
Straight away, and Fisher actually has to flash out, but no, okay, it's a first blood for Chica. Cassante, the 5,000-year champion in mid lane. What is happening here, Logan?
That was a solo bolo. That is a Cassante into an Annie, proving just how playable Cassante can be. We saw it. We were shocked, but I love the little dance there. The Bone Skewer does land. Support all combat. Guri has started the Drake. Less than 50%. Citrus in the area, but Chica has priority. He's rotating around Pike.
This is just like when they started bringing like tanks into the 80 carry role. Tanks in the mid lane apparently is the next thing. There's the flag and Drake. Chica is low, but it is also a Cassante. The dragon secured. I think Cassante just has to bail out from that one. Fisher did pick up that kill, so it's a 1-for-1. But now it's all about getting potentially a Scuttlecrab. But dragon's gone.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be happy with that, right? Ultimately, Chica does go down for the Drake. Probably didn't have to, per se, but I still think as MVK, you're going to be happy with that. As we do see Chica, the moment he hit level 6, he ripped that all out, knowing that Annie didn't have that Tibbers and wasn't able to combo him down. So just great timing, great use of staying in that lane, getting that experience advantage, and getting the kill. Get some extra gold, get some extra MR defensive stats, just really hammering home the, don't let Annie damage me here with this build. So I'm really liking that. Grubs, minute and a half. Chica goes in again.
Chica's winning these trades now. Just that early bit of magic resist. This is like versing a rumble. The second you get a little bit of magic resist, you start to have a much better time. Flash comes out. Cocoon has to get out of dodge because if you're not careful, the combos here is actually phenomenal too. Sulong's playing so far up, it's really forcing this DFM bot lane out of the lane.
Yeah, it was a really great bone skewer there from Sulong into that E from the Mel that forced the flash out of Karkun. If Karkun hadn't have flashed, he would have been a sitting duck and almost certainly a kill would have come through there. But there's also a level advantage. Mel is level 6, Karkun level 5.
The hook flash is good. Rebuttal's even better, and Haki's like, thank you, good night. Wow, the combo.
Good night, sweet prince. You are not long for this world. Kaboom! As Haki does take that kill, set up fantastically by Sulong. What I will be looking for now is where Sulong goes out onto the rift, right? He set up his bot laner for success. He got that kill, Willy roam, and it looks like he's heading out to that top side where there are a lot of pings coming down. We do see Citrus is moving to that top. Stella is low. A potential gank could be incoming here, Pike.
Yeah, look, there's some tomfoolery afoot, but it is Sulong looking to make something happen up on the top. But let's look at this gank again, this fight, because it was really nice. The flash hook, really well executed. Cocoon, the rebuttal as well, just to stop a little bit of that extra damage, and boom, Golden Eclipse sends them packing. And that is what you want to be doing. Shutting a Jhin out of the game early is just going to be so, so good for this Viking roster.
And they knew they could do it under the turret because they'd burnt Karkun's flash with their earlier play, not 30 seconds before. No flash meant he was absolutely sitting pretty ready for that pick under the turret. So just great play there, as we do see Haki leading the gold at the moment, but Fisher close behind and Chica in third. So these mid laners, they are definitely putting forward a case for themselves. But I still want to talk about this Cassante pick in mid, right? I don't think we've spoken about it enough, in my opinion. It's such an inspired pick into this Annie, right? If you pick your classic control mage into Annie, you can just get flash Tibber combo dead, right? How do you answer that? But you can't do that to Cassante. He can weather the storm. He can survive. He really blunts that sort of early game pressure that Annie wants to put down into their opposition. Yes, he's not going to keep up in CS. He's doing a good job, though. He's kind of keeping it within 10. He's keeping it playable and building heavily into those defensive stats.
Yeah, look, and you got to look topside now as well. If I can change the narrative a bit too, We haven't seen much out of Momo, but it is just going to be that slow, steady scaling that we wanted to see. Stella's doing a good job just trying to force these waves in and maintain the control, but Void Grubs are up and available here. It begs the question, what's going to be the priority? Because again, Vikings love dragons. But Void Grubs are up and there's no dragon up for another minute, so maybe they look for a play here. Is Guri's looking and finding Woody.
Yeah, Woody is on the roam, and MVK very heads up of them to spot that out, but they've got the numbers advantage in the bot side.
Nah, it's just gone.
Not
even a chance. Gone.
Yeah. I just don't think Jin is one of those ADs that you can leave alone in the bot side. Obviously, he's like very ranged, and you would hope that he's able to use that range, but he's just so slow and immobile. And I know people are going to be like, oh, but he's all about running away real fast. Yeah, but he's level 7 on his own in the face of a Pyke and a Mel. You can't run from that when he just bone skewers you into that Mel E, that route that she has, hits you with the Q and Golden Eclipse, sayonara. What happened to running away from that one, mate? Haki now has a full item. Karkun still only building towards his first. So the advantage is just growing in that bot side for MVK. 1,500 gold lead is sitting on Haki alone.
Yeah, look, 2-0. The farm is well above. It's about 30 CS up to. This is not the kind of Mel you want to be versing, and it's just going to get worse and worse. The game goes on as Chica could be caught out. 3 members strong. Flag and Drake's good, but the rest of the team, the paranoia comes down. They're looking at the backlight. Flashes abound. Looking even better. They're all out, taking Woody away. Takes the magical journey, but now can they hold on a little bit longer as it is Vikings very, very low. Guri is taken out. Fisher secured that kill. Haki is now gone to DFM, fighting back a little bit more. The shutdown's even better. It is Sulong looking for something, but it really was the depth from below couldn't get those resets.
DFM just ripped 3 kills onto MVK like that. There's now no gold difference. Haki, Chica, and Guri all go down, and it felt like almost over nothing. Yes, the Drake was up, but the fight sort of brewed before the Drake had even been pulled. DFM, with that priority, will claim the second Drake of the game and their first. As we do take a look here at, I want to say what is an odd fight, Pyke. They do start onto Chica, 3v1. Chica obviously tanks it up. The paranoia goes out. And DFM do exceptionally well here to survive during that paranoia. Citrus locks down Guri with that Cataclysm, and just, it feels really broken from MVK there, and really well played, really well countered by DFM as we cut to the top lane, and they're still there. They're on that island just grinding away.
I think the big thing in that team fight that I'll call out was the Tempered Fate out of Woody, right? It went down only onto 2 members. It gave them just that split second for DFM to reconfigure where they were and re-engage once again, because that all-out took Woody out of the fight, but he can do things from afar. So Chica being caught and then getting hit with the curtain call was just enough for them to be like, we don't really have our front line here now. Stella's not in a position to make any rotations because you will just see Momo instantly taking the tower. So it was a really good read out of DFM, and it's secured them a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, definitely DFM, they were down, but they are definitely not out of this now, as we do see that great bone skewer. But like, sometimes it's not even the kill threat, it's just about landing that bone skewer, right? It's the flex. It's like, I could land this if I wanted to, and I did, so haha. But like, everybody, we've said it before, has that Team Liquid thumbs up emote, which I absolutely love. And Chica here just got
paranoia straight on in. It's a dive once again, and it is Chica tanking it up. Guri securing the kill. 1-1. 1-1-1 is the scoreline for Guri right now, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, there's so many ones. Guri just getting his... I was going to say, Guri, do us a favor, get an assist before you get the CS, but he is a jungler. He will get that CS. However, on the other side, Citrus going for these grubs. I like this play. He saw Guri on that bot side go in on Fisher and knew that the grubs would nearly be free because Stella doesn't have prio in that top lane. Sulong not going to do much to prevent that take. So great players all around. Rift Herald in 1 minute. The next Drake, the third Drake of the game, will be up in 2.5 minutes. But let's take a quick look at some CS differences here, Pyke. As Stella does have advantage in that top lane. Citrus, though, counters nicely in the jungle, quite even in that middle. Haki, strong on the bot side.
Yeah, no, again, Haki is sort of like the golden child right now, getting all of this working. So as long as Haki stays fed, they're going to be super relevant. Items on the board, they've got that Luden's already picked up, which is going to be so big. Sork boots as well, so the damage is definitely online for Haki in this Mel pick. But it's about how do you give it the space to work, and that space is spelt P-Y-K-E-K-S-A-N-T-E. Yeah. I can spell.
I might be bad at maths, but I know that said Pike Casante. You know,
yeah, that's right.
I'm pretty up there. Yeah, I can spell. Woohoo!
Well done.
Score one for Logan.
Back to school I go.
Yeah, I'm going to teach how to spell because I know how to spell. But those role quests are being completed. Currently, 4 out of the 5 for both teams here as the Rift Herald is on the Rift and the next Drake in 1.5 minutes. I have to, I love the tool that is the Rift Herald. I love the tool that is Shelly, right? Shelly has one job, and that is to crack open turrets. But she can't do that job unless a team comes along and frees her, so to speak, right? They're like, yep, you know what? You can come on a journey with us. It's like, we'll take you on a vacation. Leave this pit. There's no view here. Come and see the world. And that is exactly what Citrus is trying to do. But MVK, they read the play. They want to get here to contest this, but it looks like DFM not going to let them right now.
Well, Tibbers has already been used to try and stop Chica, but Chica's got a Spirit Visage and more Magic Resist, so I don't think you're going to be able to do all that much as the All-Out is coming in. This is just a rinse and repeat of that first blood. The flashes go forward. Fisher is low. One more hit will do it. Ooh. And now Chica's saying, guys, let's 2v1. Let's do 3v1. It's fine. I am Cassante, but a Cataclysm is enough to stop them in their midst. Woody able to pick that kill up, and Stella actually surviving the one solo bolo down in this bot side against Momo, who's not having the greatest game again. But now Rift Herald is still available, and it is Guri just backing.
Yeah, I think MVK felt like, so in that one where Chica went in on Fisher, right? It just felt like Fisher's team responded quicker. As we go to this replay, first of all, Stella on the bot side, Momo under that turret. Stella has a great wave here too, just pushing in. So it is hard for Momo to advance as he's just getting chunked down. Stella takes this turret and then is free to go in on Momo here. Momo, I think he should have kind of run away from that one, quite frankly, but thought he stood a chance. It is Yorick, does have that sustain. However, does hand a kill over and is now down 40 CS to Stella. So Stella does have quite a significant advantage. 2,000 gold lead for Stella alone, Pike. That's crazy right now.
It's a lot of gold. So it's a lot in the pocket. The wallets be nice. Picking up that Triforce now too, making their way towards a Black Cleaver means they are going to be able to chunk out Momo again. So the side lanes is not Momo's friend as this Yorick. But at the same time, there's no one really else tanky on the other side for DFM to be able to do it. So a Black Cleaver is just going to be really nice in team fights to be able to just shred them a little bit. Nice itemization as well. Guri picking up that Stride Breaker, so getting a little bit of a faster clear as it is a Sundered Sky on the other side for Citrus. So a little bit of that healing in the team fight is going to be really, really good. But again, Chica, because you're building like a madman, and I'm here for it. There is no damage. It is full tank Cassante. It's like when you see a Galio and they go like a bit of AP, you're like, yeah, this is cool. But no, Cassante, we don't build damage. TP up in the top side. Fisher is looking at Stella, has to get the flash burn. Nicely done, and so is Woody. The flash burn is pretty huge. As now the return fight is here. Chica coming up. You can't 1v3 again, mate. All right. Cool.
I mean, he can. He probably just shouldn't. MVK, though, they are responding this time. They have got the members. It looks like a top lane push might be occurring, while MVK, they take this Drake completely uncontested because the pressure of 3 members of MVK on the top side kept a couple more from DFM around, and it's these macro plays that really sort of help you get these objectives. Chica, though, moving forward, Woody forced to retreat here. Good stun. That should help. Oh,
Bone Skewer has missed, which is just unfortunate, but that's okay. Can't have that flex. And now they're saying, okay, we've forced you guys off this top tower. Let's look at the Rift Herald now too. This is just the Vikings we know and love. Full control over these objectives.
Yeah, if they pick up this Rift Herald, which it looks like they will, we've got some recalls coming through. No members of DFM in the area. They will be able to throw that down in that mid lane because they did secure themselves that first turret objective there on that bot side. They got that extra gold injection, and now I have to imagine they're going to go for this mid tier 1 and just really get control of that map. And there it is, the cleaver coming through for Stella as well. It's going to make Momo's time in that 1v1 matchup so much harder. And speaking of how hard that matchup is, Stella has 2 level advantage over Momo right now. That is not the place that you want to be. And Haki on that Mel APC just completed her second item. It is that belt that's come through for that extra mobility and a little bit of damage. I like that pick. Mel, not the most mobile AP, so that will help her survive, maybe dodge some extra skill shots, and that survivability just goes up there. But we take a quick look at the gold lead overall. It's 2K in favor of MVK. They have 2 Drakes, Baron on the Rift. DFM, they have to put together a defense. I'm just waiting for the 5v5 team fight. As Shelly goes down.
Now they're sending in a big charge. Shelly looking at this tier 1 in the mid lane. It is going to crack it open. They're going to be able to take it away as the flag and drag comes in. Looks like they're trying to take this fight. Really good. Guri is just taken out. Citrus able to lock that one down. But oh, look at Stella. The Gnar is massive. The damage is even better as Cocoon is about to be taken off the board too. It's a nice lockdown from Haki. The Golden Eclipse picks up the double kill from afar. And Cheek is still going. There's the Tempered Fate. The flash away from the Bone Skewer is going to keep them out of the weeds. But still, the fight was the goods for the side of the Vikings.
Yeah, 2 apiece on either side, but it didn't feel like it was a close fight. It felt like MVK with the likes of Chica, because, I mean, if you think about it, right, Guri basically got taken out of that fight really, really early, and it was a 4v5, and MVK was still able to get 2 back onto DFM. Chica was in deep in the back lines with 3 members of DFM, and they actually struggled to kill him. I do question Guri's decision here to go in on that Rift Herald. He immediately got jumped by everyone from DFM here. He flashed out, spell shielded, popped the ult, still went down. And in the 4v5, right, Haki is left alone on those backlines, just eats Karkun alive, Golden Eclipses to get that double. Chica goes down for it, but his job is done. He prevented 3 members of DFM even trying to find a way back in to fight that MVK. And even if they wanted to, I think they would have struggled with that long-range bombardment coming out of Haki. And Stella could have frontlined quite well.
Look, and we're seeing more and more items once again coming off as, oh, Stella being caught out. Never follow a bard through a tunnel. It can spell disaster. But now we've got a Shadow Flame being picked up for Haki. Like, what more do you want? 2.5k gold lead on the AP carry against our 80 carry who's just finished their second item. Barely has some critical strike to their name, and Fisher is taking a little bit of damage. Oh, there's the Tempered Fate. Oh, he goes Mini-Gnar to get the speed boost just to get out.
Yeah, really heads up play there from Stella to make sure that one happened. But as you were pointing out, Haki has 3 full items and a 4-stack Dark Seal right now. That Mel is pumping damage and has one of the best frontliners in the game in Cassante. And speaking of Cassante, he's going in on Momo.
Yeah, but here's Haki too, so maybe they're just saying it's just an easy pick. Momo, why are you walking a little bit too far over and Haki picking up the kill? More gold in your carry is the answer.
That's it, and with 3 items in that Dark Seal, now up to 6. Haki would be loving it. Has a 410 gold shutdown, nearly 50 CS difference over Karkun, who has just started to go halfway to their next item. Momo is dead at the moment, so it's a 5v4 situation as the Drake is up in 15 seconds. Baron is on the Rift. It is ready for whenever a team decides to rip it. Sulong and Guri, though, they're on the hunt. Now, one thing that you really, really want to be out there on the Rift is deep vision control, right? When you have a Nocturne, you need your team members to put deep vision in these jungles, and that's just
Flag and
not
drag
happening.
Cataclysm. Haki is being looked at. The whole team was trying to send for it, but it might be the kill that they were after. Nice little pick up there by Citrus, but it's just too much. Vikings on the backside, able to get some more damage off. They did lock them down. Cocoon, again, is just not having a good game. That's the re-engage, but Citrus can flag and drag out. It could be a smite off though. The 50-50 still available. Both carries are out of this fight. That's going to be very hard for Vikings as their carry is a main source of their damage. Let's see if Chica can actually be able to do something here as they are quite tanky. The hook is good. The sendback's even nicer, but while this is all happening, Guri's just taking the drag. They might just be able to stall them out long enough for Guri to take it. It's secured. Soul Point is on. Now they're looking to re-engage. There is no paranoia though for Guri, so no big fight looking to come in as now they're chasing them down. Sulong looking for that hook. Bone Skewer, the flash is good. Can they lock it down a little bit more? It is Fisher who's being caught out. Ignite hits. Tempered Fate lands on 2. Look at the health of Fisher. Has to be flashed on by Stella. They're looking at Woody. It is the support being taken out. Curtain Call coming in. Sulong off to the side using that great health bar to survive. But no, Cocoon has to be careful. Now the Baron is being looked at. Guri's already on it. He's saying, guys, just come over and start fighting over here. But it's just too much. They get the Soul Point. And now they're looking at Baron, Logan.
Yeah, and the MVK kept that fight going really, really well, right? It bought Haki enough time to respawn and TP in. We're seeing another TP come through from Stella
back in. Paranoia onto the back end of this fight. There's the Annie looking for a full-on engage. Guri able to get the damage off. It was just a bad kill confirmed, and now they're going to go back to the Baron.
Yeah, they really want this Baron. That was crazy, right? So MVK extended that fight from around the Drake. They did fantastically to act as bouncers to keep DFM away from the Drake while Guri took it down. Haki went down in that fight, and then MVK extended it. They kept DFM around. Haki was able to respawn, TP back in. They won the team fight. They went for that Baron where DFM played into them, and Haki was able to get the Bone Skewer. Sulong, crazy good Bone Skewer there, able to get that onto Citrus as MVK. They just turn it back around on DFM, and that's the thing. I've tried to say it 2 or 3 times now. They played it spectacularly. They extended the fight. They bought time for bringing more members back into the fight, and then they won that extended trade, that long fight. And Stella did the most damage. That was quite impressive.
I am loving this game so far. It's just action-packed, but you can see Citrus's mind state. He's trying to make these things work, and he's doing damage. He's actually got a slight gold lead over Guri, but Guri's just done a way better job of saying, I don't need to fight right away. I can just go take the objective, and then I'll join the fight, as Fisher here does have the stun, could be looking at 2. There goes the Tibbers. Flag and Drag is nice, but that's the 2 tanky members. They didn't really lose that much health, as Chica able just to walk out of there and kill the Tibbers too if they can. Flag and Drag, Cataclysm's good. There's the Curtain Call as well. Haki is the target you've got to be careful of, but they're looking to take out that GA. There is the Resurrection. They've already secured it. The rest of the team needs to follow up. Tempered Fate is going down, but that is just too much. Haki's able to lock it down. Momo's the only tanky member on this team, and here is Sulong looking to move forward, but they have to just back out once again. Baron empowered backs are good, but wow, look at mid too. They're looking for the re-engage. It's too much. Haki's trying to survive a little bit longer. No, the girls do get it. The shutdown is so good heading over to Fisher, but now they said you've taken out our AP carry. We want to take a little bit more damage off. They're just looking for that 1 death from below. The hook is nice. Sulong is low here. They'll be so careful, but look, Guri's already taken inhib. It's gone mid. They've just committed everything to this bot side.
Yeah, really great from MVK there for this bot side fight, but I have to say it was so disrespectful of Haki there to recall in the face of DFM within range of skill shots and abilities. But during that fight, I really did like what I saw there from MVK, right? Chica frontlined every single shot from Karakun, went into Chica. It did nothing. They were able to take out Citrus's GA, prevent him from shutting down the backline of Haki, which kept him alive that much longer. And then on that bot side fight, the whole time, Guri was just taking that mid lane, use those Baron empowered minions, gets that tier 1, the inhibitor turret and the inhibitor in the mid. So they've got all that mid lane pressure. And right now, MVK, they have not lost a single turret yet. DFM, they are struggling in the face of this serious VCS opponent as we go back to this bot side fight. Fisher gets a great angle, but it does nothing to the front line of MVK. It's 50% Stella's health, doesn't worry about it, walks it off. MVK, they're like, you know what, we'll disengage here. As we go back to live, they are taking that topside tier 2. And here, the Curtain Call, every shot into Chica. did nothing to the people that it needed to do it to. The Tempered Fate whiffs and goes wide. It doesn't stop any plays. It doesn't buy any time. So really well dodged there by MVK. And then they extend the play. They've got the Baron empowered minions. They've got the health bars. And here, right, the stun onto Harky. Just that flash forward coming out of Fisher there to lock them down and get that kill. Really nice play. But they lost half their base for it, Pike. And now we go back to live and they're fighting again.
Yeah, and forcing this Annie mid to stay and clear at this wave is opening them up for an absolute soul. It is Cloud, and think the movement speed on this entire roster will be huge. It is all down to the 50-50 smite now, as it is 5k, 4k, looking even better. Cocoon, it is looking to see if they can pull it back. There's the Tempered Fate. It cancels out the drag. Let's see if they can get back into this fight as Cocoon picks up Chica. The smite's already down. It's already secured for Vikings. The movement speed's good. The Gnar is even better, but they're all onto this backside. There's the paranoia, but is it just to get some darkness across the map? They're looking for the re-engage. Oh, tries to get the depth from below, but it's not going to work. It's just too much double kill going over for Harky. They're looking at Fisher there. There's the curtain call as well. It just hits the Gnar. The shut doesn't even work. Sending the fourth shot back. Harky's trying to survive that little bit longer. A hook just to pull them back. Let's see if they can stun them up. They do. Fisher can't chase out Harky. They live to see another day. Guri's off to the side. Paranoia just about to come back off cooldown. Is about halfway there. And this fight was huge, but the dragon's been secured. That's a TP coming back in. They're looking for the refight. It's going to be Harky. Let's see if they can make something work, as they do have to retreat. DFM looking to run away.
The way you said DFM, I'm like, oh, they could almost start chanting DFM. But unfortunately, they're the ones who are currently losing this one. As MVK come out, the better for that one. The Baron buff no longer here for MVK, as we do take a replay of this fight. This is the Drake. This is the Dragon. We see that TP coming in. Chica frontlining, gets onto Citrus. All out Citrus, in fact. Stella responds, but Chica taken out there by the combined forces of 4 members of DFM. He did his best to tank it, but it was a mission too far. Stella, great ultimate. Sulong tries to get that flank angle, but MVK, they kind of just fall apart here as the curtains are called. He's able to take a couple out, so it's a great... Love it. Love that rebuttal. But it is a great way for DFM to find their way back into this game, right? They're still down 9,000 gold. They don't have the soul. That is now MVK's. But they're putting up the fight they need to keep themselves in this game and potentially give themselves a chance. But speaking of chances, the Baron, it is on the Rift. MVK, they have priority. They're clearing the Scuttle Crab to get that vision control, clear out any wards. And that's another thing. Where is the vision control coming from DFM right now? The vision score might be in advantage of Sulong, in advantage of Woody, but the rest of the team from MVK, they're putting down all the wards all the time, and it doesn't feel like DFM is doing the same. So they have that vision in their favor.
Yeah, and I think, like we said, vision makes games. I think movement speed makes games too. That's the big thing, is with a Cloud Soul and 3 Cloud Dragons to boot as well, they are moving so fast across the map. We talked about how this Mel was like the immobile AP carry that's not able to do all that much. They've just completed all their items. They are full build. They have a 16-stack Magi's completed, Zhonya's, Shadowflame, Cosmic Drive, the Ludens, and the Proto Belt. That is the biggest Mel we will probably ever see in a pro game. They're 50 CS up on Cocoon, who's still only on 4 items. They are a whole 2 items down here, Logan. It's just a tall order.
I agree, tall order, but that is not something unfamiliar here in the LCP. As a fight breaks out over the blue buff, MVK have shown up in force. They intend to contest and rob this blue buff from the likes of DFM. DFM, though, forced to defend this mid wave. And what is interesting, right, we saw that bot side fight as MVK, they have started up that Baron. We saw that bot side fight earlier, which led to that mid lane inhib take, but it didn't lead to anything. Like, they had that pressure, but it almost feels like MVK did nothing with it. However, they've TP'd. They're hard committing to this Baron. DFM, they go, we have to get something. We're going to crack this mid lane tier 1. You can have the Baron. Definitely not the best trade we've ever seen in League of Legends here, Pike, but MVK, secure the Baron.
Look, taking a tower at this point in the game, at least a tier 1 at 33 minutes, is better than not. You can see Tanner as well coming in with their final coach comm, really trying to lay it down. Maybe say, guys, you got to turtle a little bit. We got to scale just a little bit more. Jin needs those items. We need Annie to be bursting someone. But how do you burst a team that just blows you up before you even realize they're on top of you? That's the big question. So now they are sieging topside.
And the top side is just a great place to siege. You know, it's one of the best places to siege because if you siege top side, you can get the top side inhibitor turret and the inhibitor. So there's so much value. As MVK, they do the 4-1 split. Fury already has that middle inhibitor and they're going to pin some maneuver into DFM here. DFM, they're being corralled. They're being herded. It feels like MVK just went from, oh, you know, we did nothing with our main pressure to, well, we got the Baron. Let's close the game out here. They are marching on the base of DFM. Pike, the fight, it's starting. Sulong does land the bone skewer. Doesn't result in a kill though. They're clearing these waves. They're pushing in right now, Pike.
One false step could spell disaster as it is. Fisher who's going to land the stun down. Cataclysm does take out the Pike. That's a big chunk of it, but there's the Tempered Fate. It's going to do a lot of damage. Going in with the Paranoia is going to be the damage. If it's going to be enough, Cocoon is on the backside very low. Citrus going to be taken out. The GA is still available. The health, the healing, the GAs. Cheek is able to hold on a little bit more. Harky's 1 HP and still holding on for dear life, but no is shut down just in case. It is the Vikings cleaning up this fight still. They're chasing Woody, but the Baron buff in tow. They're looking at Guri, who's just holding on with that GA still available. Woody is going to go down for this fight. It's not going to be enough, but they do secure another. It is Cocoon back at full health. Can they hold the line? And it doesn't look like they can as Vikings 2-0 DFM in a fantastic series.
Yeah, and I was watching that curtain call. Guri actually got hit by the third shot because he was like right on the edge trying to take those minions out, but he did it. He lived and was able to close out that Nexus. MVK take our second best of 3 series tonight in a clean 2-0 sweep of Detonation Focus Me. Bow deep here, boys, because you guys have made an explosive entrance here into the LCP. They take their second series win in just 3 series, Pike. This Academy roster proving that they deserve that promotion, proving that they belong in Tier 1 League of Legends esports, and the world is their oyster, Pike. Who knows? If they keep up this form, MSI might even be on their radar.
That's exactly what I was saying here. Sometimes you need a refresh of the roster, Logan, to bring some life back. We talk about how it is this amateur roster, these rookies coming in from the academy. That is also such a big thing for a lot of people because you do get to change up how your team plays. It's a refresh, it's a restart, it's a rebirth, you might even say. And the Vikings, not only did they have their logos updated, but they've come in looking so sharp with this new team, and the damage is that. You know what? I suspected more damage out of the Mel. I thought Haki was going to do a little bit more there, but no, it was all on this Nah.
Yeah, look, as we like to say here in Australia, yeah, nah, but in this case, nah. Like, that damage more than DFM's mid laner here. But the thing as well is that a lot of that damage coming out of that Annie was onto a Cassante. So, you know, a lot of casters like to say it's fake damage, it's onto tanks, it doesn't really matter. So Fisher, unfortunately, not having the most impact in this game. We saw early as well. And here it is, just Chica, solo bolo, has the ult advantage, lets it rip immediately, flash for flash, gets that extra gold bonus, and Chica takes player of the match as well. And I have to say, an inspired choice in that second game, and well deserved.
Look, I'm a mid lane player myself here, Logan, and I could not for the life of me play Cassante mid, so to bring it in for the first time in that role, especially with Hui as well, first time Hui in the LCP, they're coming in with a refresh on how to play this mid lane, and they're making it work. Big props to this guy, well earned on getting the MVP of the series because their damage was good, the gold was nice, they were impactful in fights, they were making themselves known, and that's what it's all about to get it.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes it just needs a fresh perspective. As we go to Coach Comms, we'll give it a little bit of a listen, see if we can't get any insights. Yeah, so you can hear them like kind of get a little more up tempo when they do start that fight breakout. They're like, cool, yep, this is what we need to do. You've initiated the fight. Let's sort of play that out. And then we also see, you know, these plays happening across the rift. So like Stella down here on the bot side, he's actually driven 2 members of DFM away here in this situation that were in the area. But I do love when the observers, they toggle that vision, right? Because obviously we have no fog of war. But then the fights, they were many. They were skirmishes. There was probably the most long, drawn-out fights I've seen in the LCP so far, Pike. Some of these fights lasted multiple minutes, multiple TPs, and a couple of ults as well.
Yeah, well, that's what we know about the LCP, Logan. We love to fight. We love to scrap. If they're not pushing something, they're not doing anything at all. And usually that means they're probably in their coaches' rooms talking about the next game. So we expect this much aggression from these teams. It's why I like to see the Pike. It's why I like to see... For all intents and purposes, I like seeing the Cassante mid. It's fun, it's interesting, it's very LCP. We throw things at the wall, see if it sticks, and if it does, we try and make it work. And look at this replay. This was the big one, the all-out, pull-back. Oh, it's just phenomenal.
I think what the youth of the day say is pure cinema, mate. That one was cinema there, if I don't sound like a young, cobber myself here. But also, Shulong working with Haki here, getting those bone skewers into those E's coming out of that Mel. Fantastic combination, excellent lockdown, excellent CC. Not much you can do. And I like how they burnt the flash before they went for it under the turret as well. And Stella just had a great time in that top side against Momo on the Yorick there. It just felt like MVK pressure from start to finish. They started the pressure a little light and then they just cranked it up over the course of the game. They had 1 or 2 moments where they slipped up, like there, Guri just going in on that Rift Herald. I don't think he needed to go on that ride. It ended up being a one-way trip. But the rest of the team was sort of able to bail that fight out, right? Chica on the back line with 3 and MVK chasing. It just felt like DFM, even in that 5v4, they couldn't pull it together. And what a spectacular hook. Mid flag and drag. Like how, that's a highlight reel for Shulong there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a very hard skill shot to hit as they're moving through. So big props too. Really nice to see as well. Even this fight, you could see it was MVK sort of breaking up the fight. DFM doing a really good job keeping them all separate. And they are just getting chunked out. Haki getting taken further, but Stella holds the line once again. 1v4, I might add. And then it's the paranoia coming in. Great work from this Jin getting out of dodge. And then they just started to clean up the fight. But this was a long fight, Logan. This one here.
Yeah, this was a really long extended fight. Fantastic rebuttal. I know that Karkun stoked he didn't get hit by it, and I kind of wish he went down. It would have just made for like a hilarious compilation in the highlights, as this is the last fight of the game. This is the game-winning fight. We did see Sulong kind of initiate it with the hook. So many Guardian Angels, yet Haki lives for a little too long. Citrus is able to close him down in the end there with that flag. But like 3 GAs, I think, got burnt there. Guri held onto his right through the end of it. And we just take a look back at both of our series here, Pike. CFO lost to Relove DCG 1-2, and MVK beat DFM 2-0 tonight.
Look, we predicted it. We said these were going to be the scores. We said Relove DCG was going to be the winner. We thought the roster change was going to be a little bit too much to handle, at least for the first night, but I have a lot of high hopes for them going forward. I think they will have a lot of better games. And Vikings, we called that right off the bat. We both said 2-0. We sort of suspected this roster to be the showstopper. So let's have a look at the standings. We got SHG, we got Secret Wales, both sitting comfortably at the top. Vikings now up in that 3rd place. So you said that they were sort of like that upper mid-bracket sort of roster that we're seeing. They're definitely showing that now, with GZ coming in 4th, Gam in 5th, Relove DCG now in 6th after that win, and CFO and DFM down in that bottom side. Look, this is definitely getting laid out a lot better from when we first started. Week 3, we start to see where the groups are starting to form. What do you think, Logan?
I'm really liking the mix-up that we're experiencing here too. I mean, seeing Relove DCG sort of on the bottom half of that ladder is so unusual, but it is, I guess in this case, nice to see Gods bleed. I mean, yes, they finished second, not first in the LCP, but they did look so darn strong. So to see them here and then like have to kind of fight their way back through the roster, it's kind of an inspiring story. I do love all the player of the match standings as well. It's been 8 unique different player of the matches so far, so it's just such a great spread of talent. But enough about tonight's games, Pike. Let's look forward to tomorrow night. We have Team Secret Wales versus SHG, our first and second seed. SHG in the best form we've seen them here in the LCP, before going into GARM versus GZ. That will be a fantastic best of 3 in my opinion.
I am giga excited for that. Now, I know you won't be with us, Logan, but me and Carrick, we're going to have an absolute blast in these games. That first series, the first and second seed, but technically they're both first seed because this is defining who will get first seed after that series. So I'm super keen to see it. If you had to have a prediction though, Logan, I'll put it on you real quick. Who do you think's taking home that? Is it Secret Wales or do you think it's SHG?
Look, I mean, I know Team Secret Wales was the #1 seed for last split, right? I know Team Secret Wales went to first stand, but I'm jumping on the hype train. I'm absolutely loving SHG right now. I'm going to get behind SHG, and I'm going to say that they will take tomorrow night 2-1 in that best of 3 series. You can't write Team Secret Wales off. I don't think they'll ever get 2-0'd, at least not in this form. So yeah, game 1, SHG 2-1. What about yourself?
Look, I like that. I think that's a good call. I'm going to flip it a little bit. Very similar. I think it will be Secret Wales taking the win, but I think it's going to be a 2-1 as well. I think SHG are going to pull in some really good moves. Like you said, they've been looking really sharp. I'm really keen to see that series, so I'm going to cast my heart out, but we're just going to have some fun. But we're just going to have to see what happens tomorrow night.
100%, and then obviously GARM and GZ at the end to round it out. But that is enough from us here on the LCP broadcast tonight, Pike. I have been Logan, your host. This has been Pike, your amazing color play-by-play caster. And yeah, I know, I'm so sorry. We'll see you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching, everyone. The LCP.